1 month before the world ends, the sky is already burning. Helicopters race beneath a blood-red anomaly while an incandescent mass hangs over the city like a second sun. Evacuation routes choke with traffic. An underwater earthquake and Mount Fuji's eruption have already killed tens of thousands, and now this district has received its own order to clear out. Inside the packed bus, one woman admits she fled with nothing. She still assumes she can replace everything after reaching Jiangnan City. Another passenger destroys that hope. Walmart and Ali's Jiangnan warehouses have already been moved out. Dongming Lake in Shuncheng has dried up, and the Darundong warehouse has been emptied too. The missing stock is not worth mere hundreds of billions. The estimate rises into the tens of trillions. Someone has been stripping the region clean before the public understands why. Su Chun finally speaks. The disasters and vanished supplies are only the surface. What is approaching is nothing less than the end of the world. The passengers laugh him off. Someone even says an apocalypse might be welcome, because it would finally make every living being equal. Su Chun knows that belief is a fantasy. There is no equality at the end of the world. He knows because he has already lived through it. In his previous life, Su Chun is an ordinary deliverman when abnormal solar energy transforms the planet. Temperatures surge, the crust convulses, and monsters buried underground claw their way to the surface. Cities collapse, and the old rules die with them. A savage new world rises, ruled by whoever can fight, hoard, and take. Food becomes power. A packet of instant noodles is a luxury. A single sausage can buy obedience, and desperate survivors are forced to surrender everything just to keep eating. Then death gives Su Chun an impossible advantage. He wakes up 1 month before the apocalypse, carrying every memory of the life that destroyed him. The frightened woman reaches toward him, but Su Chun leaves the bus. He has no time for distractions. In the apocalypse, the first priority is obvious: supplies. He heads straight to the Mr. Hippo warehouse where he once worked. Last time, he wasted precious days searching for food. This time, he intends to prepare before panic begins. His supervisor greets him with petty cruelty, docking half a day's salary because he is 21 seconds late. Su Chun barely cares. In a previous timeline, the boss fled before the disaster and left his workers unpaid. To Su Chun, the stock around him is overdue compensation. Blue light gathers under his boots. Su Chun opens his spatial ability, and a digital field unfolds through the warehouse. Rice, cooking oil, meat, and every nearby product begin entering storage automatically. His storage space is a colossal cube, 10,000 meters long, wide, and high. One sweep of the ability sends shelf after shelf vanishing into blue light. This is also the force behind the earlier mysteries. Su Chun has already drained 2 freshwater lakes and looted supplies from several cities destined to be destroyed. Time is frozen inside that dimension, so fresh food never spoils. In a future where noodles are treasure, preserved fish and produce are priceless. His new haul includes 210 bags of rice, 152 bottles of oil, 310 kilograms of produce, 220 cases of water, and hundreds of boxes of prepared food and seasonings. He also secures 186 bottles of alcohol and 20 boxes of toilet paper. For the first time since returning, Su Chun can breathe. He will not be reduced to eating dirt again. Then the warehouse staff open the doors. Their shelves are bare, the cavernous storage floor is empty, and every worker freezes in disbelief. They corner Su Chun and demand to know where everything went. He does not run or invent excuse. He simply turns to them and admits it. He took everything. Su Chun has just admitted that he emptied the warehouse, and the workers explode. They charge him together, determined to drag him back before he can escape. They never touch him. Su Chun bends space, slips through the attack, and vanishes from the warehouse before reappearing safely in the alley outside. This is his second power, space jump. It lets him move anywhere within 3 meters, a short range that becomes priceless when walls, locked rooms, or mutant beasts block the way. In the apocalypse, that jump will let him enter abandoned buildings for supplies and escape lethal attacks. For today, it turns his warehouse robbery into one perfectly successful zero-cost shopping trip. His phone immediately delivers an official warning. Earth is undergoing intense movement, but the authorities insist any local disasters are manageable and daily life will continue normally. Su Chun recognizes the statement for what it is, an attempt to prevent panic. He wonders whether the people issuing it already know the end is coming. Then Jiang Xiaoqian calls. She is furious that Su Chun disappeared and even angrier that he placed his house on the market without asking her. She claims she does not care about the property, then demands that he transfer it to her as proof that she can feel secure. If he refuses, she threatens to end any chance of marriage. Su Chun answers with complete indifference. Jiang says she's returning to Shangdu and will deal with him later. He ends the call and remembers exactly who she becomes. During 5 years of apocalypse, Su Chun searches everywhere for food, keeps Jiang Xiaoqian alive, and carries her into a safe zone. Every dangerous trip is for her survival. She repays him by joining Wang Haoyu. While Su Chun lies dying, the pair dismiss him as useless, exploit what remains, and treat his death as proof that he was simply incompetent. The memory hardens into a promise. This time, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu will pay, but Su Chun does not want them to die quickly. He wants them to endure the pain they gave him many times over. He forces himself to calm down and returns to the immediate problem. His ability can steal nearby goods, but the remaining preparations still require real money. Su Chun calls manager Liu and accepts a brutal deal. Sell the house for half its value, provided the payment is cash and the transaction happens now. At Dream Real Estate, a car arrives as Jiang Xiaoqian waits outside. She tries to block Su Chun and demands to know how long he intended to keep her waiting. Su Chun walks past her and orders her aside. That brings Wang Haoyu forward with a bat, claiming the house as theirs and threatening to make sure Su Chun never sees another sunrise. Wang expects fear. Instead, Su Chun reaches out, catches him by the throat, and reverses the entire threat in one motion. Before Jiang can react, Wang is driven headfirst into the ground. Jiang Xiaoqian screams for help, while Su Chun holds Wang Haoyu down. When she tries to interfere, Su Chun throws her aside without hesitation and returns his attention to Wang. Wang finally begs to be released. Su Chun lets go, but only after promising that Wang will not die quickly. Choking and terrified, Wang understands that the old balance of power is gone. Su Chun walks into the real estate office. Behind him, Jiang supports Wang and orders Su Chun to kneel, apologize, and protect his chance to marry her. He treats the threat as worthless and keeps moving. Manager Liu offers 700,000 yuan for a house worth more than $1 million. The discount is enormous, and the manager privately imagines flipping it for several $100,000 in profit. Su Chun accepts on one condition: full payment today. They sign immediately, while the legal ownership transfer is scheduled for the following Monday. 700,000 yuan lands in Su Chen's account. To him, the house is already disposable. By the time anyone chooses another home, survival will matter more than property. Shangdu still looks orderly. It sits inland on the central plains, far from the earthquakes, tsunamis, and eruptions dominating the news, and official reassurance keeps the population calm. Then Su Chun notices a high-interest loan advertisement. Because the ownership transfer is delayed, the property certificate is still in his hands. The same house can be turned into cash a second time. At Great Sea Loans, the man handling the deal is Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu's older brother. Su Chun remembers that mutant beasts kill him during the previous apocalypse. Wang Dahai values the collateral at 500,000. Su Chun demands another 100,000 and wants every yuan immediately, promising to repay the loan within 1 week. The lender assumes Su Chun is a desperate gambler who would sell anything to recover his losses. That mistake makes the negotiation easy. Wang keeps the certificate and sends 600,000 yuan. Outside, Jiang and Wang plan to call Wang Dahai and make Su Chun pay. Then they spot Su Chun nearby, forget the immediate confrontation, and decide to follow him instead. Su Chun leads them to the Green City Hotel. In his previous life, commercial buildings collapse under seawater backflow and rapid freezing, but this hotel remains standing through every disaster. Its presidential suite is well equipped and even has a swimming pool. Su Chun decides the hotel can become a long-term base, especially while its kitchens still have ingredients and hot food. Restaurant manager Liu Xinrui welcomes him. Su Chun immediately asks whether the hotel can prepare a banquet of 1,000 tables. The hotel offers tables priced from 5,000 yuan to 100,000. Su Chun selects 10,000 per table, a 10 million yuan order, and offers a 50,000 yuan deposit. The food must be delivered to his chosen address, with the balance due 1 week later. Liu Xinrui accepts because the deposit covers the ingredients and a wealthy new connection could be worth far more. Su Chen claims the banquet is for a wedding and adds a presidential suite to the booking. Liu Xinrui assumes she has found a hidden second-generation rich client preparing a honeymoon. Su Chen leaves satisfied. He has reserved 10 million yuan of food for 50,000 now. And by the time the balance is due, a block of ice may be worth more than money. Jiang enters after him and questions Liu Xinrui. Without hesitation, she identifies Su Chen as her boyfriend, even after threatening to end their marriage only minutes earlier. Liu Xinrui congratulates her. Su Chen, she explains, just ordered 1,000 banquet tables, paid a 50,000 yuan deposit, and booked the presidential suite. Jiang and Wang cannot believe he controls enough money for a 10 million yuan banquet. Liu Xinrui supplies the answer herself. Truly wealthy people often hide their identity until the wedding. Outside the hotel, the pair decide Su Chen must be entering a secret wealthy circle. They assume the huge banquet is designed to introduce Jiang before revealing his real status. Jiang resolves to create an opportunity for the man she still calls a bootlicker. In her imagination, Su Chen's hidden fortune already places her in a palace. Exactly the fantasy that will make her easier to manipulate. After selling his house for 700,000 yuan, borrowing another 600,000 against it, and placing a 500,000 yuan banquet deposit, Su Chen has 800,000 left. That sounds substantial, but it is nowhere near enough for the end of the world. His earlier zero-cost shopping spree covered mountains of supermarket goods, yet several survival essentials cannot simply be taken from store shelves. With no reason to protect his credit after the apocalypse, he chooses the fastest remaining source of cash: online loans. Su Chen downloads more than 80 lending apps and completes 30 separate selfie checks. Individual approvals range from 30,000 yuan to a ridiculous 30 yuan, but together they add 970,000 yuan to his war chest. Now he orders the equipment ordinary supermarkets do not carry: fireplaces, ice makers, blocks of ice, and smokeless coal. These are not luxuries. His survival through the coming extreme heat and deadly cold depends on securing both fuel and ice in enormous quantities. A coal supplier quotes 2,501 yuan per ton. Su Chen orders 2,000 tons and offers a 500,000 yuan deposit, with the rest due only after the shipment reaches him. For the ice, the supplier insists on a face-to-face discussion. Su Chen heads out, but his movements are noticed before he gets far. The woman who recognizes him is Lin Na, Jiang Xiaochen's close friend. Su Chen remembers her as the person who constantly criticized him behind Jiang's back and later helped Jiang occupy his house during the previous apocalypse. Lin Na pushes Jiang toward him. Jiang switches tactics, claims she was only testing him, and softly asks him to walk with her. Su Chen refuses without argument and walks away while her hands are still reaching for him. Instead of accepting the rejection, Lin Na convinces Jiang that this must be another test. When Su Chen takes a taxi, both women hurry into another cab and follow him. At Ronghua Ice Factory, Manager Wu is surprised by how young his customer is. Su Chen repeats the order: 2,000 tons of edible ice, produced and delivered to his chosen address as quickly as possible. Wu promises the entire shipment in 3 days. At 400 yuan per ton, the order totals 800,000 yuan. Su Chen immediately transfers 100,000 as a deposit and schedules delivery for the 3rd day. When Wu asks why anyone needs that much ice, Su Chen supplies a harmless cover story. He plans to donate it to Allah Shan for charity. The manager accepts the explanation, impressed by the young client and the instant deal. Jiang and Lin Na arrive moments later. Jiang introduces herself as Su Chen's fiancée and questions Wu about the meeting, turning the supplier into an unwilling witness for their investigation. Wu reveals the 800,000 yuan ice purchase and repeats the charity story. To the two women, this confirms their favorite conclusion: Su Chen must be a secret, extremely wealthy second-generation heir. With the essential orders placed, Su Chen finally spends time on something he denied himself in his first life. He enters the high-end Yalin music restaurant, where even ordinary meals cost 4 figures. One mysterious menu item costs 17,000 yuan and promises a dish created entirely from the head chef's inspiration. The absurdity appeals to him, so he orders it without knowing what will arrive. While he waits, Su Chen studies the classic of mountains and seas. In his previous life, A strange force changed countless creatures, and monsters described in the ancient text resembled beasts he personally encountered. He believes simple mutation is the wrong word. The disasters may be awakening ancestral traits, atavism on a terrifying scale, understanding that difference could matter as much as stockpiling food. The restaurant's pink-haired head chef personally brings his order. One look is enough for Chen to recognize Duanya, the woman who will become known during the apocalypse as Hell's Chef. In the previous timeline, Duanya gains the power to transform decay into irresistible food. The catch is horrifying. Some dishes use the mutation sources inside monstrous beasts, and eating them can mean certain death. Her present-day creation is called dual-faced life, tuna brown in butter on one side and puff pastry fried on the other. Chen tastes it and admits that the 17,000 yuan gamble was worth it. For a moment, he imagines having a cook like her after civilization falls. Then he remembers what her future food can do and decides that recruiting Hell's Chef may be more dangerous than going hungry. Jiang and Lina have followed him again. Hearing that each dish costs more than 10,000 yuan only strengthens their belief that Jiang is about to become the wife of a hidden rich man. Chen's next stop is one of Shangdu's most extravagant bars, another experience he missed before the first apocalypse. He sits alone beneath the neon lights until a group of women pulls him into their celebration. Their friend Yun has just discovered her boyfriend's betrayal. She is drunk, hurt, and visiting this kind of place for the first time, while her friends encourage her to forget him with the handsome stranger beside her. Yun asks whether Chen is single and whether he is willing. At that exact moment, Jiang and Lina enter the bar, see her leaning against him, and immediately assume he is cheating. Chen leads Yun away from the crowd and takes her upstairs. Jiang and Lina race after them, certain they are about to catch him in the act. Inside the room, Yun admits it is her first time. Chen realizes how intoxicated she is, snaps her awake, and refuses to exploit her. Instead, he warns her to stay home over the coming days and stockpile food. He closes the door and walks away, leaving her safe inside. But Jiang and Lina are waiting in the corridor, pounding on doors and demanding that he answer. The chapter ends with Chen facing another confrontation created entirely by their obsession. Chen's suburban warehouse becomes the center of a massive delivery operation. Workers unload 20 large fireplaces, ice makers blocks of ice, smokeless coal, machinery, and endless boxes while asking how any of it is supposed to fit. The lack of refrigeration does not concern him. He orders the fireplaces and ice makers into the deepest section, keeps the entrance clear, and places the ice where the crews can continue moving without delay. Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na find the warehouse and watch the flood of goods. Then catering vehicles from the Green City Hotel arrive, bringing the 1,000-table banquet Chen reserved. The red carpet, formal place settings, and chefs convince Li Na that the entire spectacle must be a surprise proposal. Jiang pretends she might refuse, but walks over expecting Chen to prove his sincerity. Instead of proposing, Chen asks both women to help move the supplies. He promises to explain after the work is finished, giving them exactly enough ambiguity to invent their own answer. Jiang refuses to perform rough labor until Li Na declares it a test of whether she qualifies to become a rich wife. That instantly changes her mind. She grabs a box and decides she will endure anything for the imagined reward. Li Na joins for a reason of her own. If Jiang becomes wealthy, she expects a share of the benefits. And if that fails, she is still willing to compete for Chen herself. Chen watches the free labor continue, moving 1,000 tables of food, 2,000 tons of ice, and every other delivery would take the paid crews far too long without the extra hands. Morning becomes evening before the warehouse is finally unloaded. Jiang is bent double, Li Na is on her knees, and both women are furious that they carried ice blocks weighing more than 100 pounds each without even receiving a meal. They still expect the fantasy to pay off. Jiang demands that Chen announce her as his bride, while Li Na wonders why the wealthy guests have not appeared and why the banquet is getting cold. Chen thanks the actual delivery crews and hands out red envelopes thick enough to hold at least 10,000 yuan each. He promises to settle the remaining contracted payments within 1 week, and the workers leave cheering. Jiang steps forward for her own reward. Chen thanks her too, but says there is no pay, no announcement, and nothing else. She can leave. Unable to abandon the story she created, Jiang insists that a surprise must still be coming and urges him to marry her. Su Chen answers with a different proposal. He sold the house, owes a mountain of debt, and asks whether she would still share that life. Jiang and Li Na cannot believe him. They have seen more than 10 million yuan of banquet food, restaurant spending, machines, and supplies. A broke man should not be able to create this scene. Su Chen revives his charity cover. He claims a wealthy boss wanted to support an Alashan poverty relief project and that he merely helped organize the effort. In one sentence, their hidden air fantasy collapses. Jiang screams that he has lied to her and charges. Su Chen simply steps aside. Her attack misses completely, and she crashes onto the pavement in front of him. He asks what lie she means. She was the one who decided he was a secret rich heir. When she declares that he can forget marrying her, Su Chen dismisses her as the gold digger she has proven herself to be. Li Na drags Jiang away while both promise revenge. Su Chen watches them leave and thinks the opposite. Once the apocalypse arrives, they will be the ones regretting every choice they made. With the last outsiders gone, Su Chen closes the warehouse doors. Every resource is ready. All that remains is to protect the stockpile and wait for the apocalypse to descend. He opens his infinite storage. Blue energy spreads around him, and the warehouse's mountains of goods vanish from ordinary space, secured where theft, melting ice, and refrigeration can no longer matter. That night, the story returns to the Green City Hotel. Wang Dahai welcomes Jiang and his younger brother Wang Haoyu, promising that his connections in Shangdu can give them a comfortable future. Wang Haoyu keeps Jiang close and promises that his older brother will punish Su Chen. Jiang, who had been chasing a hidden fortune only hours earlier, now decides that Wang's family may be the better option. Then she spots Su Chen eating quietly in the same hotel. Wang Haoyu immediately points him out as the man who attacked him, and the entire group closes in on the table. Wang Dahai already knows him. Su Chen mortgaged the house for 600,000 yuan, and repayment is due tomorrow. The debt and Wang Haoyu's grudge now become one convenient excuse for violence. Jiang and Li Na mock Su Chen for borrowing beyond his means. He calmly wipes his mouth and refuses to let them spoil the meal, even as Wang Dahai leans over him and demands payment. Wang Haoyu urges the men to stop talking and finish him. A hotel manager tries to intervene, but Wang Dahai offers only one settlement. Su Chen must kneel and apologize to both brothers. Su Chen reduces them to a few pests. Wang Dahai slams the table and declares that not even heaven can save him, just as another voice orders everyone to stop causing trouble. The newcomer is Gao Chiang. Publicly, he is a famous Shangdu entrepreneur. Privately, his underworld network and large following are powerful enough to make Wang Dahai bow and clear the way immediately. Su Chen knows the more important identity. During the previous apocalypse, Gao Chiang becomes the Skull Crusher, one of Shangdu's major forces, with Hell's chef Duanya operating under his protection. He also remembers that the Green City Hotel is the first place to experience atavistic changes after the apocalypse. That early mutation may be the opportunity that transforms Gao Chiang into the Skull Crusher. Su Chen decides that the opportunity belongs to him now. Gao Chiang catches the cold look from across the room and finds it interesting, ending the chapter with two future powerhouses measuring each other for the first time. At the Green City Hotel, Gao Chiang brings Duanya to meet Su Chen. The chef does not know why Su asked to see her, but Gao treats the invitation seriously enough to introduce her in person. Sun Dabayao is already at the table. He turns the meeting into a drinking test, raises a glass of red wine, and presses Duan to accept it while Gao watches from beside her. Duan studies the glass instead of drinking. The demand feels wrong, and she suspects the wine may have been tampered with. She also wonders whether Gao brought her here to win favor with a more powerful man. Across the room, Su Chen barely reacts. He drinks beside the window and watches Shangdu under the impossible moon, because he knows the countdown has reached its final moments. In his previous life, the first wave of extreme heat trapped him in a basement with Jiang Xiaoqian. He protected her and struggled to survive, only to learn what her loyalty was worth when the world became cruel. This time, Jiang has chosen Wang Haoyu and his wealthy family. Su has chosen preparation. He does not intend to repeat the old future or spare the people who used him in it. Outside, Wang Dahai and his friends turn the hotel pool into a private party. The night already feels unusually hot, but nobody understands the warning hanging over them. Jiang and Li Na arrive in swimsuits and become the center of attention. Wang Haoyu takes Zhang's hand beneath a moon so bright that the scene looks more like daytime than midnight. Jiang begins to overheat, but Wang turns her discomfort into another performance of devotion. From inside, Su watches the same moon with none of their confusion. He silently welcomes the apocalypse back. The moon flashes red, the light swells across the sky, and the peaceful pool party is erased in an instant. Every exposed guest feels the temperature explode. Skin turns red, bodies buckle, and the crowd finally understands that the moonlight itself has become lethal. People force their way back into the hotel, but the damage is already visible. Burned guests collapse together as everyone fights to escape the open air. Others run for the nearest water. The hotel pool changes from a party decoration into a desperate refuge, and the crowd piles toward it without caring who gets pushed aside. Wang Haoyu searches for his older brother and finds Wang Dahai on the ground, covered in severe burns. The family connection that once looked powerful cannot shield either of them from the heat. Inside the private room, Sun Dabayao still refuses to let Duan reject his wine. His status has always made refusal unthinkable, and Duan is running out of ways to resist without provoking him. Before the trap can close, blinding moonlight floods the room. The guests recoil, curtains are pulled shut, and the disturbance outside overwhelms Sun's attempt to control the evening. Hotel staff address the panicked lobby with the first hard facts. The outdoor temperature has surged to roughly 70 degrees, and nearly 100 people have already been injured. Sun calls a government contact and demands a rescue vehicle. The answer destroys his remaining confidence. The authorities are occupied protecting the power grid, and no car is coming for him. Wang Dahai needs a hospital immediately, so the group reaches for its last private option. He calls his driver, Xiao Dao, and orders him to bring the van from the underground garage. The garage has protected Xiao Dao from the worst of the heat. He starts the van and drives toward the exit, believing a vehicle can cross the short distance to the hotel. The moment the van reaches the open road, abnormal daylight blinds him. Heat engulfs the vehicle, the tires fail, and the rescue attempt stops almost as soon as it begins. Xiao Dao abandons the disabled van and tries to run. The selected frame keeps both him and the vehicle together, showing exactly how little shelter remains between his body and the lethal light. He does not make it far. His body becomes grotesquely scorched, his strength gives out, and he collapses on the road while Wang's calls continue. The group hears his final screams through the call. Then nothing. The phone lies unanswered on the scorching pavement, ending Wang Dahai's hope of a private rescue. Elsewhere in the same hotel, Su Chen's preparation creates a completely different world. The presidential suite remains cool at 25.5 degrees, with a private pool and every comfort still available. While the unprepared fight for water, transport, and authority, Su lies down in a cool bed. He has already secured the supplies that everyone else will soon kill to obtain. Su Chen closes his eyes and sleeps through the first night of disaster. Outside, the old world has begun to burn. Inside, the ruthless future he planned for is finally beginning. The apocalypse announces itself across Shangdu. An emergency broadcast reports outdoor temperatures of 75 degrees, ground temperatures near 100, and almost 100 casualties from skin and respiratory burns. The warning to stay indoors arrives too late for the power grid. Heat and overload rip through the city power center until the whole facility erupts, cutting electricity to the hotel and countless homes around it. At the hotel, Wang Haoyu's calls to Xiao Dao never connect. The driver is gone, the other rooms are fully booked, and Wang Dahai's burn group is forced to crowd into the last available room together. And the lights flicker out. The air conditioning stops, the indoor temperature climbs beyond 40 degrees, and the survivors begin stripping off clothes as the sealed room turns into an oven. Jiang Xiao Qian remembers the presidential suite Su Chen reserved. It has a private pool, and she convinces the group that taking his room may be their only way to cool down. Su is already floating in that pool without a trace of panic. He remembers that the old city's neglected electrical system failed during the previous apocalypse, even after desperate manpower was thrown at it. That memory is why he chose a suite with its own water supply. He also brought vertical air conditioners, large backup batteries, and enough ice to keep the room cold after the public grid collapsed. He dries off, sits down with a cold drink, and opens his infinite storage. A complete banquet spread appears in the suite, letting him call this feast a simple breakfast on the first day of the apocalypse. Even while eating, Su keeps thinking about Gao Chiang and the opportunity that once created the Skull Crusher. Before he can pursue it, pounding at the suite door announces a more immediate problem. Cold vapor pours across the threshold. When Su opens the door, the burned survivors stare past his full-body silhouette at the pool, ice, electricity, and food they no longer possess. Jiang, Lin Na, and Wang Haoyu demand that he surrender the suite because everyone outside is roasting. Their appeal to fairness is only a cover for taking the safest room for themselves. Wang Dahai adds the old loan to the threat. He claims the suite as interest and promises to throw Su out if he refuses, acting as though money still gives him authority over a fortified survivor. Su answers with a gunshot. From inside the cooled room, he fires into Wang Dahai's abdomen and drops the lender's confidence in the same instant. He raises the pistol and warns that one more step means death. Jiang and Wang Haoyu recoil, while Wang realizes that Su has acquired a weapon and the will to use it. Wang tries to retreat, but Su fires again and wounds his leg. With Wang collapsed between his companions, Su orders everyone out and begins counting down until the corridor finally clears. The hotel's food crisis is spreading too. Staff admit that a 1,000-table banquet was removed only days earlier. Almost all ingredients are gone, and a replacement delivery that should arrive today is now impossible. A powerful guest demands that every remaining bottle and meal be brought to him. Other survivors protest that hoarding the hotel supplies will leave everyone else with nothing, but his men answer the complaint with threats. Then the lobby hears that an armed man is living upstairs. Wang Dahai's gunshot wounds confirm the story, and Jiang reveals that Su's suite still has electricity, air conditioning, and a swimming pool. The report gets even more tempting. Ice cubes, alcohol, and piles of food are inside. A group is sent upstairs to make Su surrender the room and its supplies. At the doorway, the newcomers begin politely. They praise Su, invoke the elderly and the young, and ask to cool off, but the crowd's eyes are already fixed on everything behind him. A bowl of fried chicken destroys the pretense. One child spots the food, ignores the boundary, and charges into Su's room as though desperation gives him ownership of the meal. Su kicks him backward before he reaches the table. The child's family rushes forward in fury, even though they allowed him to invade an armed stranger's room. Su tells the adults to control their children. Instead, the crowd calls him brutal, labels him a murderer, and convinces itself that one isolated man can be overwhelmed by numbers. They charge the doorway together. Su fires into the advance, and the first attackers collapse in the corridor before the rest can reach him. With bodies on the floor, Su aims at everyone still standing. He may be alone, but each attacker has only one life, and that final equation freezes the surviving mob where it stands. Green City Hotel is becoming a tomb. Wang Haoyu's group drags Wang Dahai back inside, but his burn wounds are already infected and rotting. Without medicine in this heat, the lender dies before help can reach him. Wang Haoyu refuses to blame the apocalypse or his brother's choices. He screams Su Chen's name and turns the death into another reason to attack the only prepared man in the building. Jiang Xiaoqian and Lin Na try a different weapon. Through Su's door camera, they insist he only meant to frighten Wang and offer to enter together, promising affection in exchange for his cooled suite. Su opens the door and sarcastically praises their devotion. Jiang and Lin celebrate too early, convinced that their old influence has returned. Wang Haoyu charges past them, promising to kill Su. Su stops him with one hand, throws him back into the corridor, and sends the women crashing down with him. He draws the boundary clearly. Anyone who crosses that door will die. The defeated trio retreats, and even Jiang decides that the burning hallway is safer than testing him again. A new sound rolls through the street. A rescue vehicle with tracked tires and insulated windows crosses the lethal pavement and stops outside the hotel. Soldiers in insulated suits deploy around it. They are not here for everyone. They call specifically for academician Liu Zhengguo, a geological expert whose knowledge is considered essential to the disaster response. The other survivors protest, so a rescuer gives them the public plan. The authorities will open rescue points during the colder early morning period, and Silicon Valley Plaza is the nearest destination they can attempt to reach on their own. Sun Dabayao refuses to wait. He offers $1 billion for the insulated suits and lunges toward the team, believing his money can purchase the only safe exit. The soldier restrains him immediately and explains that Lu's expertise matters to the entire operation. Sun orders Gao Chiang to seize the suits, but Gao does not throw his people into the rescue rifles. Before the team leaves, Jiang points upstairs and accuses Su of murder. The crowd claims he has a gun and has already killed several people, demanding that the soldiers punish him. Deputy Captain Liu Xiaofeng sends academician Liu away with the insulated suits and stays behind to investigate. Armed with a rifle, he heads upstairs to see who Su Chun really is. Jiang watches him go and imagines the reward. Once Su is shot, she can occupy the presidential suite and wait safely for evacuation. The corridor outside Su's room appears empty. Liu takes position with his rifle and notices the hidden surveillance camera watching every movement. A grenade comes from a suite before Liu can control the doorway. It detonates at his feet and releases tear gas across the floor. Liu recognizes the gas, but too late. He coughs, loses control of his rifle, and sees Su only as a blurred silhouette before consciousness disappears. When Liu wakes, Su is standing over him with the confiscated weapons. The deputy captain is fully bound to a chair between blocks of ice inside the perfectly cooled suite. Su begins the interrogation. Liu identifies himself as a Special Forces deputy captain and demands to know how a recent graduate obtained rifles and flash grenades. Su gives him a deliberately unbelievable answer. He found everything during a trip to the Middle East. Then Su asks about government rescue zones. Liu is startled that he already knows the plan, but confirms that civilians will be directed toward the collection points during the early morning temperature drop. The route is still deadly. More than 10 minutes beneath the moonlight can make a person faint even during the cooler hours, but there are too few modified vehicles to transport everyone before more people die. Su offers one practical improvement. Thick blankets and heavy coats can insulate ordinary survivors long enough to raise their odds, provided they stay on their feet. Liu asks to broadcast that advice before Su kills him. He is willing to use his walkie-talkie without calling backup, proving that saving civilians matters more to him than winning this room. Su respects that choice and decides not to kill him this time. But the mercy comes with a warning. Another provocation will not be tolerated. Liu asks whether Su fears a future Special Forces response. Su tells him to look up, revealing a facial recognition surveillance turret with its own machine gun trained on the room. Su claims that once the system activates, everyone inside except him will die. Liu understands that neither side has time for a costly fight during the disaster and accepts the temporary settlement. Liu walks back to the rescue vehicle without his confiscated guns. The hotel crowd is stunned that even a trained soldier entered Su's room and came back unable to remove him. Soon Dabayao erupts at Gao Chiang for refusing to steal the suits and strikes him in front of the group. Gao's men want revenge, but Gao still believes Sun's official connections may matter once order returns. Su Chen approaches through the argument. An underling moves to attack, but Gao stops him before another useless fight begins. Su says he came to make a deal with Boss Gao. Then he pours a cache of blue crystals onto the table, ending the chapter with a resource valuable enough to change the balance inside the hotel. The blue crystals on Su Chen's table are not jewels at all. They are perfect cubes of ice, a luxury more valuable than money inside the burning hotel. One of Gao Chiang's men lunges for them, but Su stops him at rifle point before his hand reaches the supply. Gao prevents the standoff from becoming a gunfight and welcomes Su's deal. His men finally taste something cold, pressing the ice against their mouths as if they have found treasure. Their gratitude is only temporary. Gao's group plans to accept Su's terms now, then kill him later and take whatever stockpile remains inside his protected suite. Before the bargain can settle, soon Dabayao discovers that Gao's people have been hiding ice from him. He kicks one man down, seizes control of the supply, and continues the beating while the rest of the room watches. Gao's patience begins to crack, but Sun turns toward an easier target. He spots Duanya sitting across the room, still fully dressed despite the heat, and decides her discomfort makes her vulnerable. Sun grabs Duan by the wrist. She fights his grip, but he overpowers her, tears at her clothes, and threatens to assault her in front of everyone. Duan shields herself as Gao finally intervenes. He orders Sun to stop, but Sun rejects the warning and insults the very man whose strength has protected him until now. That insult ends their alliance. Gao delivers one lethal strike, drops Sun Dabayao in front of the survivors, and stands over the body without regret. Gao declares that Green City Hotel is under his command. Everyone will either follow him to the rescue point or remain here and die. Duan understands that Sun's death has not restored safety. It has simply placed a stronger ruler above the group. From his balcony, Su watches the takeover and recognizes the advantage. Gao became the hotel's boss in Su's previous life, and accelerating that rise may also bring Su's own future opportunity closer. Below, the heat has already turned the building into a morgue. Jiang Xiaoqian and Lin Nan kneel for a share of the ice water. A powerful survivor empties the bucket over himself instead, then tells the women that anything left will come only if they follow him and obey. The survivors argue over the 1-kilometer route to the rescue point. Their food and insulation are limited, and Gao's men openly question why they should carry people who may become nothing more than cannon fodder on the road. At midnight, the departure begins. People wrap themselves in blankets, but stronger men tier protection away from the women and demand submission in exchange for a place in the group. Even a blanket becomes a weapon of control. The moon hangs over a city that still burns like daylight. Wrapped from head to foot, Gao's column leaves the hotel and crosses the ruined street toward the distant rescue point. Some survivors tie wooden boards beneath their shoes, hoping to keep their souls away from the pavement. The trick barely helps. Heat pushes through the blankets, and the walkers begin gasping almost immediately. Bodies start burning and collapsing before the kilometer is finished. Fallen survivors beg the others to stop, but no one risks slowing down. The living step around them and keep moving while the street collects everyone left behind. The abandoned bodies do not remain still. Sunlight has cooked and altered the corpses until cracked flesh glows with heat and dead eyes flare red beneath the moon. Su remembers walking the same route in his previous life without even a blanket. The distance looks short, but countless people died making that single kilometer, and he knows the new group is repeating the same nightmare. Back inside the hotel, the long-haired man takes Jiang and Lin toward a private room, treating their desperation as permission for his own entertainment. The women are terrified, but the bargain around food and protection has already stripped away their choices. A blackened claw suddenly smashes through the glass. 2 heat-mutated corpses force their way into the hotel, their bodies still radiating the punishment that transformed them outside. The creatures charge. One of them grabs a survivor and burns him on contact, proving that the dead are not merely walking. They have become weapons made from the heat itself. Gao's group recoils as the victim's skin scorches in seconds. Their weapons offer no comfort against enemies that can ignite flesh with their bare hands. Su orders the panicked men aside and walks calmly between the creatures with a blade in his hand. He has seen them before, and unlike everyone else in the room, he knows exactly what they are. Gao's men question why Su is moving closer, but Gao lets him take the risk. His plan is simple. Allow Su and the monsters to weaken one another, then kill whatever remains. Su explains that these are corpses mutated by prolonged exposure to the apocalyptic sunlight. They're not zombies, and their condition is not a virus they can spread, but that does not make them any less dangerous. He gives the creatures a name drawn from the classic of mountains and seas, drought demons. With 2 of them surrounding him, and Gao waiting for a chance to betray him, Su ends the chapter facing threats from both the dead and the living. 2 drought demons close in on Su Chen, but their rage is not random. These mutated corpses retain fragments of memory and attachment. One appears to remember being killed by Gao Chiang in the previous life, while the other is Wang Dahai, still drawn toward the man who killed him, Su himself. For Su, that recognition reveals an opportunity. He drops beneath the first charge, raises his blade, and drives it straight through the creature's skull with one clean vertical strike. Inside the broken skull, Su finds the prize he expected, a purple crystal nucleus. This rare core can awaken a superhuman physique, and the first one now belongs to him. The second drought demon roars and pursues him, but Su has no reason to finish every fight himself. He evades at close range, redirects the creature toward Gao's survivors, and walks upstairs while leaving the rest of the battle to them. Gao refuses to let his exhausted men retreat. He strikes one survivor back in emotion, and the group throws itself at the demon with whatever weapons and cold supplies remain. Their desperate counterattack finally buries the creature beneath shattered ice. Away from the chaos, Su cleans the crystal nucleus in alcohol. Cores like this can appear inside drought demons and mutant beasts, but fewer than 1 in 100 carry one. The method is simple. Once the surface is clean, swallow it directly. The nucleus releases its energy at once. Su's eyes ignite and power burns through his entire body as flesh, muscles, and bones absorb the core's stored force. Downstairs, the remaining demon lies trapped in frozen wreckage, but the victory cost the survivors their last water source. With the containers smashed and the ice scattered across the floor, thirst becomes a threat even more immediate than the monsters. Li Na bargains for her life. She proposes using Jiang Xiaoqian, Su's former fiancé, as bait outside his door, so Gao's men can ambush him when he opens it. Jiang will cooperate, but hunger has changed her price. Before the trap, she demands meat. Gao's men surround the pair and give that request a horrifying answer. The spoiled food is useless, so Gao offers Lin's flesh instead. Jiang understands exactly what he means, takes a cleaver, and turns toward the woman who just volunteered her as bait. Lin backs away, but Jiang tightens her grip and swings. Gao's men hold Lin in place while Jiang advances, choosing food and protection over the last pretense of friendship. Jiang dismisses Lin's plea that they are sisters. Lin was willing to sacrifice her first, so Jiang answers with the same cruelty and attacks without hesitation. Gao and his men watch as Lin falls. Jiang stands over the body and promises that once she has eaten, she will go upstairs and make Su pay. Survival inside the hotel has now crossed into open cannibalism. Gao orders Duanya to cook the meat so the group will have strength for the coming attack on Su. There's only one problem. Duan has disappeared, and the long-haired man sends everyone searching for her. Inside the protected suite, Su's new ability finishes settling. His eyes flare, heat resistance rises, and his muscles harden with strength far beyond his former body. One strike confirms that the physique-type nucleus has worked. The surveillance monitor interrupts his test. Someone is waiting outside, and the camera reveals Duanya alone at the reinforced door. She has decided Gao's floor is no longer safe and brought whatever leverage she can offer. When Su opens the door, Duan stumbles into him. The accidental embrace leaves her flushed and furious, and she pulls away before the awkward moment can become another misunderstanding. Su does not accept her simply because she is attractive. From his previous life knowledge, he remembers Duan as strong-willed and capable, a woman who once maintained a working relationship with Gao. That makes her useful, but also someone he cannot trust blindly. Duan presents her qualifications. She's a trained chef, a graduate of Southwest Medical University, and a certified doctor with 3 years of surgical experience. Skills valuable enough to matter when hospitals and supply chains no longer exist. The cooled, powered suite looks impossible compared with the nightmare downstairs. Duan knows she must prove her worth to remain here, while Su reminds her that every additional person consumes scarce resources. Duan promises to do anything if Su does not throw her back into the hotel. He accepts the offer and tells her to treat the suite as her home, but the welcome is entirely conditional. Su warns that she has only one safe choice in front of him: behave, reveal no hidden motive, and never test his methods. Duan agrees, without challenging the authority that has kept this room secure. Then Su gives one final order: remove her clothes. Duan blushes, begins complying, and asks whether it is time to start. The chapter cuts there, leaving the purpose of his command unresolved. For Duanya, the presidential suite feels like another world. Clean running water, electricity, food, and a safe shower are luxuries the people downstairs would kill for. Yet even while she relaxes, she remembers that Su Chen is not a saint, and that shelter beside him comes with its own danger. Su lets her settle in, but his attention never leaves security. He monitors the shower through his phone and insists that he is preventing improper behavior rather than spying. Whatever the excuse, the surveillance reminds Duan that every corner of this refuge belongs to him. Afterward, Su gives Duan a clean nurse uniform that matches the medical role she offered. The outfit is tight, but he calls the fit perfect, and she accepts the new identity that may help secure her place inside the suite. The comm ends when fists hammer the reinforced door. Jiang Xiaoqian screams for Su to save her and threatens to break in. Duan warns that the people outside have already eaten Li Na and will eat them too, but Su is more concerned that the expensive door will be damaged. Su opens the suite anyway. Gao Chiang's group is waiting with Jiang as bait, but every face has changed. Human flesh has reddened their eyes, sharpened their teeth, and filled them with a violent confidence that makes them believe Su can finally be overwhelmed. The first man launches a flying kick. Su catches the leg with one hand, twists the limb and folds the attacker before the others can understand how much the crystal nucleus has strengthened him. Jiang tears away from Gao's men and runs towards Su, begging for rescue. He stops her before she reaches the doorway. The fangs inside her mouth reveal the truth. She ate Lin as well, and that act has already pushed her body beyond human. Gao's survivors do not regret the cannibalism. In their minds, the apocalypse has erased every moral boundary as long as they remain alive. Jiang even celebrates the strength Lin's flesh gave her and announces that Su will be her next meal. Jiang attacks first, launching herself across the room. Su catches the motion, redirects her entire body, and sends her crashing through the suite window in a storm of broken glass. The fall does not stop her. Mutated claws catch the exterior ledge, and Jiang hauls herself back toward the shattered opening, more animal than frightened survivor now. The remaining cannibals rush together before Su can draw a weapon. He calmly questions whether they are worth a bullet, then proves he is willing to waste ammunition anyway by firing into the first attacker at point-blank range. Gao's men spread out and discover that eating human flesh improved more than strength. Their reactions and speed let them dodge Su's shots and launch attacks from the walls, convincing them that a guarded gunman still cannot hit them. Su lets the long-haired man finish boasting, then asks whether the speech is over. Before the answer matters, Su catches him by the head and slams him into the floor with raw physical force. A second attacker swings, and immediately, Su blocks the weapon arm, turns the momentum, and flips the entire body overhead as though the new strength has removed every difference in size. Gao charges last with a fang punch, only to realize that Su is faster as well as stronger. Su catches the hotel boss by the throat and pins him against the wall, stopping the attack before Gao can use his new power. Even before Gao's body settles, another presence ignites behind Su. Zhang's flesh erupts with heat, crashes back into the suite, and begins changing at a speed that surprises him. He recognizes her immediately and concludes that her obsessive attachment is driving the mutation deeper. Su finishes Gao and turns toward the new threat, promising to kill Jiang again if she refuses to stay gone. The chapter ends as her body erupts into a tentacled drought demon, roaring inside the room where she once begged to be protected. Duan Yao watches Su Chun standing among Gao Chiang's defeated cannibals and realizes how completely he has dominated the fight. But Jiang Xiao Qian's tentacled drought demon form feels far more dangerous than the bodies already scattered across the suite. If Duan wants to remain beside Su, she cannot hide whenever danger appears. She takes a whip and steps forward in her nurse uniform, offering to help defeat the monster. Su admits that courage is useful, but warns that she may only distract him. Before the argument can continue, Zhang's mutated body erupts into a roar. The creature's distorted face and enormous tentacles fill the corridor, forcing Su to turn away from Duan and focus on the final enemy. The demon attacks with explosive speed. Su absorbs the first collision, reads the sudden increase in power, and activates his superpower berserker mode. Energy races over his body as he meets Zhang's charge head-on instead of retreating. Jiang lunges with her jaws stretched wide, but Su stops the bite at point-blank range. He mocks the useless fangs, holds the transformed face away from his body, and refuses to give the creature room to control the exchange. Then Su announces that it is his turn. He reverses the monster's momentum, hurls the entire body across the room, and follows with another brutal strike before Jiang can stabilize herself. Su dives back in and drives Jiang down again. He had intended to leave her alive until the apocalypse, letting her suffer slowly before death. But her new mutation has changed the schedule. Now he decides to kill her earlier. The demon is not finished. Its tentacles coil around Su, tighten across his body, and hoist him upside down above Zhang's transformed torso. Even this trap cannot make him panic. It only gives him another opening to dismantle the creature. Su tears through Zhang's arms and escapes. The severed limbs twitch, then grow back as though the damage never happened. Duan can barely understand what she is seeing, while Su calmly confirms that the demon can regenerate missing body parts. To Su, that discovery is excellent news. A target that restores itself is difficult to kill, but it can also be torn apart repeatedly. His expression changes from concentration to delight as he prepares to turn Zhang's healing ability into a controlled experiment. Su grabs Jiang and declares that he wants to know the exact limit. He begins with the left hand, wrenching it away while the demon roars, then continues the test without allowing the regenerated creature a chance to escape. The punishment expands from one limb to the entire body. Su tears through the next attack, removes the tail and both legs, and leaves Jiang scattered around him before calling that destruction only the first round. Jiang rebuilds herself again. Su immediately announces a second round, and by the third, Duan can only watch as the same cycle of destruction and regeneration begins to blur together. Su keeps testing. By the 8th round, even Jiang's eyes and tongue return. By the 16th, internal organs regenerate as well, suggesting that everything except the head can be restored. The uninterrupted montage carries the experiment all the way past 20 cycles. After the 21st regeneration, the healing finally stops. Su notes that he had considered gouging out Jiang's eyes next, then dismisses the idea and jokes that he is not a devil. The ruined demon can do nothing but ask why he has subjected her to this. Su answers with one word: revenge. Memories of Jiang's betrayal from his previous life flash through his mind, making clear that this is not random cruelty. He pins her under his shoe and stands over the defeated body with his old grievance finally returned in full. Duan cautiously asks whether Su is all right. He turns from Jiang as if the savage experiment were already finished business, then asks Duan whether she is ready for what comes next. Duan does not understand until Su pulls her close. After acting so heroically, he says he deserves a reward. With the wrecked suite and defeated monsters still nearby, Duan flushes at the thought that he expects that reward right there. Elsewhere, soldiers at an organized rescue point notice that the temperature is returning to normal. For a moment, they wonder whether the apocalypse may be ending, but the white-haired captain keeps the station under armed observation instead of trusting the sudden calm. A dense crowd appears beyond the barricades. The captain studies it through the haze and realizes the figures are not survivors. They are an enormous zombie horde, packed together and moving directly toward the people sheltering inside the rescue point. She orders the civilians evacuated and tells her soldiers to leave while she holds the horde back. They protest, but she treats the sacrifice as a command and charges into the red-eyed mass alone, buying everyone behind her a few more moments to escape. Back at the presidential suite, Su turns berserker mode into a very different kind of battle. After several rounds, Duan lies exhausted beside him and can only ask how many more times he intends to continue. The wreckage outside the bedroom already feels distant. When the extreme heat wave ends, Su says he must go out. Before leaving, he promises Duan a few unforgettable memories, then explains that people who remain beside him must satisfy two conditions. They must be useful, and they must obey his orders without hesitation. Duan accepts those terms. As night settles over the suite, Su concludes that she has submitted completely and begins preparing for the next disaster. He needs to move before the coming seawater surge changes the city again. With a gesture, Su summons a yellow off-road vehicle from storage. The entire machine materializes beside him, giving him speed, armor, and a way to cross streets that will soon become even more dangerous. His previous life memories explain the urgency. Zombies obsessed with reaching the rescue point eventually formed a tidal wave that killed civilians and soldiers. The collapse scattered military weapons across the city, and survivors used those guns to build violent factions of their own. One such gang blocks Su's road, points guns at the vehicle, and orders him to stop so they can rob it. Su refuses without slowing. When a leader realizes the driver will not brake, Su has already planted his foot on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle slams straight through the gang. Bodies fly across the hood as Su drives on, leaving the injured leader on the pavement to watch the yellow machine disappear down the ruined street. Near the subway, the scorched walls have cracked exactly as Su remembers. Combined with the zombie wave, the damage collapses the station and buries thousands underground. The roar of his vehicle draws the surviving infected toward the enormous crater below. Cracking every skull for a possible crystal would take too long, so Su chooses another destination first. He drives to Engineering University, returning to the campus for the first time since graduation, then dismisses the entire vehicle back into storage at the entrance. Su walks into the building while infected figures frame the doorway. A chained zombie notices him immediately, but the restraint keeps the creature from reaching the newcomer moving deeper into the university. The greater nuisance is human. A territory gang blocks the corridor and demands Su's backpack. He pretends to bargain, revealing braised chicken legs, and the starving men instantly forget caution as they stare at the food in his hand. Sue throws one leg into the room. The gang dives into a desperate fight over it, only for the food to rise out of reach on a nearly invisible thread. Sue holds the line himself and tells them that none of them is worthy of eating his supplies. Humiliation turns the survivors violent. They rush Sue with pipes and clubs, but he answers by drawing a pistol. Moments later, their bodies are left behind while he continues up the stairs, wondering whether his earlier warnings helped more people survive than in his first life and created more gangs like this. Sue reaches the Department of Reptiles and Snakes laboratory. The locked room has apparently been untouched for a long time, and the air inside carries the smell of dead specimens. He searches the abandoned equipment until he finds the animal he came to claim. A water rattlesnake is still alive among the remains, coiled around prey inside its enclosure. Sue recognizes it as the future Golden King snake, an army leader that somehow survived while the other laboratory snakes died. In Sue's previous life, this snake was among the earliest creatures to undergo atavistic mutation. It ate many people and nearly swallowed him as well. The flood will trigger that change in about a week, and Sue does not yet know how powerful the reversal will make it. The snake's focused gaze suggests that it already possesses a trace of intelligence. Sue remains cautious, but footsteps interrupt the inspection. He turns as an armed team enters the laboratory, and the chapter ends with both sides facing each other beside the future monster. The armed team enters the snake laboratory and calls for whoever is hiding inside. Chen steps into view, but the white-haired woman at the front refuses to relax. He senses the ambush in her posture before the first attack begins. The woman launches a surprise kick through the laboratory. Sue avoids the first sweep, but she immediately turns the missed strike into a second aerial attack, using speed and trained technique instead of relying on gunfire. Sue closes the distance and disrupts her rhythm. She catches another man in the exchange, whips into a scissor attack, and keeps twisting for leverage, yet Sue continues reversing every hold until bodies crash across the floor. A pistol reaches the woman's head, but she slaps the barrel aside and kicks again. Sue catches the leg, survives her attempt to trap his head between her thighs, and takes control of the pistol while stopping the fight on his own terms. When the dust settles, the attacker is tied to a chair. She identifies herself as Bai Tsong, captain of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team, and warns Sue to release her. Then she asks whether he knows Liu Xiaofeng, a Special Forces soldier whose life she once saved. Sue cooks steak while Bai explains the disaster outside. Escaped prisoners infiltrated the civilians, seized the university, took students hostage, and stole military weapons. Xiaofeng had led civilians away from the rescue point, never realizing that fugitives were hiding among them. Sue decides the failure was not entirely Bai's fault and eats while she insists that armed professionals can still handle the criminals. Her pride survives the chair and the ropes, but she must negotiate before he will let her act. Sue refuses to join the rescue directly. He can provide firepower, nothing more. Bai reveals that she plans to raid the fugitive's stronghold and recover the stolen supplies. So Sue gives her a sniper rifle and equipment bag before ordering her out of the laboratory. Their target is the university administrative block. Inside, a fugitive boss sits surrounded by armed guards, hostages, and captive women. His men report that the next assault will target the student dormitory, and he orders uncooperative captives sent to the front as expendable shields. Sue interrupts the meeting alone. The nearest thug recoils at the doorway, and the gang demands to know how one unarmed man passed more than 20 guards stationed outside. Sue simply walks into the room as if their numbers are irrelevant. Then Sue raises a hand like a pistol and points at one target. A rifle round tears through the marked thug. While the room erupts in confusion, Sue points again and warns everyone that moving will bring the same instant death. The fugitive boss refuses to be intimidated, but Bai is waiting on the opposite rooftop. Her scope follows Sue's signals, and the next man he marks is eliminated before anyone inside can locate the shooter. The strange method is exactly Sue's plan. Bai takes the rooftop rifle. Sue lures the enemy into view, and every finger point becomes her firing order. She dislikes the absurdity, but agrees because it lets one intruder control an entire armed room. The criminals finally understand the trick and close the meeting room curtain, blocking Bai's scope. She calls Sue through her earpiece, only to realize that the enemy has also placed a sniper outside and that her own rooftop position has been exposed. Bai abandons the roof and leaps toward the administrative block. As she races through the structure, The boss orders Sue killed. Convinced her partner is surrounded, she tells him to stall until she can reach the room. Bai charges through the last corridor with a rifle, furious that Sue may have died before she could return. She bursts into the meeting room, ready to avenge him, expecting to find the fugitives standing over his body. Instead, Bai is too late for the opposite reason. Sue is already standing among a floor covered with defeated gang members, holding the last thug upright while the hostages remain alive around him. The chapter closes with the cruel joke that the supplies Bai came to recover are not there. The last fugitive tries one final threat. He claims that the people behind him will never let Chen escape, but Sue only promises that they will be joining him soon. One squeeze ends the struggle. Bai Tsang stares at the ruined room, stunned that Sue defeated the entire gang alone. When she worries about the students and the missing supplies, he says he may share what he collected, but only if they behave. Sue head for the girls' dormitory because Lu Xiaofeng and the surviving students have gathered there. He and Bai cross the damaged campus together, passing a dark room where prisoners hang in ominous rows. A masked watcher waits beyond them, signaling that the dormitory is already connected to another violent group. That masked brute is Steel Fong. Outside the girls' dormitory, he complains that his captain has wandered off and caused trouble again. His gang searches the building and finds her alive, hanging among the prisoners. The men hurry to lower her, revealing that she deliberately spent days posing as a captive. The black-haired captain does not ask for rest after a close call. She asks Steel Fong for his version of comfort. He coils a thorn cable, sends it lashing across the room, and strikes her with brutal force. Instead of recoiling, she savors the pain, making the violent partnership between them disturbingly clear. They settle onto a couch surrounded by defeated victims. The captain's pleasure vanishes when she remembers the stockpile that disappeared. She demands the thief's identity and promises to make him pay. The frightened witness can offer only one name: Chen. Steel Fong now has both a target and a reason to hunt him. At the dormitory, Bai finally reunites with Lu Xiaofeng. He is relieved to see his captain alive, then questions why Sue is beside her. The reunion turns serious when Bai notices the worsening scratch on his side. Sue examines it and recognizes the source immediately. The wound came from one of the cannibals. Sue explains that the cannibal's nails carry dangerous bacteria and viruses. Without medicine, even a scratch can become fatal, but medicine is now almost impossible to find. He calmly produces enough to treat Xiaofeng. When Bai asks where it came from, Sue repeats the answer that matters to him. Xiaofeng is his brother. Sue's generosity is also an investment in the future. In his previous life, a military warrior became so powerful that people called him a humanoid nuclear bomb, the god of war. If that legend is Lu Xiaofeng, saving him now is priceless. Xiaofeng promises Sue a favor, but Sue's real demand is urgent. Everyone must evacuate before the Great Flood arrives. The extreme heat is already melting the glaciers. Sue warns that seawater will surge inland until enormous stretches of land disappear beneath the flood. Bai and Xiaofeng take the warning seriously, but one student immediately accuses him of inventing a disaster so he can drive everyone away and monopolize the university's resources. Sue recognizes the troublemaker as Fong Qing, a wealthy second-generation student and famous university boxer who constantly creates conflict between men and women. She ignores the emergency, spots the bag in Sue's hand, and demands to inspect it for food. Sue answers the entitlement with a single slap that sends her reeling. The surrounding students cheer. They say Fong Qing has been a nuisance, hoarding an entire dormitory while everyone else struggled, and demand that she be thrown out. Furious and humiliated, she threatens to find her father and have them all killed. Bai asks whether Sue plans to stop her, but he simply watches her leave. Fong Qing keeps boasting as she walks away, insulting the men of her country, especially Sue, and praising foreigners instead. She never notices the hand reaching behind her. Steel Fong clamps one hand over her mouth, locks the other around her body, and abducts her before she can raise an alarm. Sue leaves Captain Bai to organize the evacuation. His own priority is the Golden King Snake. Once it mutates, harvesting it may let him obtain hydrokinesis, the ability to manipulate water. In a world about to drown, that power could decide survival. As Sue studies the snake on his phone, a heavy vehicle rolls into his path. A muffled cry comes from Fong Qing. Sue finds her bound beside the vehicle and dryly asks whether she found her father so quickly. Chains frame the scene while Steel Fong stands above his captive and claims the ambush. The entire vehicle, hostage, attacker, and target are finally revealed in one threatening composition. Steel Fong crouches on the vehicle and confirms Su's identity. He expected the man who stole their supplies to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Yet Su looks completely ordinary. One glance is enough for Su to recognize the name behind the mask. Steel Fong belongs to the Federal Bureau of Evolution. Steel Fong proudly confirms it and announces that he prepared a gift for this meeting. He triggers the locks on the truck's container. The doors open through a cloud of red haze, revealing a packed horde of cannibals waiting inside. This is not merely a hostage exchange. Steel Fong has brought an entire living weapon. With Fong Qing restrained and the cannibals ready to pour out, Steel Fong asks whether Su is prepared to die. Su does not retreat. He stands alone below the vehicle, perfectly calm, while Steel Fong and his captive loom above him. The chapter ends at the instant before the trap is sprung. Bai Cong traces the direction Su Chan took and prepares to investigate alone, but Lu Xiaofeng refuses to stay behind. Together, they cross the university and approach the battlefield from above. Steel Fong is still on the vehicle. Fong Qing remains bound beside him, and Su stands below the trap without showing fear. Steel Fong turns Fong Qing into a cruel challenge. If Su kneels and begs, he claims he will release the captive and let Su play the hero. Su studies the arrangement and says saving her is possible, which immediately gives Fong Qing hope. Then he adds one small condition. There's a problem. Fong Qing demands that Su honor his word, but he asks why someone as unworthy as him should save her. Since she considers local men inferior, he offers to contact the foreign gentlemen she admires and see whether any of them will rescue her. The mockery drives her into a rage. She accuses Su of taking petty revenge just because she insulted him. Then pride takes over, and she declares that he is pathetic and that she never needed his help anyway. Su does not argue. He simply tells her to remember those exact words when the danger reaches her. The cannibals begin climbing over the bound woman from every side. Fong Qing's confidence collapses as red eyes crowd around her, and she screams that she was wrong. Now she begs Su to save her, but Steel Fong laughs at the reversal and promises that Su will soon be joining her inside the horde. Steel Fong calls what comes next technology from the Federal Bureau of Evolution. He carries a dark powder and explains that anyone coated with it will be treated by the cannibals as one of their own. Su immediately understands the trick, but the revelation that the powder is made from bone ash disgusts him. Angry at being mocked, Steel Fong orders every cannibal to tear Su apart. The horde charges from the vehicle and the street until Su disappears inside the ring. He calmly crosses his arms, gathers spatial energy in both hands, and prepares to turn the trap against its owner. Twin spatial blades explode through the formation. Su carves intersecting lines across the entire crowd, flips through the collapsing enemies, and lands beyond them with both hands touching down. The attack is so fast that Steel Fong continues boasting for a moment, convinced Su died before the result becomes visible. Su appears behind Steel Fong before the brute can understand what happened. Bai and Xiaofeng arrive at the same moment and see what looks like an army surrounding their ally. Steel Fong orders another attack, but Su tells Bai not to waste her voice. The battle is already over. Steel Fong asks how that could be possible. Then the cannibals fall apart behind Su, their bodies already divided by a lattice of spatial cuts. The masked brute finally sees that every monster was defeated before Su landed. Su steps through the distortion and asks the real question. Who ordered the Federal Bureau of Evolution to kill him? Steel Fong refuses to betray his commander. He grips his mask, forces his body into a violent transformation, and chooses a desperate attack instead of an answer. Su watches without flinching as the larger form throws everything into one final strike. The finish happens almost instantly. Bai can barely process what she witnessed, because training alone cannot explain Su's speed or power. Su stands with Steel Fong's mask in hand and admits he held himself back against such small fry. What he really needs, he thinks, is a capable assistant. The story cuts back to Green City Hotel. Duanya sleeps alone in a room and dreams of Su Chun walking away from her. She calls his name and begs him not to leave, but the bright path keeps pulling him farther from her reach. Duan wakes in bed and wonders why Su still has not returned. The same nightmare keeps repeating because she remembers his rule. Anyone useless has no right to remain beside him. Fear of becoming a burden follows her even inside the protected suite. She decides fear is not enough. Duan promises that she will not weigh Su down and that she will become his right-hand fighter. She takes the pistol and begins sweeping the hotel room, holding her entire body ready instead of waiting helplessly on the bed. A strange sound draws Duan toward the doorway, yet the room ahead appears empty. Her eye shifts as she senses movement from the wrong direction. By the time she turns, a heat-mutated cannibal is already looming behind her. The chapter ends with Duan trapped at point-blank range. At Green City Hotel, Duanya realizes the heat-mutated cannibal appeared behind her without a sound. It crowds her against the desk and blocks the straight path to safety. Her pistol is still within reach, so Duan studies the room, fixes her eye on the weapon, and slowly extends one hand. The plan fails before her fingers close. The creature knocks the pistol away, lunges with burning red eyes, and catches Duan from behind. Instead of biting immediately, it keeps sniffing around her. Duan understands the terrible advantage. The mutant may not see well, but it can hunt her at point-blank range by smell. Duan makes another desperate reach. Her body stretches toward the pistol while the creature presses closer, and for one moment her hand nearly reaches the grip. She snaps upward to seize it, but the mutant clamps down again and sends the gun spinning beyond her reach. The failure triggers Su Chen's warning in Duan's memory. His resources are limited, beauty alone earns no protection, and anyone useless has no place beside him. Duan refuses to accept that label. She turns her fear into a counterattack, strikes the mutant at close range, and forces space between them. Duan reaches the emergency axe and swings, but the creature catches the blade with one hand. She reacts instantly, breaks its grip, and drives a full kick into the mutant before it can recover. The fight is no longer about escape. Duan is proving she can survive beside Su. With the mutant down, Duan advances and raises the axe for the finish. She plants one foot on the body and declares that she is not useless. The creature dies beneath her, leaving the crystal core in its head, the same kind of prize Su told her could grant a new ability. Elsewhere at Engineering University, Bai Tsang and Lu Xiaofeng follow Su's warning and begin evacuating the students. Bai contacts her brother Bai Ming and asks him to bring troops to protect the movement. Armed escorts form around the dormitory, while Su quietly returns to the reptile laboratory for the creature he has been waiting to harvest. The Golden King snake enters the huge bucket of water Su prepared. The water erupts as its body rises, twists, and expands through a violent first mutation. Su watches the tiny laboratory snake convulse while a dragon-like form takes shape, proof that waiting for the flood would have created a disaster. The first surge throws Su backward, but he lands and faces the new monster without retreating. Its body now towers over the laboratory. Since the snake chose to submit to him before changing, Su offers one chance to continue as his pet. The spatial blade in his hand makes the alternative obvious. Mutation has also given the snake intelligence. It turns and tries to escape, smashing through the laboratory as Su launches after it. Snakeskin walk footwork keeps him in range through the chase. His spatial blade lands cleanly, only for the hardened scales to resist far more than he expected. The transformed snake lunges with its jaws wide. Su abandons the blade and raises his fists, deciding that if cutting will not work, brute force will. He punches through the first attack while the enormous body coils around him, turning the room into a moving cage of scales and teeth. The snake tightens around Su, but he notices the entanglement is only a feint. Its real goal is the bite. The jaws crash down and clamp his body inside while the coils hold him in place. For a moment, the creature appears to have trapped both his arms and his escape route. Bai and Xiaofeng continue leading the evacuation away from the dormitory. The group questions why Bai has such faith in the man she barely knows, but she insists Su will not die. The first time she saw him, his strength, deep gaze, and unfathomable calm felt less like an ordinary person and more like a monster. Back in the laboratory, the transformed snake closes another trap around Su, but he reaches toward the true target. He tears through the jaws and coils from within, forces the mouth apart, and destroys the final hold. The creature's intelligence and hard scales are useless once Su reaches the source of its mutation. Su finds what he came for, the crystal core. He lifts the glowing fragment between his fingers as purple energy gathers around him. The chapter ends with Su preparing to discover what ability the mutated Golden King snake will grant him. The heat wave is over, But Chengdu is not saved. Rain smothers the skyline, floodwater buries roads and low buildings, and terrified residents lose the last dry ground beneath them. Engineering University is reduced to a few tall structures above the water. In the middle of that disaster, Su Chen dives directly into the current. The golden king snake's crystal core has changed him again. Tiny scales cover Su's skin, his strength rises, and a protective membrane shields his eyes. Underwater, he does not need his mouth or nose to breathe. His skin draws in what he needs, allowing him to stand and move beneath the flood without suffocating. It is not water control, but underwater breathing is enough to turn the flood into a road. Su swims upstream from Green City Hotel, even while the current and flying debris batter everything else. Above him, the distant volcanic eruption is nearing its peak. Once ash blocks the sun, the great flood will give way to a doomsday winter. Su remembers what rises from this water in his previous life. The golden king snake and the elusive female corpse king control the north. The cannibalistic devourer clan gathers in the south. A rat king and its army take the west, while skull crusher Gao Chiang rules the east from Green City Hotel. Each faction grows around mutated crystal cores. This time, Gao Chiang and the golden king snake are already dead. The devourer clan is scattered, and the female corpse king is too difficult to find, leaving one practical target: the rat king that once emerged at the University of Science and Technology. Su plans to reach it early, but as he pauses above the water, red eyes gather beneath him. He has relaxed long enough to be surrounded. Nearby, 3 men cling to a communications tower while the flood churns below. They have been assigned to monitor Su for the Federal Bureau of Evolution, but the disaster has trapped them in their own observation post. They spot Su swimming against the current, recognize him, and then notice the mass of mutated swimmers racing behind him. The mutant pack tears through the water after Su. The stranded agents warn him not to come closer, but Su hears the name of the Federal Bureau and sees an opportunity. If its influence already reaches this far, these men may know what is happening elsewhere. He accelerates, erupts from the flood, and rockets toward their tower with the full swarm in pursuit. One observer had just threatened to kick Su back into the water. Su reaches the platform first and answers with a kick of his own. The blow drives the man from the tower, and his body tumbles toward the flood while his companions scramble to stop the fall. A companion catches the falling man's wrist, leaving both of them suspended above the current. The rescuer refuses to release him even when his strength begins to fail. Su sits above them and demands everything they know about the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The hanging agent refuses to betray it, certain that others will avenge them even if they die. Death reaches them before Su needs another threat. Mutated hands rise from below and seize the hanging agent's ankle, dragging both brothers toward the swarm. The last man on the tower vows to jump after them. They crash into the flooded battlefield, where a red-eyed mutant closes on the trapped observer. The observer thinks he is about to die. Instead, purple spatial energy flashes through the water. Su launches into the formation, tears through the attackers, and destroys the swarm before the current can scatter the men. When the survivors surface beside him, even the agents assigned to watch Su can only wonder whether he is human at all. A life saved creates a debt. Back at the communications tower, one observer agrees to tell Su what he knows. The Federal Bureau of Evolution operates from the University of Science and Technology under Chief Liu and a research team. The field agents only follow orders, but their information confirms that the Bureau is rooted inside the same university where the future rat plague begins. Su asks the question that matters. Do the laboratories their research rats? The observer admits that only researchers are allowed inside, and says the field team knows nothing more. That is enough. Su decides to investigate the university before the Rat King and its army can emerge again. Meanwhile, the flood surrounds Green City Hotel. Duanya has taken the crystal core from a mutant she killed and absorbed it herself. Her eyes flash open, her body changes, and she rises in disbelief, asking whether the evolution succeeded. The power has awakened, but its true nature is still unknown. Before Duan can understand the result, water reaches her floor. Dark bodies and curling shapes move through it around her legs. The chapter ends with the newly evolved Duan trapped inside the hotel as the flood brings another threat directly to her room. Floodwater surrounds Green City Hotel as the crystal core takes effect inside Duanya. Pink energy surges through her entire body, Her eyes flare with a new light, and she finally rises to her feet. Duan asks whether the evolution worked, but she has no time to test it calmly. The flood has already reached her floor. Dark tentacles move through the water around Duan's legs. She senses something beside her, and a grotesque creature coils around her body before she can retreat. The slimy limbs tighten across her torso and legs. Then the mutant raises a spined head and opens a circular mouth packed with teeth. The mouth lunges. Duan blocks it at point-blank range, but more coils seize her hands and legs, turn her upside down, and immobilize her. A forest of identical creatures rises from the flooded corridor. Surrounded and unable to move, Duan realizes she never learned what ability the crystal core gave her. Duan remembers Chen's lesson. A crystal core grants the ability of the creature that formed it, but appearances do not reveal what that power is. To use it, she must feel her body, the environment, and every change around her. Duan reaches inward and suddenly senses a connection to the monster's simple minds. Duan gives one command: stop. Her eyes burn pink, and every creature freezes instantly. The coils slacken and slide away, leaving her sticky but free. The crystal core has awakened a form of mental control, strong enough to halt the entire swarm before any monster can bite again. Control does not earn the monster's mercy. Duan reaches for the emergency axe, keeps every creature motionless, and wades toward them with her full body and weapon in view. One sweeping attack severs the tentacle heads. Blood stains the wall, and Duan stands alone in the flooded corridor, finally able to protect herself without Su. Duan decides she needs a bath, only for a human shadow to ask whether it can join her. She whirls with the axe ready and finds Su returning through the flooded hallway. Relief replaces suspicion. Duan recognizes him, rushes forward, and throws herself into his arms so hard that the reunion becomes awkward for both of them. Back inside the protected suite, they wash off the filthy floodwater. Su asks whether Duan awakened an ability and explains that he sensed the change even before she described it. Duan stays close, then admits that the power appears to control minds. The bath becomes a safe place to test what the new ability can actually do. Su immediately feels Duan's mental influence. She focuses everything on him, wrapping his mind in purple energy, but the difference between their strength is enormous. Duan realizes that if Su had not consented, the attempt could have crushed her the moment she tried to affect him. Su calls the ability valuable and orders her to keep practicing. Night settles over the flooded city while practice continues inside Green City Hotel. A single lit room remains above the black water, marking the safe base where Duan learns to hold and direct the new power instead of being overwhelmed by it. The next session is practical. Duan fires a pistol at moving tentacle targets while Su corrects her grip, focus, and aim without separating either body from the weapon. He gives her half a day to become familiar with both shooting and mental control. Then Su reveals the next destination. Because Duan came from the medical university, she will accompany him there and prove her usefulness. Chen takes the yacht toward the flooded science and technology university with Duanya beside him in her conspicuous bunny outfit. Duan asks whether she is dressed too boldly, but Su says that with him there, no one can touch her. She once visited this campus to see a friend, and now she can only hope that person survived the apocalypse. The yacht pushes onward through the drowned district until the broken university finally appears above the water. A survivor base has been built into the ruined campus, the same territory connected to the earlier mutant Rat King. As the boat nears the barricade, Su's expression sharpens. The people behind those walls are already treating every arrival as a threat. Gunfire rains down before the yacht can dock. Su pulls Duan against him and shields her while the bullets strike around them. An armed guard demands their identities. Su answers that they came to join the Evolution Bureau and asks for the gate to be opened. But the gatekeeper ignores him, propositions Duan, and tells Su to disappear. Duan changes the negotiation with one plate of real braised pork. The sight of fresh meat breaks the defenders' hostility instantly. A starving captain screams for the gate to be opened, climbs down toward the yacht, and claims the food for himself. His blackened mutant hand reveals what kind of people now control this supposedly official refuge. Inside, a nervous survivor guides Su and Duan through the wrecked university. He explains that the elderly, children, and other people deemed useless are forced into the lower levels, while those with power claim cleaner rooms above. The cruelty becomes immediate when a man berates a starving child for stumbling. Duan catches the little girl and kneels with her before she falls. The child's parents left to search for food and never returned. Duan offers her bread, but the girl is afraid that accepting it will leave her new bunny sister hungry. Duan is stunned by that concern. Su calmly reminds everyone that his strength, not luck, keeps their group supplied, and Duan promises the child that she will not go hungry. Su proves the promise by opening his storage power. Blue light builds into an entire table of hot dishes in the middle of the starving base. Duan jokes about belonging to Su, and the child innocently asks whether she can do the same if it means eating. Duan shuts down the misunderstanding and feeds her. Then Su notices silhouettes approaching through the courtyard. An armed patrol storms in and declares that hoarding is forbidden. Their leader says every supply must be surrendered in exchange for contribution points, even though the refugees have seen almost no food distributed in days. Duan keeps the child behind her. Su gives a small nod, and Duan understands. These men can expose their own greed before Su decides how to deal with them. Duan steps forward and asks whether food is all they want. A blue storage effect surrounds her complete figure, and a mountain of meat appears before the patrol. Discipline vanishes. The enforcers rush the table, tear into the food, and praise her compliance, while Su and Duan watch them reveal exactly what their rules are worth. Even after eating her food, the patrol says Duan must be punished for breaking their rules. The one-eyed captain orders prisoners brought out and announces a life-or-death duel. The newcomer must kill them or be killed. Two chain men are dragged into the courtyard. Su recognizes them as the same brothers he encountered during the earlier disaster. The rescued child sees the prisoners and cries out for her elder brothers. She lunges toward them, but Duan holds her back because the men are no longer in their right minds. The captain explains that they failed a mission, earned no contribution points, and were sentenced to death. He kept them alive for entertainment, and now threatens to throw their little sister into the flood with them if the newcomers lose, feeding the entire family to the water monsters. The death duel begins in the flooded university courtyard. Su-chan studies the two chain brothers and immediately sees that neither man is acting willingly. Both are trapped in a drug frenzy. The one-eyed captain gives the order, and the brothers launch themselves at Su with the strength of cornered animals. One brother lashes a chain, while the other charges from the opposite side. Su verily moves. He raises one hand, strikes the first man at the neck, and drops the second in the same fluid counter. Both brothers hit the ground at his feet before the guards can process what happened. The rigged death match is over almost as soon as it starts. Duanya holds the terrified little sister back and promises that her brothers will survive. Su stands over both prisoners without killing them. The guards abandon the duel and offer a new deal. Surrender every supply, and they will pretend nothing happened. Su refuses. They invoke Leo's rules, explaining that anyone staying at the university must earn contribution points by handing over resources or finding supplies. Su sees the system for what it is, money controlled by the people who wrote the rules. A new voice offers Su an easier path. Work for him. Leo emerges behind the guards, grinning through a metal mouthpiece. His scale explains the entire base. The enormous ruler sits on a spiked throne with armed men below and women pressed against him, promising free meals, accommodation, and authority to anyone useful enough to serve. Leo demonstrates how little his own followers matter. He orders Captain Gu forward, seizes him, and powers up a cybernetic eye. Then he grips a heavy club and crushes the captain in one brutal vertical strike. With Captain Gu dead, Leo calmly offers Su the vacant position as though the execution were a routine job interview. The offer grows uglier. Leo treats the women beside him as property and tries to buy Duan's compliance with luncheon meat and unlimited instant noodles. His guards openly imagine taking her for themselves. Then Leo catches the smell of forbidden meat on the patrol. The men drop to their knees and beg for mercy while Duan quietly tests her mental control. But Leo remains unaffected, and his influence disrupts her hold over everyone else. The patrol admits it stole the feast. That was a mistake. The meat came from a water ghoul corpse. Their confidence collapses into violent stomach pain, and all three men sprint for the nearest bathroom. Leo can only watch as enforcers flee. More important to Su, the men remain alive after eating mutant flesh, proof that something abnormal is happening inside this base. Leo curses his followers, then studies Su with growing caution. He cannot sense any obvious ability, Yet Su's aura feels overwhelmingly strong. Su notices something equally dangerous. Leo's presence broke Duan's influence over the guards. Killing everyone now would interfere with his search for the mutant rats. So Su rejects the recruitment offer without escalating. Leo orders Lu Tao to take the front position and withdraws with his throne and men. Duan apologizes because her mental control failed, but Su tells her the resistance is not her fault. If people can eat water ghoul flesh and survive, this university is hiding more than ordinary scavengers. Before they can investigate, a ragged woman calls Su by name and insists that he follow her. She identifies herself as Miao Puiwen, Tian Yue's roommate, the woman Su met during his last visit to the university. Behind them, Leo is already planning his next move. He orders Lu Tao to watch Duan and make sure the newcomers cannot escape. The boss smiles as he imagines claiming her, fixating on the same complete figure that drew every guard's attention. Su has found a possible lead inside the university, but he has also entered a base ruled by a predator who now wants what belongs to him. Inside the flooded university shelter, Duan Ya gives medicine to the two brothers and stabilizes them within 4. Su Chun follows Miao Puiwen through rows of displaced students while she explains how Tian Yue has been helping the refuge and leading dangerous supply runs beyond the safe zone. Su asks about the field team, just as an armed scavenger returns through the crowd. The scavenger is Tian Yue. Miao brings him over, and shock turns into relief when he realizes Su is alive. Tian grabs his old friend in a fierce embrace. Nearby students recognize Duan as the university's famous cold goddess, and their admiration quickly turns to jealousy when she asks Su for a private place to change. Miao leads the whole group down the hall and opens a room away from the crowded refuge. While Duan changes, Tian questions how the pair arrived without luggage. He describes the field team's brutal missions and invites Su to join, convinced that neither newcomer understands how dangerous the apocalypse has become. Then his tone hardens. Leo and the guard captain target beautiful women, which makes Duan's presence a direct threat. Tian pats Su on the head like he did in high school and promises to protect both of them. Behind the door, Duan's hand tightens at the warning. Duan begins changing, unaware that a shadow has entered behind her. A knife slides against her throat. Leo's female enforcer locks an arm around her and orders her to come quietly. Duan refuses, even as the blade presses closer. Her eyes flare red and her mental control ability reaches into the attacker's mind, forcing the woman to loosen her grip. The enforcer's eyes empty under Duan's command. She releases her prisoner, lowers the knife, and turns toward the exit. But before the control can settle, she drives the blade through her own palm. The sudden pain shocks her mind awake. Duan realizes too late that the woman has deliberately wounded herself to break the psychic hold. With control shattered, the enforcer lunges again and slams Duan back into a close hold. The struggle reaches the hallway. Su hears the impacts through the closed door, while Miao calls to Duan from outside. Then Su appears in the doorway, wrapped in silent pressure. The attacker releases Duan just enough to step between them, choosing to face the new threat herself. She launches at Su without hesitation, diving across the room with all her strength. Her fist never reaches him. It crashes into an invisible wall of killing pressure, and terror replaces aggression. Su is not moved. As she studies his face, recognition hits. This is Su Chun, the man whose name once spread through the University of Science and Technology like a warning. The devil himself. Memories of Su's past violence flood back in a single red nightmare. The enforcer has killed before, but every instinct now tells her that one more step means death. Su lets his killing intent fill the room and crushes her resistance without touching her. She drops to her knees before Duan, calls for her master to punish her, and bows in submission. Su looks down through the purple haze and asks the question that exposes a deeper mystery. Who is her master? The captured enforcer insists that her surrender is sincere, then offers herself as proof of loyalty. Tian Yue and Miao Puiwen burst into the room at exactly the wrong moment and stare at the scene in disbelief. Su Chan remains unmoved, but the distraction gives the woman an opening. She drops a smoke bomb, races through the white cloud, and nearly reaches the exit, until Su catches her by the throat and lifts her before she can escape. Desperate to live, the enforcer reveals that the guards see Xiao Mei and her two brothers and drag them to the arena. Så de fjusi stolbargen. He throws the woman out through the flooded exterior and turns to Tion's group for the truth. Miao explains that the brothers failed the task and will be fed to giant rats. That single detail interests Su. He leads Tion, Miao, and Duanya across the shelter and straight toward the university arena. The arena floor is already prepared. Leo keeps both brothers bound as bait and tells Xiao Mei that he may spare them if she enters the cage and survives. Her brothers shout for her to run, but the child plants her feet and refuses to abandon them. Leo signals the gate. A giant rat emerges, stalks across the flooded floor, and towers over Xiao Mei. She tries to defend herself, but its jaws close during her desperate block, and the impact hurls her backward. The attack drags Xiao Mei back to the days before the arena. Her brothers once found mushrooms while the three of them were starving. Afraid the food might be poisonous, the older brother tested it himself before letting her eat. The family survived by chasing contribution points, and both men promised they would return with something delicious. Now those same brothers hang helpless above the arena, while Leo orders his men to silence them with another brutal strike. Seeing her brothers suffer drives Xiao Mei back on her feet. She charges with her staff, lands a blow beside the rat's glowing eye, and makes the beast howl. Its shockwave throws her down again, yet she launches herself forward once more and refuses to abandon the rescue. The rat closes from behind, looms over her, and swats her away. Leo laughs at the child's resistance while the wounded creature corners her on the arena floor. The bound brothers beg for someone to help, and Xiao Mei finally cries beneath the killing blow. Suansers. He steps between the child and the rat, stops the attack with one hand, and destroys the creature in a single counter. Xiao Mei, Duan, Tion, and the others can only stare. Leo's confidence vanishes, but Su discovers something stranger than the easy victory. Despite its size, the rat has no crystal nucleus and does not feel like an ordinary mutated creature. Furious, Leo orders every remaining beast released. Arena gates unlock around Su, and red eyes multiply in the darkness behind the bars. Instead of retreating, Su stands alone at the center of the flooded floor and faces the entire pack. Leo believes he has turned one execution into another, but Su treats the army of giant rats as the answer to the mystery he came here to investigate. Duanya brings Xiao Mei to her injured brothers, and the family finally reunites on the arena floor. Both men thank their little sister for refusing to abandon them, but Xiao Mei immediately corrects them. Su Chen is the one who defeated the rat and saved all three of their lives. While the family recovers, someone else is already studying their rescuer from above. Inside an upper-floor laboratory, Leo Hayun watches with the female enforcer beside him. The scientist calls Su valuable research material and explains that the giant rats were engineered with the university's latest technology. Su gives the experiment no time to prove itself. Surrounded by red eyes, he cuts through the entire pack in one connected burst. The survivors and Leo stare as every creature collapses, yet Su finds the same anomaly in all of them. Not one body contains a crystal nucleus. A loudspeaker crackles over the flooded arena. Leo Hayun introduces himself from the balcony, openly identifies Su as the experimental subject he needs, and orders Lao Guo and Tian Yue to bring him upstairs. Su waits among the dead rats, while the order divides the survivors. Frightened juniors beg Duan to flee, but she refuses to leave while Su remains. Leo pressures Tion to choose obedience over friendship. Miao reveals why the threat works. Leo Hayun's drug grants strength by consuming life force, and anyone deprived of the next dose becomes weaker than an ordinary person. Su calmly waits for Tion's answer. At first, Tion apologizes and appears ready to obey, which makes Leo celebrate another friendship broken by fear. Lao Guo volunteers to finish the capture and rolls his enormous body towards Su. Then Tion makes his real choice. He crashes into Lao Guo, hurls him across the arena, and plants himself between Su and the university's enforcers. Tion rejects both Leo and the drug controlling him. He would rather die free than help them touch the friend he still calls his brother. Miao steps beside him, restoring the same team that fought together before the apocalypse. Lao Guo rises with twin meteor hammers and attacks Tion in a storm of chains. Tion countercharges, recovers from the first swing, and drives his fists into the larger man's body. But Lao Guo has taken a level 2 version of the strength drug, while Tion received only level 1. The transformed enforcer claims his fat is an invincible defense. Tion's blows land, yet the massive body absorbs the barrage and closes the distance without slowing. Tion keeps punching, but Lao Guo walks through every hit and raises a meteor hammer for the finish. Electricity races over the weapon. Tion notices too late. Blood runs down his face as the charge hammer bears down, and Lao Guo commits to a killing swing. Before the blow can land, a new force slams into the transformed enforcer and tears him away from his target. Su has entered the fight. He interrupts Lao Guo's strike and kicks the enormous man away from Tion in one complete arc. Tion, Duan, and the others stare at the effortless rescue. The level 2 drug, the fat defense, and the electrified weapons do not change Su's expression. From the laboratory, Liu Haiyun watches with renewed interest. His engineered rats failed, and his strongest enforcer has been overpowered. But the scientist now has even more reason to want Su alive as his next experiment. Su Chen's kick tears through Lao Guo's electrified defense and leaves the enormous enforcer collapsed at his feet. High above the arena, Liu Haiyun does not react with fear. The scientist stands behind the laboratory glass and becomes even more fascinated. Su has survived the engineered rats, broken a level 2 fighter, and displayed exactly the strength Liu wants for his next experiment. The laboratory is the center of Liu's obsession. He claims to have spent every resource and worker searching for a way to evolve humanity into perfect beings, then invites Su to become the first successful subject. Su asks whether perfect human actually means rat. Liu happily confirms that rat genes are the core of his research and imagines building an army of rat men to conquer the world. Su calls the plan stupid. Offended, Liu prepares a demonstration and orders the armed woman beside him to fire into the arena. The muzzle flashes. The bullet passes Su and strikes Lao Guo instead. Rather than finishing him, the shot triggers another stage of the experiment. Flesh swells, red eyes burst across his body, and the former sumo wrestler mutates into a many-eyed monster. Tion and the other survivors recoil. Liu explains that Lao Guo has now received a level 3 drug that increases strength and rapidly heals damage. Su sees no greatness in it. Only a human being turned into a monster. Liu orders his creation to kill Su and bring back the corpse for gene extraction. Every eye locks on his Su, and the mutant launches an electrified charge that throws him through the air. Duanya shouts a warning, but Su recovers and takes control of the attack. He catches the electrical discharge in one hand, tears a battery unit from the weapon, and raises it over the monster. Then he drives the battery into Lao Guo's open mouth. The cell detonates between the creature's teeth, and Su walks away with the full explosion rolling behind him. Tion and Duan stare into the flames, wondering if the monster is finally dead. Liu calmly analyzes the blast, because the level 3 drug was built to recover from this kind of damage. The monster's wounds knit together, its many eyes reopen, and it rises beneath the university balcony. Su finds the regeneration annoying. The next assault tears through the arena, but he avoids using his real ability where so many people can see it. Instead, he keeps moving until the fight fills the floor with dust. Duan and the survivors lose sight of both combatants and wait inside the cloud for the next impact. Even Liu cannot tell what Su is planning. Hidden by the dust, Su leaps above the regenerating creature and opens his storage space. His private dimension holds more than food and vehicles. It contains prepared weapons. Blue portals spread across the arena, releasing blocks of concrete, steel beams, and construction debris. The masses converge from every direction and crash down with enough force to shake the university. When the dust begins to thin, an entire mountain of cement and steel occupies the center of the arena. Su sits calmly on top of the rubble with Lao Guo buried somewhere underneath. Liu Haiyun glares from the laboratory, leans over his console, and threatens to leave Su without a burial place. Su looks around at the red enclosure and the enemies surrounding the arena. That threat is exactly what he wanted to hear. Still holding the stolen electrical unit, he decides that the conditions are perfect and that he does not plan to let any of them escape. Outside the university, Tian Yue and the survivors discover that the people taken into Liu Haiyun's laboratory have already mutated into Ratman. Su Chun is no longer interested in fighting every creature himself. His target is Liu, so he leaves the entire pack to Tian. The warning that follows is colder than encouragement. If she loses her value, she loses the right to remain beside him. Tian understands. She gathers the frightened survivors, steps in front of the swarm, and forces herself to control more minds than ever before. Her eyes turn red as the rat men fall under her command, and she orders them to focus on killing the traitors surrounding the group. Inside the university, Lu calmly waits behind the laboratory glass until a scientist reports that Su has defeated the security force and broken into Yun's room. Lu's composure snaps. He orders the staff to inject him with the doomsday gene immediately. The scientists warn that the fusion remains unstable and could destroy him, but he refuses to listen. Electrodes are attached across his body while the entire laboratory prepares the procedure. Lu insists that he will deal with Su personally. At the same time, Su walks alone between rows of glowing cylinders, passing the warped bodies and engineered creatures that Lu has collected as research material. One cylinder stops Su in his tracks. Yun, the woman he met at the bar before the disaster, floats unconscious inside it, covered in bandages and surrounded by tubes. Su recognizes her immediately and decides that leaving her there is not an option. He drives his fist through the glass, breaks the tank, and catches her before she reaches the floor. Yun slowly opens her eyes and recognizes Su. He tells her not to worry because he is taking her out. Barely conscious, she can manage only one complaint. She is hungry. Su lifts her securely in both arms and carries her through the ruined laboratory. Lu intercepts them and attacks without hesitation. A long spear of ice tears across the laboratory, but Su catches the strike while still supporting Yun and crushes its force in one hand. Lu points at the injured woman and declares that she belongs to him because he chose her. In his mind, ordinary people are ants, and anyone who controls evolution is destined to rule the world. Su protects Yun against his chest and dismisses the speech for what it is, the fantasy of a lunatic. Frightened that Su might disappear again, Yun gathers enough strength to stand, wraps herself around him, and refuses to let go. Being ignored sends Lu into a rage. He screams that Yun is his woman and drops toward them, but Su is already tired of the noise. Without releasing Yun, he counters and blasts Lu across the laboratory in one sweeping strike. Then the fight takes an unexpected turn. Yun pulls herself up and kisses Su. For once, he's the one caught completely off guard. She reminds him that he was the person who left her behind last time and calls the kiss what he owes her. The burst of defiance exhausts her, and she falls asleep against him while Lu struggles back to his feet. The sight of Su holding Yun breaks the last of Lu's restraint. He decides that if he cannot take them apart, everyone can die together. The unstable doomsday gene surges through him. His face stretches into a fanged muzzle. Bone and muscle erupt across his torso, and his fingers lengthen into hooked claws. The scientist who promised to perfect humanity becomes another monster, a towering werewolf with exposed ribs and electricity crawling over its body. Lu calls this the power of a god. Su does not move back. He places himself between the creature and the sleeping Yun, surrounds them with red pressure, and silently invites the transformed Lu to come forward. Su Chan settles Yun on a seat, gives her chocolate, and tells her to recover while he turns back to Liu Haiyun. The transformed scientist refuses to wait. He dives at Su with enough force to tear through the laboratory, but Su meets the charge head-on and drives him back in a violent circular impact. Blood spatters across Su's shirt, yet his expression barely changes. While the two monsters measure each other again, Yun bites into the chocolate and notices the people fighting in the courtyard below. When Su confirms they are his allies, she refuses to accept his food for nothing and decides to help them herself. Yun throws herself out of the laboratory and warns Su that Lu will not be easy to kill. As she falls past the building, her body begins expanding. Arms, legs, and torso stretch until a giant woman drops into the middle of the courtyard and lands above the stunned survivors. Tian Yue and the men can barely understand what they are seeing. Yun rises over the university and promises to handle the enemies below, but then she notices what fills the battlefield. Rat men on the ground, rat men crawling across the walls, and more dropping from every level. Her confidence vanishes. She nearly steps on one, screams in disgust, and runs through the swarm while the survivors scatter beneath her enormous feet. Su watches the chaos and admits that Yun's enlargement ability is powerful, even if she has no courage around rats. Lu is still harder to kill than expected. Rat men close around Su pour over his body, and seal him inside a living black mass. The mound rises higher and then reshapes itself around Lu's doomsday gene, producing an even stronger Rat King body. Horns, armored muscle, claws, fangs, and a long tail emerge inside a purple aura. Lu laughs at the result. By combining himself with the swarm, he believes he has created a body that is practically immortal, and Su has disappeared somewhere inside it. Across the courtyard, every rat suddenly freezes. Heads rise in perfect unison as the new king steps onto the roof. Tian and the survivors look up and finally understand what Lu has become. The Rat King crouches above them, and thousands of creatures kneel in ordered rows. They are not merely obeying him. They are worshipping him. Yun forces a path through the pack and confronts Lu directly, demanding to know what he did with Su. Lu tells her that Su is already gone. With the man who challenged him supposedly consumed and an army at his feet, he believes no one remains who can stop him. Lu sends the worshipping pack into a frenzy. Rats surge over Yun and tear at her giant body, while another wave crashes into Tian and the defenders. Tian tries to hold the line, but there are too many creatures attacking from every direction. Lu watches the army overwhelm them and begins celebrating his victory. Then a blue light flashes from inside his chest. Fingers close around the crystal core buried at the center of the Rat King body. Lu looks down in confusion. The man he thought had been completely devoured has spent the entire time cutting through the living armor from within. Su apologizes for taking so long. He was searching for the crystal core. A red eruption tears through the Rat King from the inside, and Su bursts free in a storm of blood and shattered flesh. Lu recoils, unable to understand how anyone survived inside his supposedly immortal body. Su steps out with red light in his eyes and the glowing core already between his fingers. Lu's army, regeneration, and new form all depend on that single crystal. Now the source of his power belongs to Su. Taking Liu Haiyun's crystal core does not stop the Ratmen. Without their king, the swarm becomes even more desperate, squeezing through broken walls, cracks, and drainage channels to reach the exhausted survivors. A heavy defender braces a concrete slab against the pack, but rats bite into his leg and drag a smaller companion toward the darkness. The larger man reaches down and tries to pull him free while the trapped survivor begs his brother to leave him behind. Concrete fractures under the pressure. Wounded and nearly empty, the remaining fighters choose to keep charging anyway. They swing until their arms no longer answer and their bodies begin failing, buying the people behind them a few more seconds. Yun's giant form cannot last without food. Her stomach growls, her body shrinks, and the rats immediately close around her again. Brother Tien stands beneath the laboratory, covered in cuts and barely able to breathe. The defenders cannot hold the swarm much longer. Then a narrow force rises above the roof. What happens next is not taking place in the courtyard at all. It begins inside the crystal core that Su just stole. Lu left more than power inside the crystal. His consciousness erupts as a purple storm and takes the form of a red-eyed Rat King. The mental body grows until it towers over the battlefield, reaching through the core to consume Su's mind and reclaim control. The pink-haired controller sees the apparition and fears that Su may have failed. Lu's remaining will closes around him, confident that no ordinary person can resist. Then Su's voice answers from inside the core. He reveals his own mental form and admits that Lu's consciousness is still trying to devour him, but Lu chose the wrong battlefield. When it comes to mental strength, Su has no intention of losing. Su overwhelms Lu's consciousness and returns to his body with the crystal core under his control. The surviving fighters hear his voice and realize that he is alive. Rats still rush him from every direction, but now they can feel the authority remaining inside the core. One defender shouts a warning as the pack closes in. Su does not raise a weapon or move out of their path. Red light fills his eye, and he gives the entire swarm a single command: get lost. Every attacking rat recoils. The pack turns at once and scatters across the courtyard, racing away from Su instead of tearing him apart. Rat men pour through windows, collide in their panic, and even drag wounded members of the swarm with them. The defenders can only stare as an army. They could not stop disappears in seconds. Brother Tien looks across the suddenly empty ground and realizes what happened. Su used the remaining pressure of the Rat King crystal to frighten every rat into retreat. The survivors have made it through the siege. Relief lasts only a moment. Brother Tien coughs, loses his balance, and collapses. Su catches him while Yun and the others gather around. The drug Tien injected for strength was actually a poison. The more power he used, the deeper it spread through his body. Su searches for an antidote and remembers a corpse chained inside Lu's laboratory. If he can use that corpse's blood to make a serum, it should neutralize the poison. With Tien fading in his arms, the group has no time to waste. Su enters the laboratory Yun mentioned and immediately feels pressure pulling at him like a black hole. Blood streaks the walls, yet the room seems almost empty. A barrier made of mental power blocks his path. Su forces his way through it, and the world fractures in a cold blue light. When his vision settles, he is standing inside someone else's memory. A woman sits at the main computer and greets him as classmate Lu. Su looks through Liu Haiyun's eyes, sees Lu's reflected face, and understands the trap. Until he wakes up, this memory wants him to believe that he is Lu. The woman is Professor Shio, and the memory shows how she draws the young researcher into her orbit. She invites Lu to sit, removes her coat, and turns a scientific lesson into deliberate seduction. On the table is a crab carrying saculina, a parasite that enters its host and spreads root-like branches through the body. It changes the crab's behavior while keeping the host alive, because protecting the host also protects the parasite. Professor Shio keeps closing the distance until Lu can barely separate her lesson from her manipulation. Su does not interrupt the memory. He lets it reveal the relationship that helped shape Liu Haiyun. Then the red moon rises, the heat becomes unbearable, and the memory jumps into the apocalypse. Food is disappearing. When Lu finds the last supply bag open, he catches Professor Shio stealing from it. Whatever affection once existed is gone. Lu tells her those supplies are worth more than her life and threatens to take the food back before her body can digest it. Professor Shio apologizes and tries to calm him, but Lu raises a knife. He forces her down, attacks, and leaves the laboratory sprayed with blood. A rat feeds on her flesh while Lu watches. Professor Shio lies still, and the creature begins changing beside her. Eating human flesh makes the rat evolve, but the result is violent, unstable, and far from perfect. Lu turns the disaster into an experiment. He uses Professor Shio's blood to create a serum that can neutralize the poison, then discovers that she is still alive and continuously mutating. To him, that makes her valuable. He chains her inside the laboratory, calls her the perfect research specimen, and records evidence of a so-called doomsday gene. The professor's body collapses into a mass of parasitic roots, but Lu keeps studying her from behind his terminal. He prepares to open her brain, laughing as if the woman he knew has become nothing more than data. That thing is still alive in the present laboratory, and now its consciousness turns on Su. The horned professor offers what looks like a purple crystal core and urges Lu to eat it. For one moment, the memory makes the bait appear real. Su sees through it. The object is only rotten meat. If the genuine core were already in his hand, the parasite would have died immediately. He crushes the false fragment, and Lu's face peels apart in purple shards. The borrowed identity is breaking. Professor Shio realizes the man inside her illusion is not the student she remembers. Su tears the illusion open and returns to himself in front of the enormous laboratory machine. Cables radiate from the chain body like the roots of the parasite Professor Shio once described. She admits that she finally found a suitable human and came close to taking him over. Su decides to open her brain and find the truth himself. She begs, claims she is only a helpless woman hurt by others, and offers to surrender. Su does not believe a word. He presses his hand against her head and destroys her before she can seize another host. Blood strikes the laboratory wall, the restraints go slack, and her entire body crumbles into ash. Su is left holding the crystal he carried into the trap. But Professor Shio's destruction creates a new problem. Her body was the source Lu used to make the serum, and Brother Tien still needs an antidote. Su reasons that Lu must have stored a finished dose among the laboratory vials. The final memory explains the danger clearly. Once Sakulina enters a host, its roots connect to different parts of the body, alter behavior, and eventually turn that host into its slave. Su escaped that fate, but Tien's life now depends on finding Lu's serum before the poison finishes its work. After the flood recedes, corpses left underwater begin mutating again. Su moves through the ruined city with Duanya, brother Tien, and the surviving medical students. Rat men still lurk around the university, so returning there is impossible. The doctors and trainees they rescued are rare talents in this apocalypse, and Su intends to bring them to a safer area before using their skills to establish a safe zone of his own. One heavily bandaged student complains that the march is too long and that she is already starving. She tries to leave and find Su, but Duanya physically stops her. Anyone traveling with this group follows orders, even when those orders are for their own protection. Duanya has another reason to watch Su closely. In private, she notices that something inside him has changed. Heat and aggression surge through Su without warning, and the red light in his eye suggests that the crystal core is affecting more than his strength. He pulls Duanya close and kisses her. The night that follows is described only as a violent storm, but by morning she's exhausted, flushed, and certain that his sudden aggression is unnatural. Duanya begins to suspect a side effect from the Rat King's crystal core. Su may have gained tremendous power, yet that power is already pushing back against the person carrying it. Su keeps leading the survivors while calculating what the university expedition has given him. Doctors are now a strategic resource, and Yun has already found methods for producing serum and recovery potions. Once Tien and the others recover, they can become the first fighting force behind Su's new safe zone. Su has also stored the laboratory's equipment and research supplies inside his dimensional space. The Rat King core strengthens his berserker ability, increases his physical power, and grants him ice. For now, he can form only a small block, but the ability can grow. The mutated professor's core granted 2 mental powers as well. Su failed to inherit her illusion, but something else is beginning to awaken. Anos interrupts Su's calculations. He stops with Tien and the others, then activates the first mental ability, perception. Red light fills his eyes, and the living heat signatures inside nearby buildings appear within a 30-meter radius. The pattern tells Su that something is wrong before anyone else can understand it. A survivor points upward. A woman is hanging by her wrist from a traffic signal over the intersection, with a crowd gathered below. The victim looks exposed and helpless, but the placement is too deliberate. Su reads the street as a battlefield, not a rescue scene. The medical students recognize the hanging woman as Ray, their roommate. Wei and another survivor demand an immediate rescue, but Su refuses to divert the group. They call him cold-blooded and accuse the men of letting someone die. When Su continues walking, Wei stays behind. The volunteers gather beneath Ray, brace aboard, and begin pulling her down. Then the trap springs. Blades fire from the surrounding buildings and strike both men before they can finish the rescue. Wei stares at their falling bodies and finally understands why Su refused. The helpless victim was bait, and their compassion has placed every remaining rescuer inside the killing zone. Devourers drop from the buildings around Wei. One seizes her while the others close over the injured men. These mutants are strong, intelligent enough to prepare bait, and cruel enough to enjoy the panic they create. A devourer tastes its captive, calls the students food, and suggests keeping Wei alive to attract more prey. She struggles and begs, but the monster holds her in front of the pack. Another devourer catches a fleeing man from behind. More red eyes emerge, and the trapped survivors are torn apart beneath the hoard. What looked like one victim at a traffic light is actually a feeding ground designed to lure an entire rescue party. Wei's scream reaches Su's group. Duanya asks what they encountered, but Su has already understood. The first woman was bait, and Wei's rescue party walks straight into the snare. The danger is not behind them either. Devourers have quietly surrounded Su's group from every side. Tien and the others panic as huge shapes appear at the edge of the street. Surimanskalam. This is the perfect chance to test the second ability taken from the mutated professor. Purple light enters his eyes as he activates corpse control. Dead bodies hidden around the street rise with red eyes and form a new army. The devourers wanted to surround their prey. Now Su intends to surround them instead. Su Chen's newly awakened corpse control turns the street into a battlefield. Mutated bodies surge into the devourers and tear at them from every side, forcing the monsters away from the fleeing survivors. Duanya, brother Tien, and the medical students escape while Su stays behind, calm beneath the chaos. When the devourers try to pursue, he raises another wave of corpses and orders them forward. These enemies carry no crystal cores worth harvesting, so Su has no reason to risk himself. He lets the dead occupy the monsters and buys the entire group the time it needs to disappear. The survivors finally reach Hachung's safe zone, but safety stops at the gate. Captain Sun refuses to admit them and calls the exhausted refugees useless trash. Duanya answers his cruelty with mental pressure powerful enough to bend the air around him. Captain Sun resists and launches himself at her, turning the checkpoint into a fight. Before the strike can land, Xiaofeng appears between them and blocks the attack. He recognizes Su Chun immediately, yet Captain Sun remains hostile. To the guard, strangers with unusual powers are not refugees. They are possible spies. Su does not beg for entry. He simply tells the guards that if Hachung rejects them, he will take several dozen doctors somewhere else. In a world where infection and injury kill as quickly as monsters, trained medical workers are priceless. Xiaofeng vouches for Su with his own life, and the argument at the gate changes immediately. Captain Sun still distrusts the group, but Hachung cannot afford to throw away an entire medical team. The barricade opens, the survivors pass the guards, and Su's people enter the safe zone together. Incide chung, su discovers a quieter disaster. Patients lie beneath clusters of pale mushrooms that keep returning no matter how often they are removed. The growth is a mutated fungus spread by new plant shoots. Even a tiny prick can seed the infection, and the fungus slowly drains its human host. Su warns everyone to avoid direct contact while the doctors examine the victims and discuss medicine. The mutation will not stop at harmless growths. As the new plants continue evolving, many will become predators, turning streets and shelters into feeding grounds. That danger gives the devouring tribes another opportunity. If mutated plants weaken human settlements from within, the creatures can attack while every safe zone is divided and desperate. Su studies Hachung with that larger threat in mind. The city already has walls, people, and scarce medical talent. It could become the foundation for the base he intends to build, but first he needs to understand who controls it and how fragile its defenses really are. A roaring engine exposes Hachung's weakness almost at once. A jeep charges through the crowded street without slowing. Its driver fires a gun to scatter civilians, then runs people down as if their lives mean nothing. The man is Zhang He, the city lord's son. The defense team has already been disbanded, and the remaining guards are powerless to restrain him. Zhang openly treats the elderly and children as useless mouths, using his father's authority to turn the safe zone into his private road. Then Zhang notices the hungry bandaged woman traveling with Su's group. His contempt vanishes, replaced by a smile and an offer of food if she climbs into his jeep. She asks whether he will carry her. Su and Xiaofeng allow her to approach, and Zhang spreads his arms, convinced that she is helpless. The woman smiles back, reaches toward him, and plants one foot on the jeep's tire. Then her body expands. In a moment, she towers above Zhang and the vehicle, transforming his invitation into a trap of his own making. The bandaged woman's body expands until she towers over Zhang He and his jeep. He reaches for her, expecting an easy conquest, only to be smashed down hard enough to break his leg. She crouches in the wrecked street, then shrinks back to normal size as calmly as if nothing happened. Guards rush toward the scream, while Duanya and the others watch Zhang writhe on the ground. The city lord's son points at the woman and calls her a monster, but the complete figures around him tell a simpler story. The bully who drove through civilians has finally attacked someone he cannot control. Duanya prevents the incident from becoming a massacre. Her eyes flare red as mind control enters the guard around Zhang. Their memories bend together, and every witness suddenly agrees that the young master fell from the car and broke his own leg. Zhang realizes no one believes him. Furious, he threatens to summon his father and have the entire group killed. The call races through Hachung. Brother Tien almost looks entertained as a black convoy reaches the intersection and armed men surround the road. The city lord has arrived with enough ceremony to make the confrontation feel like a public trial. Su's group waits as Hachung's ruler steps from the convoy with his entourage. Xiaofeng reports that the newcomers include dozens of rescued doctors, but Zhang crawls to his father and demands revenge. Instead, the city lord strikes his own son in front of everyone. He loudly condemns Zhang's arrogance and announces that Hachung must become a beacon of hope where every refugee is treated with respect. Golden light and generous promises win the crowd immediately. He invites the doctors and survivors to stay with the best food and conditions available. Xiaofeng turns to share the good news with Su, only to discover that Su has already left the city. Su trusts actions more than speeches. After crippling the city lord's son, staying behind the walls would make his companions easy targets. So he takes Duanya and the bandaged woman into the woods outside Hucheng. The three camp beside a fire while the women tease each other, and Su watches the darkness. He senses movement before the visitors reveal themselves. A group of armed scouts steps out from the trees and surrounds the camp. They accuse Su of hurting the young master and believe he fled because he was afraid of revenge. Su explains that he left only because he did not want a killing spree inside the city to injure Xiaofeng's people. The scouts laugh at the unarmed man and send one fighter forward. Su drops him with a single punch. The others open fire, but guns do not change the result. Su moves through the squad in a storm of blade arcs, throwing armed men aside until only one remains alive. The last scout collapses and begs for mercy. Su stops the killing long enough to ask why Hucheng's ruler secretly sent men after him. Terrified, the survivor offers a secret about the city lord in exchange for his life. The confession exposes Hucheng's real economy. The city lord maintains close ties with a nearby devourer clan. Every week, his people trade living refugees to the monsters in exchange for food. The devourers feast while the safe zone survives on the payment, and even that payment is rotten. Before dawn, spoiled supplies are dumped at Hucheng's gates, so the ruler can pretend they came from an outside delivery. Su's group stares at the captive scout as the respectable city lord's performance collapses into a system built on human sacrifice. The bargain has one final detail. The armed guards used for these missions are only refugees hired temporarily. Once they deliver the victims or learn too much, the city lord leaves no witnesses. The devourers consume the escorts as part of the usual arrangement. The scout has not escaped that fate by talking. He has merely traded one immediate death for another possibility. Duanya and the bandaged woman listen as Su smiles. He refuses to release the man yet, because there is still something Su needs him to do. Su uses the surviving scout as bait, suspending him in an alley where his cries draw out the local devourers. The monsters gather beneath the helpless man in charge, expecting another easy meal. Instead, the first attacker is struck away from its prey. A shadow expands between the buildings as the bandaged woman grows into a giant above the alley. The devourers believe they had found a new toy, but now they're the smallest figures in the street, trapped beneath hands large enough to close around their bodies. The ambush has a second layer. Another devourer looks toward an upper window where Duanya waits behind a rifle. Su notices that these creatures have mutated again. Their skulls may be too hard for an ordinary bullet. Duanya tests that theory with precision. She sends 3 rounds through exactly the same point, each impact deepening the fracture until the hardened skull finally gives way. Below, the giant woman catches another charging monster between both hands. Su drops into the fight, watches the creature struggle, and finishes the remaining devourer with a single violent strike. The hunting party is erased without any member of Su's group being exposed. That night, the group shelters inside an abandoned house. Su explains that rumors about settlement leaders trading with devourers have circulated for some time. He tested Hucheng's ruler and unexpectedly found proof. From his storage space, Su produces a bed and enough food to turn the empty room into a temporary refuge. He has no interest in building a settlement from nothing. The work would consume time and energy he can use elsewhere. What he needs is someone reliable, experienced, and already respected inside Hucheng. Duanya understands who he means. The women settle beside Su while his next move takes shape. At dawn, City Lord Zhang finds the injured scout and assumes the exchange with the devourers has gone wrong. He rushes to the supermarket that hides their meeting place and discovers several of the clan's warriors badly wounded or missing. The devourer leader demands compensation. From now on, Hucheng must provide twice as many people or the deal ends. Zhang agrees without hesitation. The lives of his refugees are nothing more than currency. Then Su walks into the stronghold and catches the city lord standing beside the monster he has been feeding. Su calmly says he came to investigate the city lord's connection to the clan. The devourers recognize him as the man who killed 3 of their warriors and surround him inside the lair. Their leader boasts that anyone who enters his territory never leaves. Zhang decides the creatures can handle Su and turns his attention to the people still inside Hucheng. If the outsider dies here, Then every doctor, fighter, and witness attached to him can be removed back at the base. Confident in that plan, the city lord hurries home while Su remains alone among the monsters. Back in Hucheng, Zhang weaponizes the crowd before Su can return. He announces that traitors have infiltrated the base, claims the outsiders only pretended to be doctors, and accuses them of kidnapping refugees to trade for food. He orders the residents to kill Su's companions. General Gao steps in front of the group and refuses. From what he knows, Su Chen is trustworthy, and the people Su brought are not the enemy. The city lord demands proof. A silhouette appears above the street. Su has returned, dragging the defeated devourer leader with him. And the captive monster is all the evidence Gao needs. The crowd stares at the monster Su has brought back alive. Su forces the devourer leader to speak loudly enough for everyone to hear, and the captive names City Lord Zhang as its partner. The people realize that the man they supported has been selling them to monsters. Zhang calls the confession slander, but General Gao confronts him by name and knocks him across the street. Cornered, the city lord finally admits the deal. He argues that the apocalypse has placed most supplies under devourer control, and sacrificing a few worthless lies allowed him to feed many more. To him, Hucheng should be grateful. General Gao answers with another blow and calls Zhang a coward. Su acknowledges the brutal rule of this world. When the strong prey on the weak, trading lives for food can be defended as survival. But it is still the coward's choice, no different from becoming a devourer in human skin. Gao agrees. Humanity does not survive by accepting every cruelty that keeps a body alive. It survives by refusing to become the monsters outside its walls. Su has found the experienced leader he wanted. He extends a hand to General Gao and proposes that they build a new base together, one that truly belongs to humanity and civilization. Su remembers the future General Gao once created. In his previous life, after crossing the ruins, Su reached a utopian base where people were fed, class chains had disappeared, and ordinary survivors could live without constant fear. That sanctuary existed because of Gao Yiwei. In the present, however, Gao is still only Hucheng's deputy city lord and has not yet discovered enough of the base's corruption to leave. Su realizes that his intervention has simply forced that decision to arrive early. Duanya and Brother Tian agree that if they want to control their own future, they cannot keep living beneath someone else's roof. A new base is the only answer. Zhang Jianshu laughs at the proposal. Outside Hucheng, beasts and zombies fill the roads, and even basic food cannot be guaranteed. His crippled son urges him to let the refugees leave, confident they will crawl back after suffering. Frightened residents agree that cowardice is better than death. Zhang spreads his arms and magnanimously grants anyone permission to starve outside his walls. Su answers from his seat on the defeated devourer leader. Food is not a problem. He claims enough supplies to support roughly 2,000 people for a month. The number matches Hucheng's warehouse so closely that Zhang's mockery turns into shock. The source of that sudden abundance becomes clear when the hungry, bandaged woman drops onto a stun guard after the base warehouse has been emptied. She immediately complains about being hungry, and Duanya flips her down for using her ability recklessly. Su turns a moment back to Gao Yiwei. The people of Hucheng have endured hunger, poor clothing, and constant humiliation, only to learn that their ruler sold them like livestock. Gao can no longer remain. He accepts Su's proposal, calls every willing refugee forward, and summons his Zhanghu and Baihu teams. Armed personnel break formation and move to their general's side. Zhang Jianshu orders the army to remain loyal, but General Gao's personnel assemble in the square with the refugees behind them. The city lord tries to forbid the evacuation and loyal soldiers raise their rifles. Then Zhang He opens fire from his wheelchair, blaming Su for his crippled leg. Su reads the bullets, crosses the distance, disarms him, and takes him by the throat. The city lord watches his son choke and loses the confrontation instantly. At Su's command, Zhang orders the army to drop its weapons. Rifles lower across the square, and the path out of Hucheng opens. Su sends Gao, the defecting teams, and every refugee toward Shangyun University, where they will begin building the new base. Gao agrees to wait there while Su settles Hucheng's remaining threat. Once the streets empty, Zhang Jianshu asks Su to release his son and promises to let him leave. The offer hides a rooftop sniper. Su spots the rifle at 12 o'clock and quietly signals Duanya. She braces her weapon while the bandaged woman stays perfectly still behind her. The hidden shooter fires, but Duan Ya's countershot travels first. It crosses the roofline and destroys the sniper's head before the ambush can touch Su. The city lord realizes Su arranged a sniper of his own. Su accepts the earlier compromise and returns Zhang He, sending the injured son back into his father's arms. Then Su asks one question: how does human flesh taste? Zhang catches his son and finally sees the object jammed inside Zhang He's mouth, a live grenade. The realization arrives a heartbeat too late. The grenade detonates while father and son are still locked together, swallowing both bodies in fire and turning Zhang Jianshu's secret into something he can no longer hide. The blast does not kill Huqing's ruler. Zhang Jianshu emerges from the smoke as a massive level 2 devourer, his human disguise burned away. The rumors from Su's previous life were true. Huqing's city lord was a monster hiding among humans all along. He is stronger than Su expected and manages to escape before Duan Ya and the bandaged woman reach the ruins. Su watches the direction he fled and does not pursue blindly. The new base must come first, but he promises that the next time they meet, Zhang Jianshu will not be lucky enough to leave alive. General Gao sends an armed squad to the supermarket where Su Chun said a stockpile was waiting. The captain's orders are simple: eliminate the devourer tribe inside, secure the supplies, and return everything to the new base. He charges in expecting a battle, but the building is silent. Every devourer is already dead, and Su has left a loaded truck with enough fuel for the journey home. The soldiers can only stare at the corpse pile before taking possession of the vehicle. Their dangerous mission has become an easy delivery run. The effortless success only irritates the captain. He believes General Gao keeps giving the important work to Su and leaving him with scraps, as if a pretty newcomer can steal the glory that should belong to a veteran. Back at the base, Yun waits beside the communications tower and worries that the team has not returned. Duan Ya reminds her that Su already killed the devourers. The captain only had a drive. Their real assignment is treating wounded refugees and helping the starving. When Duan Ya spots the convoy below, she warns that they must return before maintaining Yun's concealed size becomes too difficult for her mental power. The truck reaches the base, and the captain reports directly to General Gao. Hungry refugees gather around the recovered food, celebrating Su as the man who solved their crisis. To the captain, that gratitude sounds like brainwashing. Before he can brood any longer, a scout brings urgent news. A devourer group numbering several dozen has appeared near the hospital south of the city. The captain sees the outbreak as his chance to reclaim everyone's respect. He swears that this time he will show Su and the entire base who their real protector is. While the captain chases recognition, Su chooses a far more valuable target, a nearby military armory. Duan Ya's been there before, but the main entrance is flooded and the submerged complex may be packed with mutated corpses. Even if 3 people get inside, carrying the weapons out would be another problem. Su tells them not to worry about capacity. They only need to take him there. When Duan Ya says the armory is too far to reach on foot, blue light assembles around Su's hand. A yellow jeep materializes from his storage space. The astonished women climb in. Su takes the wheel, and the entire vehicle races toward the flooded base. They're not the first people to reach it. City Lord Zhang soldiers have surrounded the flooded military base and are running pumps, but the water level refuses to fall. With Huqing's supplies mysteriously gone, their commander cannot return empty-handed. He orders his men to throw useless objects, and then helpless people, into the water as bait for the creatures below. Civilians are forced to the edge, and water ghouls rip into the first victims. The soldiers then promise a captive woman to whichever man opens the armory door. Terror and hunger overpower reason, and several desperate men volunteer to dive. From cover, Su realizes the city lord's army is hunting the same weapons. A direct clash would waste time, so Duan Ya offers another route, one that avoids the soldiers but requires them to swim through the flooded approach. Su accepts immediately. He, Duan Ya, and Yun enter together, submerge beneath the surface, and move deeper into the drowned base. Above them, the army watches its bait. Below, the trio disappears into cold blue water where visibility is poor and every shadow can hide a corpse. Yun notices glowing shapes moving through the darkness. Water ghouls are converging on them, and her air begins to run out at the worst possible moment. Su catches her wrist before panic separates the group and shares his remaining oxygen with her. The rescue lasts only seconds. Corpses surge from every direction until the trio is sealed inside a moving wall of claws and teeth. Su pulls Yun against him while hands reach from behind, and the swarm closes to striking distance. With no clear path back to the surface, it looks as though the flooded armory has become a perfect trap. Then every water ghoul stops. Yun looks up in confusion, and Duanya understands what has happened. Su's mental power has seized the entire pack. His left eye burns red as he holds Yun steady, and the monster's eyes ignite in answer. A moment ago, they were predators closing around 3 intruders. Now they turn outward as a disciplined hunting ring, waiting for a single order from their new master. Su looks through the drowned base with an army of corpses at his command and gives it, "Get ready to hunt." Su Chun turns the flooded passage into a hunting ground. At his command, the red-eyed water ghouls rush their own kind while he tells his 2 companions to reach the surface. They swim together, break into open air, and look back as the remaining monsters sink motionless below. Su stays underwater until the attack is finished, then walks out of the flooded approach without a wound. The slaughter produces only 1 white crystal core, a disappointing return for so many corpses. His companions remind him that finding even one so quickly is fortunate. A white core grants no new power, but it can strengthen an ability he already possesses. Before Su can absorb the core, 2 yellow eyes appear in the darkness. A black cat with orange markings watches the crystal in his palm, then flashes past and steals it. The animal is quick enough to evade all 3 survivors and strange enough to have endured the apocalypse inside the sealed base. Su tries negotiation instead of force. He offers a packet of fish snacks and waits for the cat to trade. It takes the food too, keeps the core, and races away down the corridor. Su has now been outwitted twice by the same animal. He can only admit that anything surviving this long is no ordinary creature. The distraction ends when Su restores power to the underground base. Lights flicker across the corridor, proving the old electrical system still works. He and his companions follow the passage deeper, pass through the fortified entrance, and finally reach the armory. The sight on the other side dwarfs their expectations. Weapon racks, equipment crates, machinery, and ammunition stretch through a massive warehouse. The people who fled the Great Flood left so quickly that they could not carry the stockpile with them. Now the entire abandoned arsenal is waiting for Su. The weapons could equip roughly 500 people, perhaps twice that number if the base still holds armored vehicles. One companion celebrates while the woman lifts a rifle and asks the obvious question. How can 3 people move all of this before City Lord Zhang's soldiers arrive? A sudden shout answers part of it. Xiao Feng has found an intact tank. But his triumph turns into terror when a giant mutated beast with clustered purple eyes and a cannon-like mouth charges into the armory behind him. Su and the woman see it closing fast as energy gathers between its teeth. Xiao Feng fires the tank, but the blast only enrages the creature and threatens to destroy the supplies around it. Su refuses to let the armory disappear in the crossfire. His storage field spreads across the warehouse in blue blocks, swallowing weapon racks, ammunition, crates, and finally the entire tank. His companions watch an arsenal large enough for an army vanish into the private space he carries with him. Even the black cat is caught standing on a crate as the dimensional field reaches it. The woman asks whether the same trick can remove their attacker, but Su explains the limit. Living mutated creatures cannot be stored. With the supplies safe, the woman tries to take responsibility for the creature. She plans to lure it away while Su retreats, and Xiao Feng looks for another vehicle. Su ignores the proposal, lifts her into his arms, and orders the others to get clear. The monster releases another purple blast at close range. Su launches over the attack as the energy strike tears through the tank and detonates across the warehouse. He lands beyond the impact zone with the woman still secure, proving that saving the weapons did not require abandoning anyone beside them. Su puts her down and sends her to check on Xiao Feng while he handles the mutated beast alone. She runs back through the wreckage, shouting that he had better survive. Su does not answer. He studies the towering creature under the purple light and realizes something is wrong. In his previous life, he never heard of a beast like this living in the area. The missing memory does not make him hesitate. Whatever changed the timeline, the monster is alive, powerful, and standing between him and the exit. Su raises his gaze and claims the reward in advance. Its crystal core will belong to him. The battle inside the military base sends a shock through the flooded entrance. Outside, City Lord Zhang's troops watch the water level fall as a crack opens somewhere below. Their commander realizes another group reached the arsenal first and orders his men to enter and kill whoever is stealing from under his nose. Before they can move, a strange call comes from the trees. The hungry soldiers find a white rabbit with red eyes and joke about eating it before hunting the intruders. Then the animal smiles. A monstrous shadow rises behind its tiny body. Red energy strikes the troop, and the commander's eyes and teeth begin to change under its influence. Deep inside the base, Su's punch connects with the level 2 mutated beast and barely moves it. Its hide is as hard as steel. He remembers Zhang Jianshu surviving an explosion in the same state, and admits that his own physical strength has not reached that level yet. That weakness does not leave him helpless. Su avoids a crushing fist and launches himself toward the growth covering the creature's skull. The huge body is only a host. The real target is the parasitic vine rooted in its brain, and destroying the controller should bring the beast down with it. The parasite reacts before Su can reach it. Tendrils explode from the glowing growth, coil around his arms and legs, and suspend his entire body in front of the beast's open mouth. A second energy blast charges at point-blank range. The beam swallows the binding point, but Su has already triggered space jump. Blue blocks assemble beyond the impact zone, and his full body rematerializes safely outside the vines. The parasite's trap was lethal only as long as he had to cross the distance normally. A familiar meow interrupts the next exchange. The black cat that stole Su's crystal core has followed him into the base. This time, golden energy coils around its complete body. Orange markings burn across its fur, and its presence feels unmistakably mutated. Su warns it away from the level 2 beast, but the animal does not retreat. It advances through the aura and stops directly opposite him, no longer behaving like a thief escaping with food, but like a predator that came here for a specific enemy. Elsewhere in the wrecked armory, Bai searches through the collapsed concrete for Xiao Feng. He answers from beneath the rubble and assures her that he dodged in time, so she begins digging him free. Then silhouettes enter through the ruined passage. The City Lord's commander asks whether Bai's group opened the door, but his voice and posture are wrong. The soldiers behind him crowd closer with red eyes and sharpened teeth. Bai understands too late that the rabbit has changed them. The entire troop is no longer an ordinary human squad. It is advancing as a pack under another creature's control. Back at Su's battle, the black cat finally releases its own power. Its small body expands into a towering feline wrapped in golden flame, large enough to stand over Su and meet the parasitic beast head-on. Su watches it continue growing until the former stray fills the corridor like a tiger. The transformation explains how such a tiny animal survived the apocalypse and why it was bold enough to steal a core from his hand. Now the giant cat stands beside him, holding its ground while the level 2 host turns toward a rival it clearly recognizes. The two mutated creatures face each other like mortal enemies. Su reads their hostility and recognizes the old rule. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. He also understands the cat's earlier theft. It took the white core to lure Su deeper into the base, then waited until it saw enough of his strength to decide whether he could help kill the parasite. Su calls out the scheme while standing beside the animal. The giant cat does not deny it. Its hesitation is enough to confirm that the meeting was never accidental. Su accepts the offer on his own terms. Before the cat can object, he jumps onto its back and settles above its enormous head. The animal's eyes widen at the insult, but there is no time to argue while their common enemy is still alive. Su points them toward the parasite and turns the strange alliance into an attack formation. One human who can cross space, one mutated cat burning with golden power, and one level 2 beast waiting ahead. Together, they charge into the fight. Su and the mutated cat charge the level 2 host together, but their first combined rush barely slows it. Raw force is not enough against a body reinforced by the parasite. Su quickly changes the plan. The cat has the greater speed, so he sends it racing around the creature's flanks to draw every vine and glowing node away from him. While the beast twists after the faster target, Su studies the opening from the cat's back and waits for the controller buried inside that mass of bone and tendrils to expose itself. The cat explodes into motion. Purple blasts strike the floor behind its paws while living vines chase it through the armory. But the animal keeps its full body ahead of every impact. Golden claws shred a path through the tendrils and pull the parasite's defenses farther to one side. Su dives at the uncovered node cluster and drives his fist through it. The host throws him back, yet the hit proves the plan works. At Su's command, the cat turns again. Human and beast alternate attacks in one continuous barrage, smashing glowing growth after glowing growth until the parasitic body ruptures and releases a crystal core. The cat expects the prize, but Su catches the crystal first and calmly keeps it. Its furious protest ends when the damaged armory wall gives way. Floodwater tears through the opening, spreads across the floor, and threatens to submerge the underground base. Su walks through the rising water without concern. His new ally does not. The giant predator shrinks back to its smaller form, flails in panic, and reveals that it cannot swim. Su versucht. The cat refuses, tries to paddle on its own, immediately regrets the decision, and finally lets Su carry its complete dripping body by the scruff. Elsewhere, Bai is still trapped with the city lord's transformed soldiers. No matter how many times she strikes them down, they rise and attack again. Then she notices the red-eyed rabbit watching from the darkness. The animal is not merely controlling the troop. Red energy streams out of the fallen bodies and into its growing form, feeding it every time one of its puppets dies. The rabbit swells into a corpse-powered monster while the soldiers crowd around it, turning Bai's resistance into fuel for the real enemy. The rabbit attacks before Bai can reach its core. Living tendrils wrap around her arms, waist, and legs, lift her from the ground, and drag her toward a mouth large enough to swallow her whole. Xiao Feng is still beside the damaged tank, struggling to make the machine respond. Bai had refused to abandon him when it would not start. Now he refuses to watch her die. As the monster pins her directly before its teeth, the old engine finally answers, giving Xiao Feng one chance to turn the useless wreck into a weapon. Xiao Feng forces the tank into position and fires at point-blank range. The cannon flash fills the ruined armory, and the shell detonates across the rabbit's red-eyed face. He keeps driving through the blast instead of waiting to see whether the first hit was enough. Metal, smoke, and corpse energy collide in one violent line. The huge rabbit breaks apart under the combined impact, its tendrils releasing Bai as the energy network holding the soldiers together collapses with it. When the smoke clears, Xiao Feng is exhausted but alive inside the tank hatch, and Bai is no longer in the monster's grip. The rabbit is gone. Suspended above the wreckage is the proof that it was another mutated creature, a green crystal core, shining alone where its enormous body collapsed. One battle has ended, but the two cores recovered inside this base confirm how quickly the apocalypse is evolving, and how valuable every surviving mutant has become. The green crystal left by the rabbit drops towards Xiao Feng, and he accidentally swallows it before anyone can stop him. Energy flashes through his eyes, but no obvious ability appears. Bai checks that he is still alive, while Su carries the soaked mutated cat out of the rising water. Su explains that swallowing a core is only the beginning. Xiao Feng must force the new power to answer under pressure, and real combat is the fastest teacher. Bai confirms that the rabbit only tore her clothes. Su decides the cat will stay with him, and the group leaves the flooding armory to find Xiao Feng a suitable opponent. In the ruined city, 3 devourers have captured survivors and turned an abandoned building into a hunting ground. One woman hangs bound above the street, while another is trapped below, surrounded by the mutants. Their torment stops when headlights appear through the haze. Su's yellow vehicle rolls into view, and the devourers rush outside, certain the newcomer will become their next meal. Su does not step forward himself. Bai and the small cat watch from beside the vehicle as he sends the newly changed Xiao Feng to face all 3 monsters alone. Xiao Feng walks into the open and waits. The devourers converge from 3 directions and unleash a point-blank barrage, striking his body again and again. He cannot match their speed or strength yet, and Bai worries that Su's lesson will get him killed. But the blows stop producing damage. A green-blue aura spreads around Xiao Feng, while the attacker's force vanishes on contact. The confused devourers charge again, and this time Xiao Feng recognizes the sensation. Every punch is feeding energy into him instead of breaking him. The core finally reveals its ability, Plunderer. Xiao Feng is not simply blocking or absorbing attacks. He is taking the energy behind them, stripping strength from every devourer close enough to touch his aura and adding it to his own body. The mutants stagger as green fire drains from their faces and hands. Su recognizes the same terrifying talent that made Xiao Feng famous in his previous life as Function, the human nuke. Given enough enemies and enough energy, his power can turn an entire battlefield into fuel. Before Xiao Feng can finish the weakened mutants, a double-bladed axe spins into the fight. Blue arcs slice through the devourers and knock all three away in a single sweep. The weapon circles back and is caught by the man who threw it. Sun emerges with an armed faction at his back and pretends he has rescued Su's group from certain death. Xiao Feng is alive and empowered, but Sun still claims credit, turning an unnecessary intervention into a public display of authority. Sun immediately demands food as repayment. Su sends Xiao Feng into the vehicle and agrees to spare only one box. For a moment, Sun expects valuable supplies. Instead, Su opens the package and reveals a bag of dog food, the perfect answer to a man demanding tribute like a bandit. Su returns to the yellow vehicle and drives away while Sun screams after him from the road. The insult leaves Sun humiliated in front of his own followers, and his anger is far deeper than simple hunger. Once Su is gone, Sun's men question why his axe saved Xiao Feng instead of killing him. Sun admits the strike was meant to remove the newly empowered rival, but it missed. His followers fear that General Gao now trusts outsiders more than the old guard, and that Xiao Feng's ability will push them away from the center of power. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Feng assumes Sun is merely unpleasant. Su sees the larger pattern. If the hostility is not personal, then Sun has an agenda, and the armed men gathered behind him suggest he has been building a private faction to replace the base's leadership. Back at the survivor base, Yun is using her own mutation to transform construction. She lifts and carries wall slabs that would normally require heavy machinery, while crews guide each piece into place. The defensive wall rises at twice the old speed, though every use of her strength consumes a huge amount of food. The workers accept that price because the barrier may keep the entire settlement alive. As another slab reaches the line, headlights appear on the road. Su's yellow vehicle returns to the base, bringing Xiao Feng's new power, and Su's warning about Sun back with it. Su returns to the survivor settlement in the yellow vehicle, and the mutated cat leaps out before anyone can stop it. The animal runs through the street with its complete tail raised, delighted to be somewhere open again. By worries it may escape, but Su is certain that food, shelter, and protection have already convinced it to stay. The base leaders then show Su the empty warehouse he requested. The building is large enough for his purpose, and his spatial energy begins moving around the entrance as he prepares to reveal what he recovered beneath the military base. In an instant, the empty warehouse fills with crates, weapons, ammunition, and equipment from the submerged armory. Gao and the others finally understand that Su possesses a spatial ability powerful enough to move an entire arsenal. Su admits the secret because everyone here now depends on the same base, and Gao promises the group will protect it. The supplies make the new settlement defensible, but it still lacks a name. To honor the person who made its survival possible, the leaders choose Dawnlight Base, linking Su Chen's name with hope and a new beginning. Su remembers this place becoming humanity's last refuge in his previous life and accepts the honor. Elsewhere, Duanya completes a difficult operation and removes a mutated plant from patient. Her medical skill is keeping survivors alive, but the improvised clinic cannot treat the most serious cases. The hospital beside the base still contains proper supplies. The problem is that devourers occupy it. As Duan discusses that next objective, the striped cat watches from beneath a surgical drape. The sight of her scalpel triggers memories of past experiments. Its whole body freezes, then erupts in panic as the operation table and blade become one terrifying image in its mind. Duanya sees that the animal is trembling and gently picks it up instead of treating it like a specimen. The cat relaxes in her arms, and she decides to ask Su whether it can stay with her. Carrying its complete small body against her chest, she crosses the settlement to the temporary shelter. Food is scarce enough that taking responsibility for another mouth matters, but the lonely doctor is already attached. She reaches the building, opens the door, and enters with the cat still held safely in both arms. Inside the shelter, a shadow suddenly closes in behind Duanya. She answers with psychic force, throwing wave after wave at the intruder while protecting the cat. The entire confrontation runs through the room in one connected sequence, But the man keeps advancing because her ability cannot control him. When the darkness clears, Duan realizes there's only one person completely immune to her power, Sue. The threat becomes an awkward reunion. She takes Sue and the cat into the wash area, settles the animal in the water, and gives the gold-striped mutant a simple name, Gold. While Gold floats in the bath, Duanya asks what Sue gained at the armory. He produces a purple crystal core and says it may push him into the level 2 human state. The core creates the same overwhelming attraction he felt before, making it difficult to resist, so he brought it back rather than consuming it in the field. Duan asks whether he intends to use it now. Sue raises the crystal, swallows it, and red energy immediately fractures across his body. The awakening unfolds as one continuous transformation until the man in the water no longer looks entirely human. The level 2 change floods Sue with power and overwhelms his restraint. Red markings cover his transformed body as he closes around Duanya in the churning water, leaving Gold floating alone beside them. From a rooftop, Yun notices that Sue returned without visiting her. She approaches the shelter in anger and discovers Duanya with the transformed Sue. Her jealousy disappears when she sees the scale of the change. Sue rises above the water wrapped in red energy from head to feet. Duan calls for help, but the chapter ends with a level 2 Sue turning toward Yun and telling her she arrived just in time. Sue's level 2 evolution finally settles, leaving Duanya and Yun exhausted by the violent side effects. Sue apologizes and admits he may have consumed too many crystal cores too quickly. The two women decide they must strengthen themselves before his next evolution leaves them completely outmatched. Once everyone recovers, they ask whether Sue's abilities have changed. He begins with his physique. The Berserker and Golden Snake King traits have fused in his steel body, turning his skin black and hard as metal. Red energy circulates across the surface, and when he releases it, the wave blasts Duanya, Yun, and Gold backward across the room. The raw energy is impressive, but its offensive force still needs refinement. Sue turns to the spatial ability that once required direct contact. Now complete portals can open anywhere within a 20-meter radius, surrounding his full body without him touching the target. His ice power also improves enough to coat his skin, but the real breakthrough comes from combining abilities. Sue circulates steel body energy through an ice block, aims it into one portal, and releases it through several others at different angles. The room becomes a crossfire zone. Ice rounds strike like bullets, shattering the target before an enemy could tell which direction the attack came from. The observers realize that another evolution could turn the same setup into something closer to a rocket launcher. Sue moves to his final ability, mental perception. Its external range has barely changed, but he can now sense every cell inside his own body, like an inner vision. He stands completely still between Duanya and Yun while focusing inward. Instead of seeing muscle and bone, his awareness drops through a column of violet light. His full body lands inside a strange landscape of mist and brain-like growths, the consciousness space hidden inside his own mind. A woman-shaped consciousness emerges from the purple fog. Sue recognizes the parasite that controlled the level 2 beast at the armory, even though he watched its physical body disintegrate. The creature explains that swallowing its crystal allowed its essence to enter him and merge with his own. Tendrils coil around Sue's arms as it tries to claim his body from within. In the real room, Sue's body goes blank and motionless while Duanya and Yun call his name. Inside, he seizes the parasite and refuses to surrender control, understanding that steel body and spatial travel cannot help in a battle that exists only in consciousness. Mental perception is the one power Sue can still use here. He waits until the parasite closes the distance, forms an ice weapon inside the mind, and drives it into the attack. The entire counter runs as one connected sequence. Ice gathers around his hand. The blade flashes across the purple space, and restraints snap around the parasite before it can withdraw. Sue tightens the frozen bands around its body and accuses it of engineering the core to steal him from the inside. Sue freezes the parasite's consciousness form from neck to legs, but warns that destroying or binding the shape will not erase the essence already merged with him. The mindscape itself answers its will. Purple bands multiply around Sue, crossing over his complete body until they seal him inside a dense cocoon. He has trapped the parasite, but the parasite has trapped him in return. The final image holds both prisons inside the same consciousness space. One figure locked in blue ice, and the other wrapped in violet restraints. Neither can take the body, and neither can escape the mind. Inside Chen's consciousness, the deadlock continues. He is sealed in a purple cocoon, while the parasite remains locked in his ice. Neither can move, so the parasite proposes a deal. She claims she needs to absorb only a small amount of his ability to survive and lacks the strength to seize his body. Sue refuses to trust her and demands to know how she will ever leave. The parasite admits she will die if she separates now. Her solution is shamelessly specific. Sue must find a female ability user who is strong enough, attractive, and physically suitable to become her new host. She promises to identify the right woman and rewards Sue for helping. Sue rejects the reward and warns that any betrayal will end with him destroying her, no matter the cost. With both sides trapped, the parasite accepts his terms. The mutual restraints release, and Sue's awareness returns to the room. Duanya, Yun, the other women, and gold crowd around his complete standing body because he had stopped responding. Sue decides that cooperation is the safest way to control the parasite, but he does not free her completely. Inside his mind, she remains frozen and loudly protests. Sue resolves to find her another body before the problem grows worse. Then he makes the mistake of blurting out that Duanya should take him to see the women at the base. Every woman in the room stares at him. Even Gold looks alarmed. Under that pressure, Sue coughs, retreats, and changes the request into a general inspection of the base. Outside, Duanya reports that Dawn Base now shelters roughly 1,300 people. More than 400 soldiers protect the perimeter and have already repelled devourers and mutated beasts. Other men are building temporary walls, with Yun's ability helping the work move quickly. Women, children, and older survivors clear mutated plants and handle logistics. Some workers have been injured, but Duanya and her medical students have built a makeshift treatment room where mild cases can recover and return to duty. The entire settlement is working, yet Sue refuses to let the temporary calm deceive them. Food and basic security may be stable for the moment, but the hospital nearby is still occupied by a devourer tribe. Dawn Base needs its medical supplies, so the hospital must be taken. The base leaders gather around a long strategy table. Their scouts estimate that fewer than 100 devourers occupy the hospital, and an officer begins recommending Captain Sun's squad for the assault. Captain Sun interrupts. Instead of offering a plan, he attacks Sue for inspiring the creation of Dawn Base and then disappearing from its meetings. General Gao cuts him off. Without Sue, Gao says none of them would even have survived long enough to sit at this table. Gao sees Captain Sun's complaint for what it is, short-sighted ambition. Gao remembers why he accepted command. Sue never wanted to become a permanent leader. He handed Dawn Base to Gao because Gao was the only person he trusted. At the same time, Sue warned that walls alone could not save anyone who stopped being vigilant. Gao understood that Sue would keep pursuing greater strength instead of being chained to administration. He also understood the promise behind that choice. If Dawn Base ever faced a truly powerful enemy, Sue would return without hesitation. That memory hardens Gao's resolve to protect what Sue entrusted to him. Captain Sun argues that the hospital tribe is exactly the kind of strong enemy Gao described. If the assault loses too many people, Sun claims he cannot bear responsibility. Gao removes that excuse. Liu Xiaofeng will assist the operation, and Gao will ask Sue to join as insurance. With Sue's strength attached to the mission, Captain Sun accepts command and leaves to prepare. Outside, his subordinate is confused. Their original plan was to seize power inside the base, not risk an attack on the hospital. Once they are alone, Captain Sun reveals the real opportunity. He feared dealing with two ability users, Su Chun and Liu Xiaofeng, inside the base. If the hospital mission lets him eliminate both men quietly, no one will be strong enough to stop his takeover. Back in the meeting room, an officer reports that Sun agreed. Gao is not fooled by the sudden cooperation and hopes Sun does not choose the wrong path. He then asks whether the field team scouting Huss City has reported back. If Sue's warning about the city is correct, Gao expects something major to happen there. At the Huss City Refuge Zone, Tianyue's field team waits in the forest. One scout complains that Sue is overwhelmingly strong and asks Tianyue to request a few crystal cores for them. They enjoy diffuses. Sue has already saved them once, and becoming stronger must depend on their own effort. The frustrated scout argues that they have fought mutated beasts and zombies without gaining anything. Te enjoy saben the order silence. Someone is approaching. Beyond the trees, a mysterious armed group advances in formation, and the complete reveal leaves the scouts facing strangers whose intentions are still unknown. The armed group approaching TNUS scouts is not a rescue party. Human traffickers are delivering bound women to Hus City. Guards identify the cargo, the sellers brag about another fortune, and one captive is displayed as top-quality merchandise before the group is led into the city lord's compound. The city lord is a towering devourer who treats the women as breeding tools. He promises that only a woman who bears him a boy might be spared, then grabs one captive by the throat when she begs for freedom. As his red eyes flare and his full, monstrous body rises over her, the terrified woman understands that mercy does not exist here. A hooded woman interrupts with urgent intelligence. Su Chun and Dawn Base are preparing to attack the hospital. The city lord immediately orders every available fighter to join the defense because he wants Su dead. His own aide warns that the people of Hus City have been starving too long to fight. Turning all of them into devourers would solve the manpower problem, but ordinary evolution takes time. The hooded woman steps forward and offers a faster method. When she removes her cloak, the city lord sees the same serum maker who has been waiting for a chance to strike back at Su. Her shortcut demands ingredients, fresh human heads. Two of the city lord's own subordinates suddenly find themselves buried with only their heads exposed. They beg him to remember their loyalty and accuse the woman of using the experiment for revenge. The city lord does not care whether she is honest. If the serum works, he gains an army. If it fails, he loses expendable servants. He decides to test her claim. A massive spike club rises, swings, and crushes the first victim. The execution continues until the severed heads fall toward the ritual chamber. Below, the blood pool fills with bodies while the remaining prisoners scream for help. Blood pours into the pool, and the woman produces a second-generation enhancement serum. This formula has been tested before, although even she admits it is unstable. She pours the green liquid into the red pool, while devourers stand behind her. City residents are seized one by one and thrown into the mixture. A victim's hand slips under the surface, then claws back up as the body mutates. The serum maker watches with her skull staff while a newly evolved devourer rises, coughing blood but alive. She remembers the evolution base Su destroyed and the captivity and humiliation that followed. This mass conversion is her revenge, and Hus City's population is the weapon she intends to point at him. Hidden above the chamber, TNUS scouts witness everything. They realize the city lord plans to turn all 2,000 people in Hus City into obedient devourer pawns. Dawn Base cannot prepare for the hospital assault without this warning, so the scouts decide they must escape and report what they have seen. They run, but the transformed creatures have already caught their scent. A pack of devourers blocks the route, and the scouts realize they have been discovered. TNUS steps in front and orders his companion to find any opening while he holds the monsters back. The devourers close around them and laugh that both men should stay for dinner. The story cuts back to Dawn Base before the scouts can escape. Xiaomei spots Su and races across the yard with her arms spread. Su asks whether anyone at the new settlement has bullied her. Xiaomei proudly declares that no one would dare, because she is brother Su Chen's woman. Her boast turns the reunion into a rare comic pause, but the danger outside the walls has not slowed down. General Gao arrives with another problem. Captain Sun has gathered his men, yet even his squad may struggle against the dozens of devourers inside the hospital. Gao asks Su to support the operation. Su agrees immediately, with Duanya and Yun standing behind him. Gao does not leave. His expression hardens as he says the hospital assault is only part of what he needs. He has one more request, and the chapter ends before Su learns what it is. General Gao explains his final request. The hospital is too close to Dawn Base to ignore, and its medicine will become a strategic resource as the apocalypse continues. Gao asks Su Chun to leave enough medical supplies for the settlement after the assault. Su agrees to take only what he personally needs. Gao has also assembled every ability user at the base and places the mission under Su's command. Su studies the larger group, then divides it. Some fighters will remain behind to defend Dawn Base, with special orders to watch Hus City for any movement. Su believes his own presence may have triggered uncontrollable changes there, even if no one else understands why. That fear is already becoming real. Along the river, Tian Yue and Xiao Miao are fleeing the devourers who discovered their scouting mission. Both men are exhausted, and the monsters keep slowing down just to toy with them. Tian refuses to let the chase continue. He reminds Xiao Miao of the crises they survived as field operatives, and Xiao Miao answers with forced confidence. When the devourers close in, Tian charges and throws lime powder into their faces. The white cloud blinds the creatures for a moment. A hand signal marks the opening, and both scouts sprint through the gap. Xiao Miao turns back, insults the pursuing monsters, and tries to draw them away from Tian. The diversion fails almost immediately. A hidden attack drives through Xiao Miao before he can escape. Tian sees his partner fall, but the Devourer City Lord reaches him first, lifting the wounded scout like a snack. He complains that Xiao Miao is too skinny and throws him to the pack as a treat. Monsters surround the injured man, and a clawed hand seizes him as he weakly calls for Brother Tian. Tian turns back, but another strike blasts through him and knocks him away. Xiao Miao uses his last strength to tell Tian to run. The devourers drag him into the swarm and tear him apart, while Tian reaches toward him helplessly. Grief hardens into rage. With blood on his mouth, Tian lowers his head and swears that he will avenge Xiao Miao. Tian knows revenge will mean nothing if the warning dies with him. He runs for the river railing as a devourer throws a spear after him. The weapon misses, and Tian throws his complete body over the edge. The long falling composition follows him from the bridge all the way to the water, where a violent splash hides him from view. The devourers watch from above and curse the lost meal. Their city lord turns that hunger into a command. Dawn Base is full of meat, he tells them, and every hungry monster should attack it. The horde accepts immediately. They will do anything for food. With Su's name fixed in his mind, the city lord promises revenge. The city lord marches at the head of the converted devourers, and the serum Maker travels with the army she created. Their full formation moves toward Dawn Base, but the chapter shifts to the city hospital before the attack begins. Inside, another devourer tribe already rules the wards. A captive woman has just given birth to a monstrous child, and the creature behind her celebrates the newborn as his baby. The hospital leader is Feng Pengzu. Before the apocalypse, he was a psychiatric patient obsessed with forcing women to bear his children. After the disaster, he became the hospital's first devourer and turned the building into his private prison. The exhausted mother thinks only about escaping. Feng catches her before she can move, grabs her leg, and declares that a breeding machine has no right to rest. She protests that she has only just given birth. Feng ignores her and attacks, promising that she will carry another child soon. Dawn Base is preparing to storm the hospital without yet knowing what waits inside its walls. The assault force reaches the city hospital, where the guards barely have time to raise their weapons before gunfire cuts them down. Captain Sun marches through the entrance with more than 100 armed followers and a huge axe on his shoulder. He immediately orders Su Chen and the other ability users to clear the path. Su questions the command, but Sun claims his own men are merely ordinary survivors who cannot stand against devourers. Su refuses to be intimidated. Anyone who points a weapon at him, he warns, usually meets a bad end. Captain Sun sneers at the threat, and the two groups move deeper into the hospital with their alliance already close to breaking. As they advance, Captain Sun reveals his real plan to his closest men. He intends to let the ability users exhaust themselves against the hospital devourers, then finish off whoever survives with his gunmen. Even ability users cannot survive 100 rifles, he believes. His men are also watching Duanya, and Sun decides the beautiful woman should be kept alive when the killing starts. Their discussion ends when Su Chen's entire group vanishes from sight. The ordinary fighters stare down an empty corridor and panic. Duanya explains that she can interfere with an ordinary person's visual nerves, although she fears another ability user might detect the deception. Su is unconcerned. His own shimmering power spreads across the corridor, hiding their movement behind a field of blue light. The hidden team circles behind Captain Sun's followers and attacks without ever entering their vision. Men are struck from the rear, and the corridor erupts in confusion. Sun orders everyone to take cover, but there is no visible target to fight. Su watches from concealment and judges that a head-on charge suits people like Captain Sun far better than it suits him. Furious and unable to find the attacker, Sun grips his axe and charges into the chaos anyway. Su has turned the would-be betrayal into a test, leaving the militia to force open the hospital on its own. Elsewhere in the hospital, Feng Pengzu continues terrorizing the women he has imprisoned. The Devourer leader treats a captive as property and mocks her fear. Other monsters watch their boss and decide to imitate him, seizing women because they also want children. The captives beg them to stop. Feng does not object out of mercy. He explodes with possessive rage because the other devourers touched what he calls his woman. A single blast hurls his own followers across the ward. When the debris settles, Feng's anger shifts into alertness. Someone new has entered his territory, and he can already sense the intruder moving through the hospital. Captain Sun finally reaches the hospital's inner ward and discovers how badly the mission was misjudged. An enormous devourer blocks the path, but that creature is only the beginning. A terrified fighter looks upward and sees monsters packed across floor after floor. There are not a few dozen enemies here. There are enough to surround the entire assault force. Sun orders every rifle to fire. The militia unleashes a wall of bullets, yet the rounds do nothing. Their ammunition has been replaced with blanks. Su Chun has disarmed them without their knowledge. Feng Pengzu steps forward and commands the hospital devourers to butcher the intruders and turn them into meat. The hospital horde surges forward. Devourers rush Captain Sun from every direction, confident that the unarmed humans will collapse. Sun proves that his axe is more than decoration. He meets the first attacker at close range, knocks another monster upward, and turns through the swarm with brutal, practice swings. Every opening reveals more glowing eyes behind him, but he keeps moving. One devourer after another is driven back as Sun carves a narrow path through the mob. His ability and physical strength are real, even if his plan has failed. The battle becomes a melee where every ordinary survivor must fight without the weapons that made them feel safe. Captain Sun refuses to let his men stay down. He roars for every survivor to stand, and the militia answers. With no useful bullets left, the ordinary fighters grip whatever weapons remain and rush the devourers together. Sun now understands exactly who sabotaged the ammunition. He curses Su Chun for tricking them and vows that, once the hospital monsters are dead, Su will be next. But revenge can wait. For now, Captain Sun and his followers are trapped inside Feng Pengzu's hospital, fighting the horde that Su deliberately left for them to face. Captain Sun orders every survivor to follow him and fight their way out of the hospital. The militia answers with desperate courage, turning the ward into a close-range battle against Feng Pengzu's devourers. Blades flash, bodies fall, and the ordinary fighters hold together only because Sun keeps charging at the front. Not everyone shares that resolve. One frightened man slips away from the fighting and searches for a place to hide. He steps over a fallen body, then notices a small figure sitting nearby. It is the monstrous child born inside the hospital, a newborn devourer with glowing red eyes and a smile far too calm for the battlefield around it. The deserter mistakes the newborn for an easy target. The creature twists in emotion, circles the room, and disappears before the man understands what he is seeing. It reappears at his foot and attacks. Isolated from the others, the man has no one to answer his screams. The newborn tears into him, feeds, and changes almost immediately. Human meat makes its body grow from an infant into a larger, faster child. What looked helpless a moment ago is now strong enough to hunt the halls on its own. The deserter's attempt to save himself has only delivered fresh food to the hospital's youngest monster. Back in the main ward, Captain Sun stands over more than 10 defeated devourers. His followers cheer, convinced their captain can still lead them out. Feng Pengzu answers that confidence personally. The huge hospital leader towers over Sun and treats the fallen monsters like worthless small fry. Sun swings his axe with everything he has, but Feng slips past the blade, counters, and remains unharmed. Before Sun can recover, the grown newborn leaps onto him from behind. It claws at his neck and overwhelms him while Feng watches. The creature is about to finish the captain when a sudden kick crushes into its face and sends it skidding across the ward. It rises furious, demanding to know who interrupted the kill. Su Chun, Duan Ya, and their companion finally step out of concealment. Su makes one thing clear. Captain Sun is not the newborns to kill. Feng Pengzu barely notices the rescue. The moment he sees Duan Ya, he decides she should become another captive and offers Su a choice in how he wants to die. Su listens without fear, raises one fist, and gives his answer. His choice is to send Feng to hell. The punch drives the giant devourer across the ward in one continuous impact. Violet energy gathers around Su, revealing that Feng has challenged another ability user. Yet Feng's crushed torso begins moving. Torn flesh pulls together. The wound closes, and the hospital leader regenerates while imagining how delicious Su's meat will taste. The newborn loses interest in Captain Sun and studies Duanya instead. It asks Feng whether he likes the woman, then decides she can stay and become its mother. Duan's expression turns cold. The creature tries to reassure her, promising that it will not eat her because it is still growing. It casually adds that it has already eaten human meat. Then it looks up at Duan and asks its new mother for milk. Duan does not waste a word on the request. She lifts one leg, and the creature has just enough time to see the shadow falling toward it. Duanya answers with a high kick that launches the newborn through the floor. The creature climbs from the crater, but its twisted mind interprets the beating as motherly attention. Delighted, it lunges back toward her. Duan kicks it away again before it can touch her. She closes the distance instead of retreating, meeting the fast little monster with another full strike. The newborn may have grown after feeding, but it cannot match her control, reach, or speed. The punishment continues. Duan turns through a spinning kick and drives the newborn backward. It tumbles across the ward, only to meet another punishing strike before it can recover. One impact after another pounds the creature into the floor. For the first time since it began feeding, panic replaces the newborn's grin. It screams beneath Duanya's assault while Su Chen and Feng Pengzhu face each other nearby. The hospital now holds two separate battles. Su against the regenerating tribe leader, and Duan against the child who thought calling her mother would keep it safe. The newborn devourer climbs back to its feet, laughing through the pain and praising Duanya as an amazing mother. Now I want to turn. Duan immediately realizes the child has an ability of its own. It can dissolve into darkness, move through the shadows around her feet, and emerge from an angle she cannot predict. A blade appears beside her before the newborn does. But the monster is not the only thing hiding in the ward. Golden, the strange black cat, launches from the darkness and strikes the newborn out of its attack. Golden lands against Duan as if nothing happened, leaving her shocked that the cat followed her into such a dangerous place. Duan raises her pistol while Golden tracks the newborn's movement. Her mental perception can lock onto the creature the moment it reveals itself, giving her bullets a target even when ordinary sight fails. The newborn curses the cat and rushes again. Golden meets it head-on, and the collision smashes the little devourer through debris. Duan fires into the opening and waits for another ambush, but the ward falls quiet. The shattered walls and drifting dust hide whatever survived. For the moment, Golden has broken the newborn's rhythm and given Duan control of the battlefield. Elsewhere, Captain Sun's remaining militia is collapsing. The devourers mock the exhausted survivors, and one man, named Lu Xiaofeng, appears to be their last chance. Captain Sun orders Lu to protect the operations leader and carry him out. Lu calmly agrees, then asks for a favor. Sun thinks he wants authority or supplies. Instead, Lu studies the captain's injured body, severs his arms, and activates an ability called Plunder. He steals the strength Captain Sun can no longer defend. When the mutilated captain protests that they are teammates, Lu reminds him that Sun's gunmen became enemies the moment they aimed their weapons at Su Chen's group. With stolen power surrounding him, Lu turns on the survivors and declares that every enemy must die. At Dawn Base, Su Chen's warning has already revealed a large devourer force moving toward the settlement. Workers finish preparations along the new isolation wall. Captain Bai remains on duty because Su ordered the barrier completed before he left, and she refuses to watch the horde destroy it. Yun keeps her company and asks a question she has been holding back. Captain Bai and Duanya are both connected to Su, so why does neither woman find the situation strange? Captain Bai answers that the apocalypse has made old social rules meaningless. Yun then asks whether Bai likes Su. The captain blushes and denies it, while Yun admits that attraction to a man as strong and handsome as Su Chen is completely normal. Bai is still processing that answer when a lookout shouts from the wall. The lookout points toward a dark mass covering the road. It is an army of devourers, far larger than the base expected. Captain Bai and Yun see the scale for themselves. Bai orders an immediate report to the general and begins organizing a civilian evacuation. Yun, still eating, asks whether they plan to abandon the base. Bai refuses. The civilians must have an escape route, but the defenders will stay. Yun agrees for a more personal reason. The new wall must not be destroyed, and she does not want to face Su Chen's anger if he returns to find Dawn Base gone. Then her joking expression disappears. She opens her bag and takes out an enhancement potion. Yun injects the enhancement potion and volunteers to go first. Captain Bai will organize the people and hold the wall while Yun carries the fight outside. She steps onto the barrier, climbs to the edge, and drops toward the advancing horde in one complete falling composition. Captain Bai watches in disbelief. Yun is gambling her own safety for the base Su Chen built. The potion activates before she reaches the ground, flooding her body with power. Yun's body expands into a giant form as she lands before the devourers. She scans the battlefield, spots a tree, and tears it from the earth to use as a club. Facing the entire horde alone, she challenges the monsters to come forward. Her enlarged body plants itself between their glowing eyes and Dawn Base. With the uprooted tree in hand, Yun declares that none of them will pass. The first defense of Su Chen's isolation wall is about to begin. The enhancement potion keeps expanding Yun's body until she towers above the street. With the uprooted tree in one hand, she becomes a living gate between the Devourer horde and Dawn Base. The monsters laugh at the idea that one woman can stop them and launch their first wave. Yun meets them with a full trunk. She stops one attacker at her feet, raises the tree over her head, and sweeps several devourers through the ruined street. More bodies close around her, but size has not slowed her down. Every swing scatters another cluster before it can reach the isolation wall. Captain Bai watches from behind the wall and realizes brute force alone will not solve this. There are too many enemies, and their rush has already broken the base's original defensive formation. Bai runs down to act while Yun keeps the nearest wave busy, whirling the tree hard enough to terrify the attackers. Then another defender steps into the open. A hooded woman carrying a skull staff allows the devourers to surround her before cutting through their first charge. The survivors notice a strange flower blooming among them. Before coming to Hacheng, the woman discovered that mutated plants tainted by her blood could gain explosive strength. The cost, however, is life itself. The blood-fed plant seizes a devourer and drains the life needed to grow. The victim roars as roots and petals spread through its body. Its frame swells, the flower expands, and a giant third eye opens in its new face. Yun sees the plant mutated thread a moment before two enlarged forms rocket across her position. Their leader celebrates the opening and orders the rest of the horde to ignore the duel, storm the base, and feast on whoever they find. The devourers surge toward the wall. Just as the charge reaches full speed, a shell tears into the front rank. The explosion hurls bodies aside and stops the attack cold. The surviving devourers turn toward a sound they never expected to hear: armored engines. Dawn Base's tanks roll into the street and open fire at will. One monster can only stare while another blast erupts beneath the horde. Yun sees the reinforcements pass her position, but the enemy adapts again. A parasitic plant creature launches from the chaos and coils around her arm. Before she can tear it free, a giant devourer roars and charges. Yun braces the broken tree across her body and blocks the first impact, refusing to give the monster a path to the wall. The giant's momentum drives Yun backward and smashes her into the rubble. It dives after her before she can recover. Injured and pinned near her bloodied tree weapon, Yun looks up as a new sound crosses the battlefield. Military drones race overhead, surround the giant devourer, and detonate their fire across its body. The machines are part of the equipment Su Chen recovered from the military base. Dawn Base has only a limited number, but Captain Bai is using every one she can control. With the tablet in her hands, she redirects the drones while another flash erupts against a nearby building. The base has finally combined Yun's strength, its armor, and Su Chen's captured technology into one defense. Elsewhere in the city, Su Chen is already confronting a hulking devourer. Cold power gathers around his body while the monster studies him from behind. It admits that Su is not completely useless, then dismisses him as far too weak. Su barely has time to react before an enormous fist crashes toward him. The fight has placed him directly beside the frozen prison scene moments earlier, linking the monster's attack to the disturbance inside the ice. Inside Su Chen's consciousness, the icy prison holding the parasite begins to shake. The long-haired parasite turns toward the disturbance and asks what is happening outside, but the seal prevents her from sensing Sue's battle directly. The impact from the hulking devourer has reached the mental space, and the prisoner Sue left behind is beginning to move. Inside Sue Chen's consciousness, the ice prison starts shaking from the battle outside. The trapped parasite cannot sense what is happening because Sue sealed her away, and the loss of control infuriates her. She decides to break the prison and see for herself. Cracks spread across the ice as purple energy pushes through the seal. Outside, Sue is still facing the hulking devourer. He studies the monster, searches for a quick finish, and braces as another impact shatters the ice around him. The devourer drives a heavy punch through his defense. At the same moment, a purple force catches Sue's mind and drags him away from his physical body. He falls through the consciousness world and lands inside the parasite's domain. The parasite has been waiting for him. She lunges forward and releases her hair like living tendrils. One strand catches Sue, then dozens bind his arms and legs before she closes the distance. The hair weaves itself into a dense cage and finally a cocoon, locking both of them inside the same small space. Sue demands to know what she is doing. The parasite believes this position will stop him from using his ice ability, and she calls the prison he built for her a punishment he deserves. Her confidence lasts until the cocoon suddenly lurches. The bindings tighten, throwing them face to face. The parasite panics over the accidental contact, while Sue reminds her that she dragged him into this. They argue over experience and instinct, but neither can separate while the hair cage keeps moving around them. The cause of every jolt is still waiting outside. With Sue's consciousness trapped, the hulking devourer stands over his motionless body and attacks again. Each fist that hits Sue's physical form sends another shock through the mental world. The hair cocoon whips across the purple space, clamps down, and repeatedly presses Sue and the parasite together. She cries out, urges him to think of an escape, and wonders how her revenge became this chaotic. But Sue cannot move his body while his mind is trapped with her. Outside, the devourer laughs at the helpless target and opens its jaws, ready to turn Sue into a meal. Gunshots strike the devourer before it can bite. The monster turns and finds Duanya approaching with her pistol raised. She orders it to release Sue Chen and keeps the weapon trained on its head. Instead of retreating, the devourer recognizes her as the woman it has chosen. Duan tells it to stop talking and let go of her man. Hearing her claim, Sue sends the creature into a rage. It calls her tainted, as if her relationship with Sue has repeated an old betrayal the monster cannot forget. Before becoming a devourer, the monster was a lonely man desperate for affection. A woman promised to marry him after he delivered 100 gifts, so he kept returning until the final present was in his hands. On the 100th gift, she announced that they should stop seeing each other. He believed accepting the last present meant she had agreed to marry him. She laughed at the idea, said she had taken his gifts out of pity, and mocked his appearance. When he still begged, she revealed that she had deliberately become pregnant by a rich man and would never choose him. The rejection broke something inside him. In the present, he looks at Duan and relives that humiliation as contamination. His eyes flare, and he vows to make the woman he chose clean again. The devourer slams the street with enough force to throw rubble into the air, then tears through the collapse with its jaws. Duan escapes the strike and immediately changes priorities. Sue's body is still helpless while his consciousness remains trapped with the parasite, so defeating the monster beside him is too dangerous. Duan runs with Golden at her side and orders the cat to help draw the devourer away from Sue. Their rescue has become a moving battle, and Sue must escape the mental cocoon before the monster catches them. Lu Xiaofeng has finished dealing with the traitors, and now he turns his attention to the devourers surrounding him. He meets the monsters with a cold stare, but the battlefield changes when a huge tongue lashes through the ruins and sends Duanya tumbling into the air. Goldie dives beneath her and catches her on its back before the devourer's jaws can close. Lu tries to use plunder on the creature, yet the gap in power is too great and the ability fails. Duan immediately calls for a retreat. Goldie charges away with her while Lu leaps across the shattered ground beside them. The furious devourer bursts through the rubble and sends its tongue tearing after all three fugitives. Behind them, Su Chun is still injured on the frozen battlefield. Inside his consciousness, the parasite finally feels the violent shaking stop. Su tells her that he will handle the situation outside and warns her to behave until he returns. Whatever remains between them can wait. The parasite decides cooperation is safer than another disaster, so she offers to help him return to his body sooner. But she adds one demand of her own. After everything he has done to seal and restrain her, Su must take responsibility for her. At Dawn Base, the defenders are already fighting for their lives. Gunfire strikes the first wave while squads hold position beside the tanks and throw everything they have at the attackers. Yun cuts across the battlefield with startling speed and follows the fight through her tactical tablet. Their coordination turns the defense into a concentrated barrage. Repeated impacts hammer one devourer until the mutated creature is ripped apart from top to bottom. Bai gives Yun an approving sign, then raises a massive slab of concrete to reinforce the line. For a moment, their counterattack appears to be working. Then the devourers break the formation. A massive impact tears through the base and leaves Bai bloodied beneath broken concrete. Yun stares at the damage as more monsters advance beside an overturned tank. The defenders admit that the attack is too overwhelming, and Yun sees the barrier wall has already been breached. A retreat order spreads across the battlefield. The devourers smell victory. One group boasts that it will find a woman after charging inside, while their grinning leader orders the entire horde forward. A colossal fist crashes down, the ranks surge behind it, and another brutal blow tears through the defenders who are still trapped outside the retreat. The hulking devourer turns on Yun and mocks her, but Yun answers with a storm of luminous, star-shaped blades. The energy strikes again and again, forcing the creature to shield itself. The monster recognizes the opponent who has ruined its plans repeatedly, and rage replaces its arrogance. Yun's eyes brighten as she prepares another counterattack. Before she can release it, the devourer launches its entire body across the battlefield. One enormous hand reaches down over her, and the monster springs from the shattered ground to close the distance. The next exchange is completely one-sided. The devourer's attack smashes through concrete and pins Yun at close range. It flings her across the ruined city, follows with another hammering punch, and drives her toward the surrounding towers. I can only cry out as Yun is hurled through the structures and crashes below. The monster lands after her with enough force to crack the ground. Convinced that Yun is finished, it looks over the battlefield and declares that no one remains capable of stopping it. But Yun is not fighting for herself. This is the base Su-chan built through blood and sacrifice, and she refuses to let it fall before he returns. Energy gathers around her as that resolve takes hold. A gigantic eye opens above the battlefield, bathing everything below in light. Bai looks up, and even the hulking devourer recoils in shock. Yun has expanded into a colossal form towering over the ruined city. She rises above Dawn Base, faces the monster that believed it had already won, and makes her answer clear. Every devourer threatening Su's home is going to die. Giant Yun stands over the hulking devourer and draws back one enormous fist. The monster senses what is coming, but there is no time to escape. Yun drives her punch downward with such force that the fist does not even need to make direct contact. Air pressure alone slams the devourer into the ground and pins it there. The creature screams as compressed wind and rubble swallow its body. Yun's shockwave spreads through the entire district, tears open the street, and leaves a vast crater where the monster had been standing. The surviving defenders stare into the shockwave while soldiers drag their general away from the danger. Some believe Yun's strength can still save Dawn Base, but a more experienced fighter warns that it will not be that simple. Yun stands inside the crater as the pressure continues to build. The general orders everyone to cover their ears. Red energy spreads around Yun's body. Her face darkens, and the truth becomes impossible to ignore. She has entered a berserk state and is completely losing control. Only Su-chan has a chance of bringing him back. The general orders the ability team to locate him immediately. The base's only speed-type ability user volunteers before anyone else can move. Pink energy ignites around the runner, forms a sharp trail across Dawn Base, and launches her through the damaged structures. She races toward the ruined medical sector, but the passage ahead has already been smashed open by the fighting. Su-chan has already emerged among the dead and wounded devourers. A purple presence appears beside him, and the parasite materializes outside his body as if the mental prison no longer exists. She explains that the earlier disturbance somehow allowed her to leave freely. Su only wants to follow the enemy's trail and catch the others, so he tells her not to interfere. The parasite takes that as a challenge. She wraps herself around Su, anchors a strand of hair to the nearest rooftop, and swings them through the city like a living grappling line. Su hates the method, but even he has to admit that it is fast. They land on a rooftop, spot something enormous in the distance, and turn toward the skyline. The enormous silhouette belongs to Yunyun. Su immediately understands that something has forced her ability out of control. The parasite studies the distant giant and confirms the danger. If Yun remains berserk, the power will continue growing until she self-destructs. But the situation in the other direction is just as desperate. Su and the parasite rush onward, now caught between a collapsing ally at Dawn Base and the battle still chasing Duanya. Lu Xiaofeng is still facing the Tier 2 Devourer with Goldie Yi beside him. Lu gathers every ability he has managed to plunder, while Goldie Yi braces for another charge. It is not enough. The Devourer's huge jaws overwhelm both fighters. Then the creature turns toward Duanya and lunges at the woman it has chosen. Duan raises a defense, but the parasite warns that this Tier 2 monster is far from ordinary. Saving Yun means leaving Duan in immediate danger. Saving Duan means allowing Yun's berserk power to approach self-destruction. The monster's tongue whips forward. Then purple energy abruptly overrides the attack. An unfamiliar aura surrounds Duan, and Su Chen steps into the battle with purple light burning in his eyes, ready to punish the creature that copied his power. Faced with a choice between Yun and Duanya, Su Chen rejects the choice itself. He intends to save them both. The parasite warns that she exists only inside his consciousness and cannot be seen by anyone else, so whatever happens next depends on him. Su walks forward alone in the physical world and finds Duan waiting among the ruins. She is relieved that he survived, but the Tier 2 Devourer is furious that Su has interrupted its hunt again. Su's eyes glow purple as he tests the parasite's ability through his own body. Purple-black tendrils spread around him, catch the Devourer's tongue, and coil around its limbs. The creature laughs at the small restraints until more layers wrap around its entire body. Su tightens the bindings over one eye, locks its jaws, and leaves the Tier 2 monster completely immobilized. Then he changes the experiment. If the creature can regenerate from ordinary blows, he wants to know whether it can recover after being cut into pieces. Su extends one hand, turns the bindings into slicing threads, and tears through the monster from every direction. The Devourer's confidence becomes panic. Then the bound body disappears inside a violent storm of cuts. Duanya can see that Su has become stronger without even noticing it himself. She needs to return to Dawn Base, so she asks him to look after Goldie Yi and Lu Xiaofeng. They insist that they are still able to manage. Before the group can separate cleanly, the base's speed-type rescue runner arrives in a pink streak and skids to a stop. She has pushed herself to complete exhaustion while searching for Su. The exhausted runner can barely remain standing, but Su already knows why she came. He accelerates away before she can finish explaining. Purple energy gathers around him as his speed rises, and the base's only speed specialist watches in disbelief. Su is now nearly as fast as she is. He disappears from view, fixes his attention on Dawn Base, and leaves the runner struggling to understand how his abilities have changed so much. The parasite asks whether Su really intends to return to a battlefield that could kill them all. Su carries her with him and refuses to abandon his people or the base he worked so hard to build. He only hopes Yin can hold on long enough. Then he tests his upgraded space jump. Blue and pink light replace both bodies, and they rematerialize far ahead. The rescue runner cannot believe Su has teleported. His old jump covered only 3 meters, and 3 consecutive uses felt as if they would tear him apart. At level 2, one jump reaches about 8 meters, while steel body protects him from strain. The parasite realizes what he is planning too late. Su launches a chain of continuous space jumps and crosses the city in repeated flashes until even the speed specialist can no longer see him. Back beneath giant Yun, the remaining devourers have a very different problem. Some panic at the berserk giant, while others stare upward with reckless fascination. One charges toward her instead of escaping. More creatures gather around Yun's enormous legs, and the boldest begins climbing the mesh along her body. A second follows, then several more scramble upward. The rest abandon all common sense and decide to climb together, even while Yun's uncontrolled power threatens everyone around her. Devourers continue climbing the unconscious giant Yun, convinced that reaching her from the inside will make her easier to attack. Dawn Base cannot let them succeed. The defenders open fire, blasting creatures away from her body, even though every shot is dangerous near a berserk ally. Yun no longer recognizes either side. One uncontrolled movement could crush the soldiers protecting her. Then the base's exhausted speed user notices a new signal approaching. A blue space jump streak descends through the battlefield, and Chen lands on the communications tower. The commander can finally breathe again. Their strongest defender has returned. Relief lasts only a moment. Yun is still growing, and if the process continues, the energy inside her may make her explode. Su must wake her before that happens, but the red glow in her eyes confirms she has completely lost consciousness. Her hand sweeps past the tower and throws him into the air. As Su falls beside her immense body, he decides to remove the smaller problem first. Purple tendrils reach the devourers clinging to Yun's clothes, catch one by the neck, and rip several others away. Their crude excitement turns into panic as Su appears beside them, demands to know what they are doing, and flings them into open air. One after another, the climbers are peeled from Yun's giant leg. Purple arcs sweep across Yun and send the remaining creatures tumbling. Elsewhere in the ruins, another confrontation unfolds. A hooded woman carrying a skull-crowned staff stands before a pack of devourers. They remember being human, blame her for turning them into monsters, and promise revenge. The woman reveals the battle outfit beneath her cloak without showing fear. When a hulking creature lunges from behind, she seizes the staff and meets the attack head-on. Hands close around the skull-topped weapon, but she holds her ground, taunts the monsters, and then deliberately steps backward from the broken ledge. Her body drops between the ruined buildings before the pack can understand her move. A skull-topped weapon descends toward the monsters like a gift with a hidden cost. Hair-like tendrils spread over the rooftop, and a grotesque beast rises from the wreckage. It surges forward in a spray of violence, while another devourer celebrates reaching a fold in Yun's clothes. The victory is meaningless. Yun lifts one enormous leg, scattering climbers around her foot. Creatures hang helplessly from her body as the motion accelerates. Her leg crashes through the tendril beast and tears monsters away from both Yun and the surrounding ruins. One survivor believes it dodged the attack in time, boasting while the battlefield collapses around it. The survivor's relief ends when Chen dives through purple light. He strikes in one continuous motion, cutting through the devourer before it can escape. The defeated body launches over Yun and falls past her glowing red eyes. At last, the creatures attacking the giant are gone. The defenders acknowledge the immediate victory, but no one mistakes it for a solution. Yun remains unconscious, continues radiating unstable power, and is still large enough to destroy Dawn Base with a single careless movement. The speed user turns toward Su with the question everyone is afraid to ask. Fighting Yun would only make the disaster worse, yet calling her name has not reached her. Purple-eyed, Su studies the towering silhouette and the red energy burning around it. The battlefield is temporarily clear, but the real crisis has only begun. How are they supposed to wake Yun up? Berserk Yun turns on Chen. To her, the person trying to save her is only another target. Her enormous hands close together, and the defenders scream a warning as Su hangs between them. Yun slams both fists down with enough force to tear apart the surrounding ruins. But Su has already begun to pixelate. Space jump carries him out of the impact at the last instant, leaving Yun crouched amid a purple shockwave while the commander and speed user search the battlefield for him. Su has moved close enough to study the strange space around Yun instead of challenging her strength directly. The parasite warns that a head-on attack is suicide. Yun's red-eyed image begins to split. Bright fractures spread through the air, and the parasite realizes her condition is changing too quickly. Su sees the same danger. Yun's body is reaching its limit. He activates space jump against her unstable energy. Golden cracks race across the giant, swallow Su in light, and erupt across the battlefield. The defenders recoil as Yun screams. If the strain continues, her body will not hold together. Inside the cold darkness of Yun's consciousness, the present disappears. A younger Yun wakes, submerged in a laboratory pod, curled into herself and unable to count how many times despair has brought her back to this place. Masked researchers prepare her beneath operating lights. Needles pierce her again and again. In the apocalypse, she was not treated as a person, only as another subject for someone else's experiment. Trapped in the tank, Yun begs any god who might hear her to provide a way out, offering everything she has in exchange. Then a voice reaches the memory and calls her name. The terrified eye opens. Giant Yun turns towards Sue as if the rescuer standing on her body is the god she once begged for. Sue does not answer with comfort. He reminds Yun that he has no use for people who cannot stand beside him, reaches toward her, and orders her to wake immediately. Then he launches himself across her body and drives a strike into her. The blow makes the golden cracks flare, but it also breaks through the nightmare. Yun's face begins to recognize him. She remembers flirting with Sue when they first met, his warning to stock food before the apocalypse, and the countless moments when he appeared just as she fell into despair. He found her hungry, protected her while she was injured, and brought her into a group that could survive like real people. In Yun's memories, Sue became the ray of light that pierced the darkness in her heart. Hope returns, but Yun's decision makes the danger worse. For Sue Chun, she is willing to give everything. Golden light pours from her body until even Sue is swallowed inside it. The defenders realize the truth too late. Yun is about to self-destruct. The speed user throws up an arm against the blast while energy lifts rubble across Dawn Base. Buildings disappear behind the glare. Then the light slowly drains from the ruined streets. The commander opens his eyes and calls for Sue and Yun, but no answer comes through the settling haze. The survivors remain frozen in place, waiting for two figures to emerge. From above, the blast zone is visible through the last column of golden mist. Sue Chun and Yun are nowhere in sight. The immediate explosion has ended, but Chapter 54 closes on a new uncertainty. Did Sue save her, or did both of them vanish inside the light? When the golden haze clears, the speed user cannot find Sue Chun or Yun anywhere. She drops to her knees, convinced both are gone. Sue still had so much left unsaid, and Yun had just saved her life. The commander suddenly shouts for everyone to look up. Blue-white light descends through the ruined street, and Sue emerges carrying Yun in his arms. Both survive the blast, but Yun's normal-sized body is unconscious and covered in glowing fractures. Relief becomes panic as the commander orders the base to find medical help immediately. Before anyone can run, a massive shadow crosses the street. A clawed paw lands hard enough to stop the group, and Duanya arrives riding an enormous black and orange cat. She dismounts and moves directly to Yun. Sue holds the injured woman while Duan examines the wounds. Her conclusion is grim. Yun could die at any moment. Duan orders everyone back to Dawn Base, where a recovery bath has already been prepared. Sue supports Yun inside the bath while Duan mixes recovery serum from the evolution base into the water. Ordinary medicine cannot repair damage caused by this kind of power, but even the refined serum has no effect. Yun's fractures stay open beneath the glowing water. Duan checks again and cannot believe the failure. Sue reasons that an ability may be required to heal an ability wound. He moves close to unconscious Yun and channels his power through intimate contact. Her face relaxes. Duan watches the fractures finally begin to close and confirms that Sue's method works. Duan cheerfully leaves the remaining injuries to Sue, though he is startled by how much healing Yun still needs. Before the treatment can become any more awkward, Duan brings a new problem into the room. A crystal core, so large it towers over the people around it. The speed user wonders whether Sue could heal her as well, but Duan blushes and quickly changes the subject. A fighter explains that he found the crystal in the remains of the Devour tribe's leader after Sue left. At the time, it was still glowing with a strange power. The object is a crystal core, but nothing like the smaller cores the group has handled before. Everyone agrees that only Sue Chun has the strength to absorb the power inside something this large. Duan is less worried about the energy itself than its side effects. Yin previously helped the group carry that burden, but now she is injured and recovering. Duan fears she cannot support Sue alone. Then the speed user, still embarrassed, quietly offers to help him. Duan turns, surprised that the woman would volunteer for something so personal and dangerous. Duan stops and studies the speed user again. The offer may solve the immediate problem, but it also reveals a change in their relationship with Sue. Duan's intuition settles on a possibility she has not yet spoken aloud. The chapter ends on that private realization, just before the scanner's recruitment notice begins. Inside Dawn Base, Duanya asks Lu Xiaofeng to leave because she needs a private word with Bai. Once he is gone, Duan struggles to say what she has realized. Su Chan will never stop chasing greater strength, and the women around him must decide how far they are willing to follow. She finally asks Bai the question directly. Does she like Su? Bai is caught completely off guard. Nearby, Yun is sleeping after Su's treatment. Her wounds are mostly healed, so Duan takes responsibility for watching her while Su leaves to inspect the crystal core Xiaofeng recovered. Su enters the reception room and finds a blue-black stone large enough to tower over him. He tests it with a direct punch, but the impact does not even crack the surface. That toughness confirms a memory from his previous life. After the apocalypse, bizarre new materials began appearing, and this rare black stone became linked to the legendary Black Blade King, Wang Song. Wang Song carved through the ruined world with a single weapon rumored to have been forged from the same material. Su realizes the future king's fortune has reached him first. He stores the entire stone in his space until he can find a blacksmith capable of forging his own black blade. Duan then tells Bai why she brought up Su so suddenly. Absorbing the giant core may trigger a powerful side effect that she can only explain as a curse. If no one deals with it, Su and the entire base could be placed at risk. Duan would normally stay beside him, but Yin still needs constant care. Bai immediately volunteers to take the burden herself. Duan gives her a plan and prepares everything she may need. That leaves Bai waiting in a revealing maid outfit, wondering whether she has been tricked but refusing to endanger Su. When he finishes absorbing the core, she approaches with wine, forces herself to call him master, and leaves Su frozen in disbelief. Back beside Yun, Duan admits that a curse is still the most reasonable explanation she can find for Su's condition. She prepared Bai for the possibility, yet she cannot stop wondering how long the captain can endure the situation. Yin remains unconscious but stable. Duan decides that once Yun's recovery is secure, she will go and help by herself. At the perimeter, exhausted cleanup crews complain that defeating the Devourer tribe was only the beginning. Now, every corpse must be removed before decay brings disease into the base. One worker is scolded for whining, then notices that the street ahead is empty. The bodies they were supposed to clear are gone. Reports from the other teams confirm the same impossible discovery. Every Devourer corpse has vanished at once. No one saw them moved, and the workers recoil beneath the purple sky as the missing dead turn an ordinary cleanup into a new threat. Elsewhere, a faint disturbance passes through Su Chen's consciousness space. The parasite trapped inside him notices the sensation and turns toward a distant mental signal. Her expression changes immediately. She has been waiting for this moment, but the source is too far away for her to pinpoint its exact location. She cannot investigate while sealed inside Su's mind. With no other path available, the parasite decides that she must ask Su Chen for help. The chapter closes on that decision before the scanner's support and discord notice begins. Bai follows Duan Ya's plan and nervously pours wine for Su Chen. Calling him master is already difficult, but she forces herself to go further and offers to do anything he wants if it will lift the supposed curse. Su nearly chokes on the first mouthful. Bai thinks the wine may be the problem, lifts the glass to investigate, and finally drinks straight from the bottle herself. Only then does Su notice the label. This is 64% liquor, and Bai has never handled anything like it before. The alcohol hits Bai all at once. Her nervous restraint disappears beneath a wave of heat and reckless confidence. She slams both hands down, springs upright, and plants one high heel beside Su on the sofa. For a moment, she seems convinced that taking command is the only way to finish Duan's mission. Purple haze gathers around her as she leans over him and insists that the curse still has to be lifted. Su watches the transformation with growing amusement. The captain who could barely say master a moment ago is now trying to dominate the room. Bai leans dangerously close, but Su is no longer surprised. He smiles and asks whether she has forgotten their actual positions. The question forces her to remember every time she called him master. Su's authority erupts behind him like a red monster, instantly breaking through the confidence the alcohol gave her. Bai sobers in shock. Su pulls her down, takes control of the exchange, and asks if her head is finally clear. The answer arrives through action rather than argument. Bai drops to the floor admits she was wrong, calls him master again, and kneels in front of the sofa while Sue remains seated. Before the situation can go any further, Sue senses another presence. Pink mental light tears him out of the room and drops him inside his consciousness space. He immediately realizes who interrupted him. The parasite appears in front of him with barely contained excitement, launches herself into his arms, and demands his help. The compatible body she has been searching for has finally appeared, but the signal is too distant for her to reach alone. She needs Sue's consciousness as an amplifier. Flowing purple tendrils wrap around both of them, tightening into a complete cocoon. Sue questions the method, yet the parasite has already locked onto the signal and begins pushing their minds beyond his body. The cocoon blasts through the mental void and races toward the distant source. The parasite concentrates until the destination locks into place. Sue opens his eyes inside a projected spirit body and finds an impossible gathering below them. A woman-like silhouette floats above an immense wall of corpses while bodies rise through the spectral tide and drift toward her. Sue recognizes the pressure immediately. This is the power of a corpse king, or perhaps a corpse queen, drawing the dead into a single force. He asks whether their spirit forms are truly safe at this distance. Before the parasite can reassure him, something disturbs the projection, and both of them realize that another presence may have noticed them. Sue suspects that part of the disturbance is coming from outside his mind. Back in the room, Bai sees his unresponsive body and believes the curse has finally activated. Determined to complete Duan's instructions, she steps closer, embraces him, and tries to lift the curse herself. While Sue's body is trapped in that awkward rescue attempt, danger closes around his projected mind. A dark watcher turns toward the intruding spirits. The figure has detected them, and its command cuts through the void. Whoever is hiding must reveal themselves. Sue and the parasite are no longer unseen observers. Chen and the parasite realize their projected spirits have been spotted. Before they can retreat, the hostile consciousness turns and charges straight at them. The parasite screams for Sue to run, but the attack closes the distance in an instant. A monstrous red presence swallows the projection, tears through their connection, and hurls Sue's mind back into his body. He jolts awake in the bedroom, rolls upright, and clutches his head as the pain catches up with him. The parasite confirms that part of his mental energy was drained, leaving even Sue briefly shaken by the corpse queen's reach. The parasite insists Sue will recover quickly, but she admits the corpse queen nearly caught her as well. Sue has now seen enough to understand the danger. The woman already commands tens of thousands of corpses, and every new body will make her tide stronger. He refuses to risk his life for a rescue mission without a real reward. The parasite kneels and offers permanent loyalty, yet Sue is not moved by words alone. He names his price, her crystal core. The demand stops her cold, because surrendering that core is effectively surrendering her life. Sue leaves the decision in her hands and waits for proof. The parasite chooses the gamble. She hands over the glowing crystal core and trusts Sue to keep his promise. Sue accepts it, declares that she is now one of his people, and agrees to help fulfill the wish that brought her to him. Her posture drops into submission before she disappears from the room in a purple flash. Sue still scolds her for forgetting to call him master, but the gift is valuable enough for him to let the insult slide. He remembers the previous life, when the corpse queen led a hoard through Shangdu and left survivors living beneath her shadow. With the core in hand, Sue decides she must be stopped before that future returns. Elsewhere, a truck cuts through the flooded ruins. A base fighter asks by saying whether she plans to follow Sue, but she refuses to abandon the work waiting at the base. She knows she is still too weak to help him now, though she vows to catch up one day. The story then shifts to an abandoned gas station under relentless rain. Duanya and her companion shelter beside a small fire, while Sue searches for fuel and any supplies that survive the collapse. Their conversation stops when footsteps approach. An old man covered in ice staggers out of the storm and moves directly toward their shelter. The stranger barely answers before throwing himself into the flames. Fire races across his frozen body, and a thick cloud of smoke rolls over the shelter. Duanya and her companion recoil, but the damage begins immediately. The smoke burns Duanya's eye, catches in her throat, and makes every breath heavier. This is not a desperate survivor seeking warmth. The old man was bait, and the smoke is poison designed to weaken anyone close enough to help him. By the time Duanya understands the trap, her vision and lungs are already failing while movement gathers beyond the rain. A hidden attacker steps forward, followed by an entire gang. Their leader boasts that the poison women will be sold to the New World base after the gang is finished with them. Duanya raises her pistol and orders everyone back, but ice locks the weapon before she can fire. Even weakened, she shields her companion and warns that Su-chan will return. The gang only laughs. Their leader is already thinking about the scout who was marked earlier and the dangerous woman hunting through the night. Then a blade appears from the darkness. A mysterious armed woman strides into the rain with a weapon curling around her body, turning the ambush into a confrontation the gang never expected. A segmented blade woman enters a sealed room without fear, even though poison already hangs in the air. She treats the confined space like an advantage, lets the toxin roll from her breath, and steps deeper inside while calling for the handsome man hiding from her. The poison is meant to inflame the body and leave a victim helpless, but her confidence fades when she senses someone behind her. She reaches out with a welcoming smile, expecting Su-chan to fall into her arms. Instead, the shape waiting in the haze is a crude wooden decoy. The real Su has already moved beyond her trap. Su-chan materializes behind the stunned woman and asks who sent her. She answers by snapping the segmented weapon across the room, but Su catches the blade in one bare hand before it can reach him. He is more interested than frightened. The unusual construction looks like the work of a real artisan, exactly the kind of specialist his growing force needs. When the attacker tries to recover, Su extends one hand and crushes her confidence before she can launch a second strike. He pins her in place, ignores her panic, and demands the location of the person who forged her weapon. The parasite appears beside Su and confirms why the lead matters. If they can find the artisan, their chances against the Corpse Queen's enormous hoard will rise sharply. Su refuses to trust the captive's spoken answer, so he enters her consciousness and tears the truth out directly. Purple energy pierces her mind, revealing that the artisan is somewhere inside New World base, although the exact location remains hidden. Su then leaves something behind, a mental net wrapped around the woman's brain. One thought can now tear her mind apart. Terrified, she drops to her knees and offers to become his most loyal dog. Su accepts the bargain only long enough to test whether she can obey. Back at the rain-soaked gas station, Duanya and her companion are still burning from the poison smoke. The gang leader believes the drug has reduced them to helpless captives and orders his men forward. The women force themselves upright, and the companion finally reveals the flaw in the ambush. Poison that overwhelms ordinary survivors does not shut down an ability user. Her calm expression wipes the grin from the attackers. The gang reaches for improvised weapons, but Duanya and her companion stand together in the open, surrounded yet no longer defenseless. The thugs form a ring and aim from several directions. One gunman moves into Duanya's sight line, while the gang's water ability user gathers pressure around both hands. He boasts that their combined weapons can attack from 3 angles at once and screams for everyone to fire. High-pressure water blades tear through the rain, but the barrage does not end where the gang expects. The returning strike cuts back across the battlefield and punches into their leader's chest. His own coordinated attack becomes the weapon that breaks the ambush, leaving the surrounding thugs frozen between panic and disbelief. The newly controlled segmented blade woman now stands over the wounded attacker, proving she understood Su-chen's command. Su approaches through the rain while she turns to acknowledge him, and the fallen gang leader can only stare upward in terror. Su places one hand on his kneeling servant's head and gives her the man who just offended his people. Her obedience earns a cold compliment, not trust. With the mental leash still wrapped around her brain, Su leaves the prisoner's fate to his new dog and confirms that one more dangerous weapon has been forced onto his side. Lady Poison's former subordinates drag heavy gasoline barrels through the rain, furious that the woman they once followed now answers to Su-chan. They whisper that becoming his dog has made her weak, but Lady Poison hears every word. Black toxin coils around her body as she steps toward the exhausted crew. One man tries to defend the work they have done, and another openly challenges her authority. Lady Poison responds with force, cutting through the rain so quickly that the mutineers barely see the attack. A thug is hurled backward, while Duanya and Yun watch from a distance. What looked like ordinary resentment has become a death sentence. Before Lady Poison can finish the punishment, Su-chan appears behind the gang leader and stops her. The kneeling men claim they come from New World and beg to be released, but Sue is already looking past their excuses. Purple energy gathers around his hand. With a tiny movement, he attacks something hidden inside the first man's head. The victim's skull erupts. A second man dies the same way, and Sue studies the blackened energy left on his finger. These are not simple executions. The men were carrying living parasites, and every brain worm dies the moment Sue tears it away from its host. Lady Poison can only stare as 3 supposed survivors collapse at once. Su-chan connects the parasites to the strange creature Professor Shaw once found inside Lady Poison's head. In his mental vision, brain worms surround him like a nest. The difference is that Lady Poison's parasite is already dead. The toxins saturating her body killed it before it could take control. The other men were not so fortunate. Someone inside New World has been planting brain worms in its own people and using them as obedient puppets. Su destroys the remaining parasite and warns Duanya and Yun that they need protection from the same attack. Lady Poison bows beneath his scrutiny. Then Su reaches into storage and summons a complete armored vehicle, ordering her to drive them directly toward New World. The armored vehicle merges into the rain-soaked traffic, and Lady Poison begins describing the place ahead. She was only a minor leader in New World before Su captured her, and she knows how dangerous the organization has become. Yet the tension inside the vehicle is broken by something far more ordinary, the smell of hot pot. Lady Poison remembers Su's group eating freely during the apocalypse and nearly cries from envy. Yun, still driving despite the lingering poison in her system, opens a cold cola and offers it over. Lady Poison trembles, then breaks down at the sight of a drink she thought had vanished with the old world. For a moment, survival looks less like power and more like one unopened can. Yun hands over the cola and introduces herself with effortless warmth. Lady Poison cannot understand why a captive is being treated like a companion, but thirst wins before suspicion does. She drinks with both hands while Yun watches, friendly and alert. That kindness is not carelessness. When Lady Poison reaches for a shining slice of lamb, Yun turns the meal into a test. She exhales a green poison cloud across the food and lets Lady Poison swallow the bait. Lady Poison has spent years living inside toxins, so the trick does not frighten her. Instead, the two poison users study each other across the table, each measuring how much damage the other can survive. Su-chan observes the contest in silence, but the spreading toxin reaches someone who is never part of it. Duanya sways as her body reacts, proving that Yun's poison can still overwhelm an unprepared survivor. Lady Poison recoils at the collateral damage. Su catches Duanya before she falls and steadies her against his chest, ending the game immediately. Ability users can resist ordinary poison better than most people, but resistance is not immunity, and brain worms create an even more dangerous threat. Su now needs Lady Poison's knowledge of New World, Yun's poison, and a way to keep everyone in his group alive long enough to reach the base. A heel strikes the accelerator and the mission resumes. The pink-haired woman climbs fully into the cab, studies Lady Poison, and helps turn the interrogation back toward the target ahead. Lady Poison faces Su's group and asks what they want to know. Her answer will decide whether she remains useful, whether New World's brainworm controller can be found, and whether the artisan hidden inside the base can be taken alive. The armored vehicle surges through the storm as the passengers trade comfort for preparation. Behind them lie 3 dead puppets. Ahead waits the organization that planted the parasites. Su-chan is no longer approaching New World merely for supplies. He is driving straight toward the person controlling its people from inside their skulls. New World finally rises in front of Su-chan's group, a colossal tower still standing above the ruined city. The entrance is packed with scavengers who see the settlement as one of the last places where food, walls, and order still exist. Lady Poison explains that nobody simply walks inside. A New World identification card is the only accepted proof of membership, and the recruiters control who gets one. A survivor holds up the card like treasure while the registration desk calls for new trial teams. The crowd immediately surges toward the offer. Su watches the desperate applicants and steps forward, already certain that the trial will reveal more about the organization than any explanation at the gate. The registration rules split Su-chen's group before the test even begins. Lady Poison, Yun, and the pink-haired woman learn that the combat trial is reserved for the male applicants, forcing them to find another route toward an identification card. Su does not argue. He leaves the women together and walks toward the trial alone. A rough scavenger gang notices the solitary newcomer and closes around him, assuming his lack of a team makes him easy to use. Beyond them waits a barbed wire forest gate. The test is simple only on paper. Enter mutant spider territory, collect enough valuable cores, and return alive. For ordinary survivors, the forest is a slaughterhouse disguised as an entrance exam. One applicant protests the danger, but the bald coordinator only checks his list and opens the starting line. Jagged stone spikes rise beside the gate as the teams prepare to enter. The scavengers offer to let Chen follow them, expecting a frightened newcomer to accept any protection. Su refuses and stands alone. Offended, the gang forms its own hunting party and decides he can die in the forest while they wait to steal prey from other returning teams. Their leader smiles at the plan. Su does not bother correcting him. The gang believes strength comes from numbers. Su is entering alone because a crowd would only slow him down and divide the crystal cores he intends to take. Deep inside the forest, Chen walks openly until the mutant spiders reveal themselves. They descend from the trees, surround the trail, and build into a wall of red eyes and armored bodies. Su stands at the center without retreating. The first attacker disappears beneath a sweeping strike. The next is crushed directly under his hand. Green venom floods the battlefield, but Su moves through it, flipping past the blast while the creatures try to close from every side. Even a transformed, poison-dripping limb cannot stop him. A spider's ring of eyes locks onto its target. Then the swarm collapses around Su as a crystal core drops to the ground. Instead of hunting one creature at a time, he has drawn the entire nest into reach. While Su clears the forest trial, the women discover New World's alternative path. An Apocalypse Rose beauty pageant is running in the plaza, and its top 3 contestants receive permanent identification cards without entering the Spiderwoods. The stage is treated like an auction. An announcer presents a contestant while people in the crowd bid food for access to women who fail to win a place. The promise of safety hides another system of control. Women who cannot earn a card and still want shelter are pushed into becoming entertainment for wealthier residents. Lady Poison and Yun understand immediately that the pageant is not harmless, but it is still the quickest opening into New World. Lady Poison decides she has no choice and reveals a complete pageant outfit before entering the changing area between her teammates. The sudden transformation shocks both the pink-haired woman and Yun. Then Lady Poison closes the distance, pulling the pink-haired woman into an intimate embrace as green haze spreads around them. The contact immediately raises suspicion that another poison trick is underway. Whether Lady Poison is preparing them for the contest, testing their resistance, or trying to secure an advantage, the pageant has already turned the team against an invisible threat. Outside, Chen is collecting spider cores with overwhelming force. Inside New World, the women are about to weaponize the very spectacle meant to control them. Inside New World, Lady Poison keeps the other women saturated with her toxin. The treatment is deliberate. Her own parasite died because poison already filled her body, so Chen wants the same defense around everyone who enters the city. The protection works, but the side effects are humiliating. The pink-haired woman relaxes into a flushed haze, leans against Yun, and soon both women are clinging together as if they have forgotten the danger around them. Lady Poison watches with exhausted irritation. They may be safer from brainworms, but they cannot move through New World's pageant looking completely intoxicated. Before the women can regain control, their next opportunity opens in a private judging lounge. 2 pageant judges toast while waiting for fresh contestants. One wears an eye patch. The other is a bald brute, and both stare at the doorway like predators. A red high heel crosses the threshold, followed by a complete contestant entrance that immediately captures their attention. The pink-haired woman and Yun stand before them while the judges openly choose who they want. The eye-patched man grins at the long-haired beauty, and his companion licks his lips at Yun. They believe the pageant has delivered helpless women directly into their lounge. The hook reaching toward the pink-haired woman's neck proves how little consent matters inside New World. The women let the men come closer because the trap belongs to them, not the judges. Yun leans toward the bald judge while both men reach for their chosen targets. Then Lady Poison's toxin takes hold. The judges' eyes ignite red. Their desire twists away from the women, and they turn on each other. Seconds later, the two men are kissing in a cloud of ridiculous purple hearts. The red dress contestant walks past the collapsed pair without looking back, while the pink-haired woman's glowing eyes make the victory look almost supernatural. Lady Poison and Yun exchange a wary glance. They have neutralized the judges without exposing Su Chen's mission, but the ease of the control confirms how vulnerable ordinary residents are to anything that manipulates their bodies or minds. The victory does not solve the larger problem. Yun is still blushing under the toxin, and Lady Poison explains why none of them can simply clear it from their bodies. Brain worms may be circulating throughout New World, so remaining poisoned is the safest way to kill a parasite before it attaches. The pink-haired woman accepts the warning with a flushed smile, while Yun struggles to endure the treatment. The three women regroup and scan the lounge for anyone watching. A movement near the doorway catches Lady Poison's eye, and she runs after it before their identities can be exposed. Their entrance plan has succeeded, but now every corridor inside New World may contain a spy, a parasite, or both. Far beyond the city, a strange light rises over the spider forest. The scavenger team dismisses it and continues searching for the Spider Queen's crystal core, only to realize their leader has lost the trail. Then they find the path Su Chen left behind. Mutant spiders lie decapitated across the ground, green venom still smoking from the severed bodies. The scavengers freeze as another blue-white slash tears through the trees. Su tracks the incoming attack with one eye and cuts through a barrage without giving ground. Even at close range, he blocks the next strike and lowers his guard only after the surrounding swarm has been reduced to fragments. The supposed lone newcomer is clearing a route that an entire trial team could not survive. The true target finally descends. A giant spider queen hangs above Su Chen, dwarfing every creature he has already killed. The scavengers hide behind the trees and watch, hoping the monster will weaken him for them. Their leader smiles as if the crystal core is already his. Su ignores the audience. He fixes his eyes on the queen, punches through its first attack, and raises a blue-white energy blade. The queen's ring of red eyes flares before its complete body charges down. Su meets it head-on and drives the monster into a burst of green venom. The impact shakes the forest and leaves the spying scavengers recoiling. What they expected to be a desperate battle becomes another controlled execution. The scavengers still refuse to abandon their greed. Believing Su Chen must be tired after fighting the queen, they pull a chained cleaver from concealment and hand it to their leader. Their plan is to let him finish the monster, then steal the crystal core and every other reward he has gathered. They have watched Su erase a forest of mutants and still convince themselves that an ambush will work. The blade gleams between them as the gang prepares to move. Su Chen has already defeated New World's official trial. Now the final danger comes from the applicants who would rather murder a winner than earn an identification card themselves. The scavengers finally make their move. Their leader sharpens two blades against each other while his men spread through the trees. They have just watched Su Chen slaughter the Spider Queen, yet greed convinces them that an exhausted winner will be easy prey. The bald fighter and his hooded partner grin as the gang closes a complete circle around Su. Chains are already wound around the nearby tree, turning the clearing into a prepared execution ground. Their leader orders Su to surrender the queen's crystal core. Su does not argue or retreat. He calmly raises the purple core in one hand, showing them the reward they are risking their lives to steal. Its glow only deepens their hunger. The leader takes possession of it and admires it at close range, certain the most valuable prize in the forest now belongs to him. With the crystal core secured, the gang tightens its trap. Heavy chains wrap Su's body and crossed blades press against him from both sides. The leader studies Su's face, waiting for fear, but finds only silence. That calm irritates him more than resistance would. At his signal, every scavenger raises a knife, club, or hooked weapon and charges at once. They expect the combined attack to finish a man who cannot move. Instead, Su rotates through the crowd with explosive force. The motion tears across the clearing in one continuous arc, scattering weapons and bodies before the attackers understand what happened. The bald scavenger freezes. The hooded man stares in disbelief, and their leader's confidence finally cracks. Their perfect restraint has failed, while Su is still standing in the center of the broken formation. Panic spreads through the survivors, but their leader cannot admit defeat. He shouts for them to attack again. Su answers by pulling once against the restraints and tearing the remaining chains apart. A scavenger shoots into the air between the trees. Two more are flung in opposite directions before their feet can touch the ground. Then Sue gathers the broken lengths of chain in both hands. Red light burns beneath his hair, and purple energy rises around his entire body. The men finally understand that the Spider Queen did not weaken him. That battle only showed a fraction of his strength. Sue swings again, launching another attacker across the forest canopy. The leader watches the body disappear over the trees, unable to reconcile the monster in front of him with the quiet man he tried to rob. Sue descends from above with a clenched fist aimed directly at the leader. The blow stops inches from the man's face, but the pressure alone strips away his courage. He collapses backward before Sue even needs to touch him. The hooded scavenger turns and runs for the forest, abandoning both the core and his companions. He does not get far. A violent impact drives him into the ground, proving that escape is no safer than fighting. The leader searches desperately for another opening, then clenches his teeth and forces himself back into the confrontation. Blood falls onto the grass as the surviving thieves gather whatever courage remains. They have lost their formation, their weapons, and any illusion that numbers can protect them. Yet they continue because fear has left them with no rational choice. One last attacker charges through the opening. Sue reaches straight through the assault and leaves another man collapsed at his feet. He stands over the fallen fighters without a mark on him, then smiles at the few scavengers still conscious. That expression ends the fight before the final exchange begins. Sue's eyes burn red in the darkness, and his movement becomes a chain of crimson afterimages slicing through the trees. Bodies launch in every direction as the forest flashes around him. A desperate scavenger reaches out for help, but there is no one left who can answer. Another man is hurled high into the sky, following the rest of the gang out of the clearing. The thieves came to steal a crystal core from a weakened survivor. Instead, their ambush reveals that Su Chun is far more dangerous than the mutant queen he just killed. The scavenger leader looks up and realizes Su Chun is descending on him again. Su drops from the canopy with both arms raised, then drives a foot toward the man's head before he can escape. The leader tries to change positions, believing his strange ability will move him out of danger. Su turns the trick against him. Every swap throws the scavenger back into another crushing fall, dragging him through a long cycle of impact, panic, and helpless recovery until the forest floor erupts beneath him. When the assault finally stops, the battered man can do little more than scream and search the trees for an opening. Su ignores the noise. A second scavenger already lies at his feet, and Su stands over the body as calmly as if he has merely completed another step in New World's entrance trial. Red light returns to Su's eyes as he raises one hand. The transformation sharpens at close range, and another scavenger is sent flying through the trees. Only the leader remains willing to attack. He charges in desperation, but his expression changes before he reaches Su. His eyes widen, his pupil contracts, and an invisible force locks his entire body in place. Energy presses around him until he is suspended upright, unable to advance or retreat. The man stares ahead in terror, while Su watches without emotion. Then Su steps beside him, close enough to make the difference between them impossible to ignore. The gang relied on numbers, traps, and stolen abilities. Su needs none of them. He controls the clearing so completely that even the final attacker can move only when Su allows it. Cornered, the scavenger forces out a laugh. He clings to the belief that Su still cannot finish him, treating New World's rules like a shield. Su offers no explanation. He swings a dark weapon through a violent burst of energy, then lowers his hand as purple power curls around his body. Whether the leader understands the method no longer matters. The fight has already demonstrated that surviving Su's first strike does not mean escaping his judgment. With the ambush neutralized, Su can return his attention to New World, where the women are moving deeper into the beauty pageant, and another member of the team is about to enter in a far less obvious disguise. Inside the city, a striped cat peeks from a purple carrier and slips into the contestants' area. The tiny infiltrator passes between a woman's legs while the dressing room curtains open. Three women look into the crowded staging area, careful not to reveal why they are really there. A nervous contestant watches from the side, and the assembled pageant hopefuls turn toward the newcomers with open suspicion. The pink-haired woman crosses the room in a fitted red dress, drawing every eye as she moves through the hostile crowd. One broad contestant scowls, already treating her as a rival. The pageant may look ridiculous beside the violence in the forest, but it remains a dangerous route into New World's inner circle. Every contestant could be a spy, a parasite carrier, or an obstacle between Sue's team and the identification cards they need. Then a pair of high heels steps onto the floor, and the room falls quiet. A purple-haired woman enters in a black stage costume, carrying herself like someone accustomed to owning every spotlight. The contestants recognize her immediately. Lynn Mayer, a genuine superstar, has joined the competition. Two women gape at the celebrity while Lynn studies the room with cool confidence. She advances between the watching contestants, turning an already tense pageant into a contest with a clear favorite. For Sue's infiltrators, her arrival changes the board. Blending into the background will be easier while everyone watches Lynn, but winning access to New World's leadership may become much harder. The forest ambush is over. The next struggle will be fought beneath stage lights, surrounded by rivals who smile for the judges while measuring every weakness in the room. New World's beauty contest opens before a packed arena. The announcer raises his microphone and welcomes an audience that has waited for this spectacle as if the apocalypse outside no longer exists. The crowd roars back, desperate for entertainment and for any chance to impress the city's ruler. Behind the stage, the pink-haired infiltrator waits with her two teammates. The brown-haired woman laughs off the tension, while the pink-haired contestant studies the competition with quiet confidence. Across the room, superstar Lynn Mayer watches them with a calculating smile. She believes her fame and influence have already decided the result. For Chen's team, however, winning is not about applause. The pageant is their route toward New World's leadership, the identification cards, and the people controlling the city from behind the show. The judging panel makes the contest look even less legitimate. Three men sit above the arena, a hulking bald enforcer, a short-suited official, and a long-haired judge with a disturbing private obsession. The long-haired man presents a smiling mask-like object and remembers the humiliating scene that inspired it, then hides the memory behind a cold grin. These are not impartial judges searching for beauty. They are predators, fixers, and gatekeepers selected by New World's power structure. Lynn Mayer expects them to favor her, and the contestants understand that ordinary rules will not protect anyone on this stage. The announcer steps beneath the towering screens, raises one arm, and calls the first round into motion. What was advertised as a beauty competition immediately begins to resemble a public survival trial. The pink-haired woman advances with both teammates, and the other contestants decide to eliminate the newcomers before judging begins. Two rivals glare at the trio, then an entire mob leaps forward. The brown-haired teammate intercepts the first attacker at close range. A smile crosses her face as a monstrous shadow rises behind her. Her eyes ignite red, her body expands, and the impact tears through concrete. The women who expected an easy target recoil in panic. Seconds later, the transformed fighter towers over the survivors, her hands planted in the wreckage like a creature large enough to swallow the stage. The ambush has the opposite effect from what the rivals intended. Instead of removing Chen's agents, it publicly demonstrates that at least one member of the team can overpower the whole field. The contest continues despite the violence. High heels strike the runway, and Lynn Mayer walks beneath the judges' platform. All three scores rise to 9, confirming that her celebrity status still carries enormous weight. Lynn turns from aboard with a calm smile, certain no newcomer can match that reception. Then red light washes across the arena. Fireworks erupt above the stage, shattered display panels tumble through the glow, and the pink-haired contestant emerges in a complete angelic costume. White wings frame her body as she walks through the debris with the confidence of a champion making an entrance. Lynn's composure finally breaks. She stares at the newcomer in open shock, realizing that fame alone may not be enough to dominate a pageant filled with mutants, infiltrators, and powers no ordinary judge can control. The glamorous image lasts only moments. Violence explodes around Lynn Mayer in a long, crimson sequence. Blood fills the background, human silhouettes are thrown apart, and Lynn moves through the attackers at the center of the carnage. The counterattack continues without pause until bodies and limbs scatter across the stage. A nearby contestant recoils at what she is seeing. When emotion clears, Lynn remains upright amid the red spray and fallen figures, proving that the superstar is not merely a protected celebrity. She is another lethal player inside New World. The pink-haired team now faces two threats at once: the rigged pageant system and a rival capable of answering an ambush with a massacre. Elsewhere in New World, the contest is being watched from a private chamber. A black-haired woman stands behind an elderly judge bound tightly to his chair, making it clear that even the officials are controlled by someone higher. The old man looks ahead with a hardened, almost bored expression. Before him, a water tank glows blue and a red-eyed mermaid floats inside, her tail curling beneath her as bubbles rise around the glass. The hidden observer, the captive judge, and the creature introduce a new layer to the pageant. While the contestants fight for scores in public, New World's real powers are preparing something far more dangerous behind closed doors. Behind New World's pageant, the city's elderly ruler sits beside a tank containing a red-eyed mermaid. The creature floats under green light, breathing through a mask while watching everything inside the private chamber. A black-haired attendant enters with a small child and presents him to her master. The boy stands barefoot in front of the wheelchair, too frightened to understand why he has been summoned. The old man places one hand on the child's head and smiles. Red tendrils burst across the boy's body and begin pulling his energy away. The mermaid strains inside the tank as the same parasitic pattern spreads through the chamber. Worm-like growths coil around the ruler's face and hang above the weakened child. New World's ruler is not merely watching the pageant. He is draining children to extend a life that should already have ended. The absorption leaves the ruler surrounded by a sick green aura while his attendant waits behind him. The treatment restores him only briefly. He and the black-haired woman assess the result with the bored efficiency of people who have repeated this ritual many times. The ruler looks toward the arena, treating every resident, contestant, and captured creature as another resource for his survival. His attendant finally turns away from the chair, revealing that even her obedience carries calculation. The public believes New World is a sanctuary ruled by order. In private, its leader survives by consuming the vulnerable and preparing stranger experiments with a mermaid in the tank. Back in the arena, Lady Poison's treatment is still affecting the infiltrators. The pink-haired woman flushes with surprise, and her angelic costume does nothing to hide how strongly the toxin is working. She grabs her brown-haired teammate in a sparkling embrace while the third woman looks on. The moment is awkward, but the team keeps its mission in sight. The pink-haired contestant steadies herself and focuses. When two men rush them, both attackers are launched away. The three infiltrators remain together at the center of the stage as bodies fall around them. Their pageant performance has earned the identification cards they needed, and a violent first round has failed to separate them. A bald contestant and his partner still believe the women can be robbed. The pink-haired infiltrator confers with her curly-haired ally, while two green crystal cores are displayed between them. The hostile men close in, expecting to seize both the rewards and the women holding them. Instead, the pink-haired and brown-haired teammates stand shoulder to shoulder. Red light fills the pink-haired woman's eyes as Lady Poison's influence reaches the attackers. The men become flushed, red-eyed, and helpless, their aggression twisting into uncontrollable desire and confusion. The women do not need a long fight. Poison turns the would-be thieves against their own judgment and removes the threat while preserving the team's cover inside New World. Far from the arena, Chen stands before the remains of the spider forest. Mutant bodies are piled across the ground, their red eyes still visible beneath broken shells. The sight confirms how thoroughly he has cleared the trial and how much violence has followed him through the trees. Su faces the mound without hesitation, then adjusts his scarf and prepares to move deeper into the cold forest. While his allies uncover the ruler's corruption from inside New World, Su is advancing from the outside. The two missions are closing on the same city, and the monsters in the forest may be easier to understand than the people waiting behind its walls. The scavengers surrounding Chen believe they have found an easy target in the spider forest. They see one traveler, a pile of bodies, and a valuable crystal core. What they fail to understand is that Su has already turned the mutant Spider Queen's power into his own weapon. Purple limbs unfold behind him and sweep through the trees while he walks away without slowing down. A survivor can only stare at the bodies left across the frozen ground. Su raises the glowing purple core and confirms that the hunt has given him exactly what he needs. The forest ambush is over before the scavengers can profit from it, and New World's outer gate is now within reach. Entry into New World depends on a green identification card and the approval of 2 armed guards. Su approaches the fortified gate with the card he recovered, but the guards remain suspicious. Their confidence disappears when a giant mutant spider crashes into view behind him. Su does not threaten them or explain the massacre in the forest. He simply passes the identification card forward and waits. The complete figure standing at the gate makes his position clear. The monster outside is evidence of what he survived, not something he fears. One guard recoils, the other checks the card, and Su narrows his eye as purple energy begins gathering around his hand. Before the standoff can escalate, a pink-haired woman materializes beside Su in a burst of light. Her angelic appearance is part disguise and part ability, but the green identification card in her hand is genuine. She faces Su at close range, then takes her place beside him outside the walls. Their reunion joins the 2 halves of the infiltration. Su has forced his way through the forest while his allies have survived the pageant inside the city. A sudden diagonal beam cuts across one of New World's buildings, revealing that the contest beyond the gate is already becoming impossible to conceal. From his private chamber, New World's elderly ruler watches the arena with his black-haired attendant. Below them, the 3 infiltrators advance through a floor covered with defeated contestants. Lady Poison's lingering effect leaves the brown-haired woman flushed and unsteady, but she refuses to abandon the mission. Her pink-haired teammate focuses, and the next 2 men are hurled through a vertical beam. The team regroups just as another attack drops into the arena. In one continuous fall, the pink-haired woman is pulled into the impact and caught before she can hit the ground. What was supposed to be a controlled pageant has become an open display of supernatural force. The counterattack only grows more violent. A woman releases a slashing impact that tears across the arena, and a circular shockwave spreads beneath the contestants. Men in the stands can do nothing except watch as part of the surrounding structure is smashed apart. Even the infiltrators turn toward the destruction. 2 crystal-headed men still smile, convinced their hardened bodies give them an advantage. Then a vertical force catches one of them, lifts him, and crushes him in a single towering strike. The women react to the sudden reversal while a long-haired masked judge studies the arena from above. New World's rules are collapsing, and another hidden power has entered the contest. The source is a black-haired woman whose eye burns red behind a terrified contestant. She reaches out, and one man is seized as though he has been reduced to the size of a toy. Another body is dragged upward by an invisible force, limbs twisting while he struggles against her control. A nearby contestant screams, finally understanding that strength and armor offer no protection. The red-eyed woman stands calmly with 2 men suspended behind her, treating their panic like part of the performance. Chen and his allies came to New World expecting corruption behind the pageant. Now the arena is exposing multiple predators at once, each with an ability dangerous enough to reshape the coming fight. The red-eyed woman reveals why the arena's remaining contestants are terrified. Her ability does more than lift bodies. She changes their size, holds one man beside her face, and then enlarges herself until she towers over the battlefield. Red energy crawls around her body while the infiltrators search for a way out. The black-haired and curly-haired women are caught together as invisible blows strike around them. They struggle to protect each other, but the controller is using captured people as movable pieces. Their pink-haired teammate sees the trap and erupts in anger. Her eye locks onto the giant woman, and the first counterattack forms in a brilliant circular burst. The pink-haired woman spreads her angelic wings and rises above the fallen contestants. A long-haired judge watches from behind a wooden mask, smiling as though every injury proves the pageant is working. 2 women remain bound together by glowing cords, giving the attackers hostages to hide behind. The masked man studies the winged fighter in profile, then a hand reaches for one of her feathers. She answers by turning the wings themselves into weapons. Standing over the arena floor, she refuses to sacrifice her teammates just to reach the enemy. Her glare meets the judge's predatory grin. The public contest is now a battle between abilities, and New World's officials appear far too entertained by the danger. At the same time, Chen reaches the intersection of New World. Barbed wire crowns the wall, and a fortified gate separates ordinary streets from the city's protected center. His pink-haired companion joins him while a wary local watches from nearby. Su does not linger. He walks down the empty street with the mutant Spider Queen's legs folded behind him, carrying both proof of his victory and material for a new weapon. Every step deeper into the city brings him closer to the ruler's private territory. The obstacle ahead is not another checkpoint. It is a sheer inner-city tower that must be climbed without attracting the guards below. Sue carries the spider legs through a ruined stairwell to a hidden forge. A braided blacksmith immediately recognizes their value. She heats one of the queen's limbs over the anvil and shapes the natural armor into a cutting edge. Sue and the blacksmith stand over the remaining parts while she explains her price. If he helps rescue her grandfather, she will turn the Spider Queen's legs into equipment strong enough to scale the tower. The result is a pair of sharpened claw gloves. She tests the new blade, looks up the impossible wall, and prepares to climb beside him. The bargain gives Sue a guide, a weapon, and another reason to reach the upper city alive. The clawed gloves hold. Sue and the blacksmith climb straight up the tower, driving the blades into concrete while the city falls away beneath them. Sue checks the distance below, but his partner keeps moving through the wind. Together, they approach the upper ledge and pull themselves above New World's guarded streets. Sue reaches the rooftop first and stands alone against the pale sky. A doorway offers access to the sealed floors beneath the ruler's territory. He steps through, finds no immediate guard, and crouches inside the apparently empty room. The silence is useful, but it is not reassuring. Sue has entered the inner city from above, and the rescue operation can finally begin. The climb to New World's rooftop turns into an ambush. A clawed climber is blasted against the wall, and the braided blacksmith loses her grip. Sue-chun catches her hand before she falls and pulls her out of the collapsing path. Above them, a shadowed attacker drops toward the climbers while their scarfed ally charges the claws forged from mutant material. He fires the blades upward, trying to clear a route to the roof, but a red swarm closes around him. The attack multiplies faster than he can cut it apart. Sue intercepts the blacksmith with one arm and shields her from the worst of the assault while the swarm continues, tearing across the wall. Sue and the blacksmith exchange one tense look, then race for the last section of wall. For her, the mission is personal. She remembers being a child beside the grandfather who raised her and the exhaustion hidden behind his reassuring smile. The memory hardens her resolve. An impact tears open the rooftop barrier, and Sue stands over her after the breach as dust falls around them. Inside the sealed room, the blacksmith recognizes the person they came to rescue. An elderly craftsman waits in chains, thin from confinement, but still alive. Sue and the blacksmith approach together, finally reaching the prisoner hidden above New World's guarded streets. Relief quickly becomes anger. The blacksmith confronts her grandfather while Sue listens for the facts. A metal shackle locks the old craftsman's ankle, supposedly forged from rare post-apocalyptic mutant material. The prisoner expects the restraint to be impossible to break. Sue grips it and snaps the chain apart. Red light flashes in his eye as the craftsman stares at the ruined metal. The old man recovers his confidence almost immediately and begins boasting about his work, earning a sharp smack from his granddaughter. Beneath the comedy is a useful truth. New World's ruler imprisoned this craftsman and forced him to manufacture weapons from mutated materials. The craftsman insists that the strongest material available in New World has already been used. Sue answers by opening his blue storage interface. A massive crystal block materializes in the room, towering over everyone and slamming into the floor with enough force to shake the rooftop. The blacksmith braces against its surface while her grandfather stares upward in disbelief. Sue silences him before the noise attracts guards. The old man finally understands the opportunity in front of him. Sue can supply rare mutant materials far beyond anything the city lord controls, and the craftsman knows how to turn them into weapons. The rescue has become the foundation of a far more dangerous alliance. The enormous crystal Sue-chun produces fills the rooftop workshop with dangerous heat and pressure. The braided blacksmith stands before the spreading blaze while her grandfather recoils from the material. Both are forced to flee the room before the forge collapses around them. On New World streets, another confrontation is already beginning. A black-haired attendant walks through the burning district and takes her place behind the city's red-eyed ruler. The blacksmith arrives with a clawed weapon drawn. She does not waste time on threats. She charges directly at the attendant, aiming to break through the ruler's personal defense before the city can organize its guards. The attendant intercepts the strike and unfolds a web of dark, spider-like limbs. The blacksmith fights through the moving blades while her grandfather screams from the edge of the battle. A cutting arc flashes across the street, but the attendant's red eye remains fixed on every attacker. The scarf fighter joins the exchange and is struck through a violent vertical series. The attendant flips him, wraps dark limbs around his body, and attempts to crush him in midair. Instead, black energy erupts from the captive fighter. Even the elderly ruler and a nearby observer recognize that the balance has changed. The ruler's supposedly perfect guard has trapped someone with enough power to fight back. The blacksmith takes advantage of the opening and pins the red-eyed ruler beneath her. The scarfed fighter turns away, but the sudden calm reveals a smaller threat. A centipede crawls onto his shoulder. His composure disappears instantly. He jumps, flails, and tries to shake it loose while the blacksmith watches in disbelief. One clean cut removes the insect, leaving her holding the blade while he struggles to recover his dignity. The awkward pause does not last. They exchange a look, and a crouched silhouette begins rising behind him. New World's enemies are not finished simply because the ruler is on the ground. The scarfed fighter turns toward the ruins as broken stone begins gathering around a body. Black tendrils pull the rubble inward, rebuilding the enemy instead of burying it. The fighter realizes what is happening too late. A towering armored mutant rises from the debris, its horned face glowing red above the street. The creature continues growing until it stands over a New World tower. Blade-like appendages flex beneath the falling stone, and behind the transformation, a long-haired horned man smiles. The ruler's forces have another weapon, one designed to recover from damage and return in a stronger form. Elsewhere in the arena, the pink-haired winged woman senses the danger spreading across New World. She faces the battlefield from behind, wings lowered but ready, as the disturbance reaches the pageant. Her expression hardens when she understands that the fight is no longer confined to the contestants around her. She steps forward in full view, prepared to answer whatever the Horned Controller and the giant mutant unleash next. Chen's infiltration has exposed the ruler's captive craftsmen. The rescue team has drawn out the personal guard, and the city is now being attacked from both inside and above. New World's hidden order is breaking apart. The horned judge watches from behind a wooden mask as the pink-haired winged woman is hammered by attacks she cannot see. One blow throws her across the arena, and another catches her before she can recover. Two fellow contestants remain tied together in red cords while the surrounding crowd turns hostile. Then fresh drops of blood strike the floor. Injured but alert, the winged woman realizes that ordinary senses will not find the enemy. A pale outline closes in behind her. Yet the judge's confident smile only confirms that the unseen assault is being directed. She rises, spreads her wings, and prepares a countermeasure instead of waiting for the next invisible strike. The captives tense as she launches into a rapid aerial exchange. Her wings sweep through the space around her, splashing blood across bodies that have been impossible to locate. The marks turn the attackers into visible silhouettes. Now she can read every approach. She twists between the incoming blows, drops back toward the arena floor, and plants her heel beside the exposed enemy. The horned judge looks up in disbelief. His invisible fighters are still fast, but secrecy was their real weapon, and that weapon is gone. The winged woman faces him from above while the blood-stained outlines gather around them. For the first time, the judge understands that his own trap has given her targets. A marked attacker crashes among the woman's scattered feathers. She turns directly on the controller, drives her heel down, and stomps the horned judge across the face. The two bound women cheer as their tormentor is pinned beneath her. Behind them, however, a blood-covered tower begins to move with a new threat. A vast black and red insect swarm spills into the arena and descends on the terrified crowd. The judge expects the chaos to free him. It is not. The winged woman keeps him trapped underfoot while the exposed silhouettes close in. Even when he cries out, she answers with another kick, refusing to surrender control of the battlefield. The enemy lashes out again in a frantic burst, yet the winged woman slips through the renewed attacks. Then a stranger weapon enters the fight. Purple rabbit puppets materialize around her, followed by larger constructs surging across the arena. The captives stare at one fallen rabbit as if it is nothing more than a toy, but beside its severed head lies a game controller. The winged woman spots it immediately. She picks it up and begins testing the commands. A black rabbit puppet that had been lying motionless suddenly rises, its red eyes burning to life. Her fingers move across the controls, and the creatures turn away from their previous target. 3 black rabbit puppets now stand between the winged woman and the force that sent them. She faces the constructs from behind with the controller in her hands, transforming the judge's latest weapon into her own reinforcement. The invisible fighters have been revealed, their controller has been humiliated, and the insect swarm has failed to break her position. What began as an ambush ends with the arena's weapons answering to the woman they were meant to destroy. The pink-haired winged woman tests the game controller, and the black rabbit puppets answer. Their red eyes brighten as they close around her. For one alarming moment, puppet hands seize her from behind, and the short-haired captive screams. Then the real danger reaches them. The insects swarm pours toward the newly freed women, but the controlled rabbits move first. One giant construct lunges into the mass, another kicks a path through it, and the others absorb the impacts against the stone enclosure. The strange puppets are no longer attacking the contestants. They form a living perimeter, buying the 3 women a small pocket of safety while the bugs cover everything outside. Inside the perimeter, the women assess their situation. The red cords that bound them lie loose on the floor, but freedom does not solve the swarm surrounding the enclosure. The short-haired woman watches insects press closer while the winged woman searches for an opening. Their curly-haired companion finally raises a hand and releases blue-green mist. It spreads through the protected space, rolls against the walls, and forces the insects to retreat. The puppets hold their positions as the red mass pulls away. For a moment, the solution appears perfect. Then the mist wielder notices that her ability is affecting the people inside the barrier, as well as the creatures outside it. The winged woman and her short-haired companion become flushed and unsteady. Instead of watching the perimeter, they cling to each other and lose their composure. Their curly-haired ally stares in disbelief, then tries to pull them apart before the mist distracts everyone completely. Outside, the insects begin combining. A red-black silhouette rises from the swarm, flashes with white energy, and grows into a towering humanoid mass above the enclosure. While the mist wielder struggles to control her teammates, the living swarm plunges toward them. The repellent has created distance, but it has also created the exact distraction their enemy needed. On the ruined street, Wang Dong drops his heavy pack and shapes purple energy between his hands. A giant armored insect rises over the broken buildings, its skull-like face burning red. Scythe limbs snap forward from the monster's body. Wang Dong meets them head-on. He spins through the first barrage, using the glowing blade to redirect each cutting limb, then drives upward into the opening. The creature is enormous, but its size gives him clear lines to attack. He launches himself above its armor with the energy blade raised, preparing to cut through the monster before it can turn back toward the trapped women. Wang Dong's blade draws a grid of purple slashes across the armored body. He lands beneath the glowing cuts, but the monster survives and counterattacks immediately. Its scythe limbs crash down around him as the curly-haired mist wielder runs through the ruins to help. The creature turns its skull mask toward her and grins. She keeps moving, slipping between black blades that sweep past her face. Wang Dong sees the new target and shouts a warning, but she is already inside the monster's reach. The chapter ends with the rescue fighter, the charging woman, and the armored insect trapped in the same lethal exchange. Wang Dong forces his battered body upright, but the armored insect gives him no room to recover. The curly-haired mist wielder rushes in and catches him before he falls. He warns her that this monster is nothing like the smaller creatures outside. Its skull mask burns red, and a forest of black scythe limbs closes around them. The pair try to brace together, yet the next barrage lands from every direction and blasts them through the ruins. Wang Dong studies the armor while his ally struggles back to her feet. Direct attacks are accomplishing almost nothing. He grips her arm, tells the others to help Master Fu first, and walks back toward the monster alone. If the blacksmith can finish the weapon, this fight can still change. Until then, Wang Dong has to keep the creature occupied with a body that is already near its limit. That decision comes from an earlier failure inside the forge. Wang Dong watches Master Fu drive the furnace hotter and hotter, but the black stone refuses to melt. The flames are already powerful enough to terrify the old blacksmith. Master Fu finally understands the problem. The material is not defective. It is too pure. Only one method can break it down, and that method carries a price. Wang Dong agrees to the condition. Master Fu asks him to take his granddaughter to Freedom City, the rumored human sanctuary built by the government during the apocalypse. Wang Dong remembers hearing only stories about that place in his previous life. He wants proof that it exists and a way to find it. Master Fu promises to explain after they escape, entrusts the stone to him, and calls So back to help. For Wang Dong, the possibility of Freedom City is important, but surviving long enough to forge the blade comes first. Back in the ruins, the armored insect advances. Its plates were forged by Master Fu, so Wang Dong knows exactly why they are difficult to penetrate. The monster opens its jaws and charges, promising to swallow him whole. Wang Dong meets it with a full power strike, but the blow leaves no visible scratch. He gathers another burst of red energy as the skull-like head snaps toward him. Before either side can finish the exchange, a massive stone barrier erupts between them and absorbs the impact. Wang Dong and the mist wielder stare at the sudden wall. Beyond it, fire glows from the direction of the forge. The woman turns and runs toward the light. Both fighters understand that Master Fu is no longer attempting an ordinary piece of metalwork. He is forcing the black stone to yield while the monster pounds against the barrier outside. Inside, Master Fu completes a blue-edged blade while still chained to his chair. So sees the cost and cries for him to stop, but her grandfather has already chosen his final duty. He explains that top-tier materials are not lifeless objects. They carry a spirit, and only a blacksmith's own blood and flesh can draw out their true power. For Master Fu, forging a weapon of this level is the highest honor his craft can offer. He pushes So away from the danger and leaves the finished blade within reach. Wang Dong takes it and prepares himself while the exhausted blacksmith fights to remain conscious. The weapon they needed now exists, but its creation has demanded far more than heat, skill, or rare material. It has consumed the man who knew how to awaken the stone. Far from the forge, a small black cat-like scout pads into a hidden laboratory. Its orange markings and glowing eyes sharpen as it looks ahead. What finds stops it cold. Cyan containment tanks line both walls of a long corridor, each one holding a submerged human body. The unknown facility has been preserving or experimenting on people behind sealed glass while the outside world collapses. The chapter ends on that silent row of tanks, opening a second mystery just as Wang Dong receives the weapon that may decide the battle. Inside the hidden laboratory, the black cat-like scout walks between rows of cyan tanks. One container holds an unconscious woman with glowing eyes. As the scout watches, centipede-like parasites writhe out of the captive's mouth. Elsewhere, Master Fu's forge burns at full power. The black stone has changed into a huge golden billet, but the old blacksmith warns that refinement will leave only enough material for one weapon. There will be no second attempt. Wang Dong hammers the glowing mass again and again while Master Fu studies every change. Yun joins the work, gripping a sledgehammer with both hands and driving it down in a complete overhead swing. Every strike must shape the only blade capable of piercing the armor outside. The forge does not have time to work in peace. Another impact shakes the ruined building as Wang Dong intercepts the giant armored insect outside. He crashes into the creature, forcing its coiling body away from the others. But the monster wraps itself around the shattered high-rise and keeps pressing forward. Its skull mask glows red while Wang Dong stands alone in the rubble. The creature boasts about the armor covering its body, and Wang Dong recognizes Master Fu's workmanship in every plate. That explains why his earlier full power strike could not leave a mark. He refuses to retreat. Instead, he studies the skull, joints, and moving limbs for the smallest opening, buying the forge a few more seconds with every exchange. Back in the laboratory, the captive convulses and a dense red-black swarm bursts from her tank. The scout turns, sees the insects filling the corridor, and runs for its life. It reaches the forge while Wang Dong, Yun, and Master Fu are still working around the fire. Yun notices the frightened animal and warns it to leave the dangerous area. Then the reason for its panic arrives. The pursuing swarm slams into the wall, floods over the room, and surrounds the entire forge team. The scout freezes beneath the mass it has accidentally led to them. The workers now face two deadlines at once. Finish the unique weapon before the monster breaks through, and survive the laboratory infestation closing from every side. Wang Dong senses the new danger, but cannot abandon his position. He charges through the armored insect's counterattack, slips between the sweeping limbs, and braces at point-blank range as the creature tries to crush him. Inside, the loose insects combine into a red humanoid silhouette and descend on the trapped group. Yun raises one arm, while purple energy coils around her, but the living swarm reaches her first. The repaired view shows the missing moment clearly. Black-red insects burrow into the skin of her raised arm and spread upward. Her body answers with a violent transformation. Yun expands to giant scale, leaving her two allies small enough to stand on her open palm while the infestation burns behind her glowing eye. Duanya realizes the attackers are living creatures, which means her power should be able to affect them. She raises both arms and pours violet energy into the space around Yun. A barrier-like wall forms between the women and the swarm humanoid, stopping the insects from reaching deeper into Yun's body. The effort pushes Duanya beyond her previous limit. Light traces across her skin, her eyes turn white, and the others recognize that she has evolved into a level 2 human. With the barrier holding, Duanya locks onto the swarm. Yun regains control long enough to smile, and the women launch a coordinated counterattack through the red mass. The chapter ends with the forge still active, Wang Dong still holding the armored monster outside, and the newly evolved Duanya turning an infestation into a chance to fight back. The counterattack begins at point-blank range. Duanya drives a high kick through the red humanoid and follows with a spinning strike, but every wound instantly collapses into insects. The swarm lashes back and tears across her arm before she can disengage. Yun is still gigantic, and the infestation remains buried beneath her skin. A teammate lands against Yun's chest, discovers parasites moving through the infected arm, and releases cyan power with both hands. At her command, the living insects stream out of Yun's flesh. The rescue lasts only a moment. The expelled swarm gathers behind them and reforms its glowing skull, turning one escape into another attack. The skull-faced creature attacks before Yun can recover. It drops over the group, drives through their guard, and sends a defender crashing beside Wang Dong. Yun hears the warning, but the living swarm coils around her body and locks her in place. The monster folds its limbs and falls like a spear from above. Yun cannot clear the impact zone. The collision tears through the red-black mass, and a second wave of tendrils whips across the trapped fighters. One final blast throws a woman out of the cloud while the remaining insects close around Yun again. The strike rips open Yun's shoulder, leaving her allies clinging to the giant body as she struggles to remain conscious. Crawling insect sees one fighter's legs, but she twists loose, completes a full aerial flip, and kicks through the reforming cloud. The swarm recoils and hardens into the armored skull monster again. Its single eye fixes on Wang Dong. The creature charges across the ruined street, while Wang Dong pulls himself from the rubble. A colossal silhouette rises above him. The women recover behind his position, and Wang Dong calmly takes the front line, studying the monster before setting his feet for the next exchange. The monster roars that the humans have dared to defy it and promises to grant them death. Wang Dong answers by opening his injured hand and stepping beneath its shadow. When blood-red tendrils seize one of the women, he focuses on the moving core inside the swarm. Since the apocalypse, he has fused ancient martial arts with his own power and created a unique technique, Force Breaker. The first detonation punches a hole through the insect mass. Wang Dong chains rapid strikes through the opening, but there are too many bodies to destroy one by one. Even so, the barrage breaks the tendrils and gives the captive woman enough room to land safely outside the swarm. Inside the forge, Master Fu decides the weapon cannot wait another second. The exhausted blacksmith's eye burns red, his veins rise, and his thin frame expands into a mass of hardened muscle. He has not gone all out in years. Now he grips the heaviest forging hammer and stands over the only golden billet the team possesses. Master Fu raises the hammer high, determined to discover what weapon the rare material will become. His decisive blow crashes into the molten blank. The others immediately follow his rhythm, driving their own hammers into the same point. The chapter ends on one continuous chain of impacts, with the finished weapon still hidden inside the explosion of heat and force. The final hammer blows explode through the forge and shake the ruined city, but the skull monster is still attacking outside. It turns from the building and launches its glowing mouths at the defenders. Yun braces over the creature while Sister Dwan gathers violet energy. Her psychic ability wraps the enemy in binding bands, yet the many-mouthed tail breaks the hold and throws her into the air. Sister Dwan tumbles toward a glowing maw with no ground beneath her. As the jaws open, she calls Su Chen's name. Su Chen dives straight through the psychic lines and tells Sister Dwan not to be afraid. She kicks at the creature from above, while he follows with a complete vertical rescue strike. The impact detonates across the skull, and Su Chen keeps driving through until the monster's head is forced down. The remaining psychic bands pull him towards Sister Dwan as she falls clear. He catches her in both arms before she reaches the rubble. Sister Dwan looks up in relief, but the rescued pair are not safe yet. Another glowing mouth rises behind them while Yun watches from across the broken street. The monster reveals that the mouths are not limited to its head. Its tail can devour them as well. It claims the humans will be digested in seconds. Then another shock wave from the forge interrupts its threat. The creature snarls at the old blacksmith who is still hammering inside. Yun steps into its path, and a concentrated blast punches through the surrounding rubble. The skull monster is driven backward through broken concrete. Before it can recover, an enormous black paw lands on the battlefield. The small cat scout expands into a giant fire-striped feline and declares the skull creature its next meal. It charges, smashes a heavy paw into the monster, and erupts through the red cloud. Su Chen uses the transformed scout as a moving platform, carrying Sister Dwan onto its back and securing her away from the mouths. The monster recoils, but Yun is already returning to the center of the fight. She plunges through a towering column of energy and tears across the enemy in a spiraling vortex. When the swirl collapses, Yun emerges upright and checks whether the battle is finally over. Yun notices one last movement above the battlefield. A surviving parasite has detached from the destroyed body and is fleeing through the sky. It grows bat-like wings and decides to seek refuge with the corpse queen. Yun refuses to let it carry news of the battle. Pale energy expands her reach until her hand becomes an enormous wall in the parasite's path. The tiny creature lands against her palm with nowhere left to turn. Yun swats it out of the sky, ending the last escape before it can reach its master. Yun refuses to let the last parasite escape to the corpse queen. Her pale hand closes around the tiny creature, and one crushing downward strike wipes it from the sky. The impact opens another crater across the ruined battlefield. With the threat gone, Yun finally releases her giant form. She shrinks to normal size, gasping as the strength leaves her body. Sister Dwan rushes over and catches her before she falls. She scolds Yun for growing so large again when her body still cannot withstand that size. The cat scout returns to Su Chen beside the mangled swarm body. The corpse is riddled with holes, and even Su Chen finds the sight disgusting. Their path is still blocked by a slab of broken concrete, so Master Fu steps forward. He lifts the enormous weight over his head and hurls it away from the street. The effort drains him immediately. One of the women catches the old craftsman and asks whether he can keep going. The victory has left nearly every fighter exhausted. Then snow begins to fall. At first, the group can barely believe it, but the flakes quickly spread across the entire ruined city. Sister Dwan holds Yun upright, while Su Chen studies the sky with the cat scout. In the apocalypse, strange weather is no longer impossible. The cat reminds them that volcanoes were erupting before the disaster even began. Everyone watches the snowfall thicken, and Su Chen realizes the conditions are changing faster than their plan can handle. Before they can leave, the fallen skull creature opens its eyes again. Su Chen senses the movement as the swarm body rises behind them, laughing that it can respawn endlessly by summoning more insects. The women recoil and shout a warning. A muscular ally drops into a fighting stance beside Su Chen, ready to bring the monster down a second time. But Su Chen does not prepare an ordinary attack. He faces the revived creature and activates the strange power hidden inside his storage ability. The resurrected monster suddenly loses control of its own body. Its flesh breaks into glowing, pixel-like fragments and streams towards Su Chen. The creature demands to know what is happening, but the disintegration keeps spreading until even the final particles vanish. Su Chen remains standing where the monster used to be, steadying himself after absorbing or storing the entire body. The others stare at him in disgusted disbelief. Meanwhile, The snow grows heavier by the minute. Master Fu and Su Chen accept that their next move must be delayed until the worsening weather is understood. Back at shelter, Sister Duan takes charge of Yun Yun's recovery. The crystal core has begun repairing the damage left by her giant form, but Yun Yun still needs help absorbing its power correctly. Sister Duan supports her, removes the remaining toxins, and guides the energy through the cracks in her body. Su Chen watches closely. The core has healed Yun Yun and strengthened her foundation, yet her natural talent is so high that one core is not enough for the next breakthrough. He decides he must find more. As Yun Yun's strength returns, the two women immediately compete for Su Chen's attention. Each insists on going first, until Su Chen steps between them and ends the argument by handling both demands at once. The tension breaks into embarrassed relief. Only then does Su Chen notice that one member of the group has not returned. Poison Empress is missing. His question carries the story away from the shelter and into the freezing forest outside. In the snowy woods, two travelers hear movement above them. A barely dressed woman is hanging upside down from a branch. Poison Empress wakes, loses her grip, and drops beside the startled men. She backs away and demands to know what they want. The travelers insist they mean no harm. They only saw her fall and came to check whether she was alive. Their explanation triggers her memory of the battle, and the moment Yun Yun suddenly became enormous. Poison Empress remembers holding on as Yun Yun expanded during the fight. The sudden growth tears her grip loose and launches her high into the sky. She tumbles away from the battlefield, screaming for help, until the forest finally breaks her fall. Back in the present, she assures the men that she survived. They decide to continue on their way and warn her to find warmer clothes before the temperature drops further. Poison Empress watches them leave, worried that she will freeze before she can find her master. Poison Empress starts walking alone through the deepening snow. A heavy boot suddenly pounds across the forest floor. The same two travelers are running behind her, one raising an arm and calling out as they chase deeper between the trees. Poison Empress turns, unsure why they have returned. Then the real danger bursts into view ahead of them. Two airborne attackers with bright blue cores tear through the snowfall and close on the group. Poison Empress looks up as movement breaks through the snowfall. At the same time, Sister Duan is still tending Yun Yun inside the shelter. Outside, the two travelers race back toward the entrance. One of them decides he cannot let the approaching threat reach the people behind him. Poison Empress plants herself between the men and the forest, whips her dark tendrils into a circular guard, and rises to meet whatever is coming. Even a larger traveler braces himself to buy a few more seconds. The shape behind the trees is far larger than any ordinary attacker. A colossal mammoth with glowing red eyes pushes into view. Its body is already dead, yet a talisman-covered corpse rider is directing it from the front. The mammoth smashes through the snow with enough force to shake the ground. Its sweeping attack throws Poison Empress aside and sends her crashing hard. As she forces herself back up, the survivors realize they are facing an undead weapon, not a wild animal. Poison Empress breaks away and races into the shelter. She warns her master that a giant mammoth is outside. Sister Duan and Yun Yun stop their recovery and listen. Su Chen answers by releasing a dark violet aura that fills the room. The sudden pressure makes Poison Empress recoil, but it also signals that the exhausted team is going back into battle. Outside, the same travelers see her return as the red-eyed mammoth begins charging straight toward their position. The survivors gather in the snow while the corpse rider drives the mammoth closer. Su Chen studies the charging beast without moving. Then another defender steps down beside him. Sister Duan and Yun Yun rise together despite their unfinished recovery, exchange a determined look, and prepare to face the cold. Yun Yun runs outside and finally sees the mammoth's full scale for herself. The travelers stare in disbelief as the women join the front line. The undead beast attacks before the defenders can spread out. A segmented, tusk-like projectile tears across the snowy clearing toward one of the travelers. Poison Empress moves first. She intercepts the strike at close range and shields the terrified man from the impact. The mammoth's opening attack has been stopped, but its corpse rider is still in control, and the team has only just reached the battlefield. With the mammoth battle paused, Su Chen's group reaches the mobile shelter and meets the two travelers again. The broader man suddenly recognizes Su Chen as a former classmate, even though Su Chun barely attended class. The reunion is friendly on the surface, but the stranger is already calculating. He sees Sister Duan standing behind Su Chun, assumes the powerful women must lead the group, and decides that traveling with them could keep him alive. Winning their favor becomes his real objective. Before the man can act, Yun Yun expands into her giant form and takes control of the mammoth corpse. She lifts the enormous body and hurls it through the air. The two travelers look up in terror as the mammoth falls directly toward them. Sister Duan raises one hand and catches the entire mass inside a violet psychic field. The mammoth stops before impact. The strangers are stunned by her strength, while Yun Yun watches with glowing eyes and Sister Duan stands calmly inside the fading aura. The broad traveler decides Su Chun is protected by two strong women and nothing more. He tells his companion that replacing him should be easy. Their scheme continues even as Yun Yun shrinks behind them. Then Yun Yun notices the dried meat in his hand. The man proudly offers his survival ration, claiming it was made from zoo gorilla meat with a secret recipe. One bite is enough to make Yun Yun recoil. Su Chun opens the shelter and shows them what real preparation looks like. Inside the mobile shelter, Yun Yun sits before hot pot, roast chicken, noodles, meat, fruit, and drinks. The travelers can barely understand how Su Chun still has fresh food after the apocalypse. Instead of changing their opinion, the meal makes them greedier. They whisper behind his back and test whether he can be pushed aside. Su Chun waits for the broad man to lunge, blocks the strike with one open hand, and drives him backward without effort. Their attempt to replace him ends before it truly begins. Su Chun does not throw the two men back into the snow. He brings them to the shelter entrance and listens while Yun Yun reveals a small crystal fragment. Su Chun is already thinking beyond their failed attack. More cores will be needed from the zombie queen's corpse army, and expendable survivors who know the area can still be useful. The travelers are allowed to finish the best meal they have seen since the disaster, unaware that Su Chun has turned their ambition into another resource for his coming campaign. Su Chun leads the group away from the ruined city as snow closes over the road behind them. Sister Duan and Yun Yun follow while the two former classmates ride with the mobile shelter. The newcomers are alive because Su Chun accepted them, but gratitude never enters their minds. The larger man keeps studying the women and repeats the same delusion. Once he gains their protection, Su Chun will have no place in the group. As the armored vehicle rolls toward another settlement, the pair treats the people who saved them as obstacles to remove. The settlement ahead is already ruled by something far worse than desperate survivors. Red-eyed mutants crowd its broken streets beneath a horned king. A captive struggles in his grip, but the ruler drags him before the horde, bites down, and flings the body through a brutal arc. The display is not hunger alone. It is a warning. Every creature watching understands that strength is the only law inside these walls, and the horned giant intends to remain at the top. The king points toward his followers, and another hulking fighter answers the challenge. The brute charges with a blade and raises it for a killing strike. The horned ruler does not retreat. He crushes the attack, leaves bodies at his feet, and turns the arena into a coronation. One by one, the mutants drop to their knees. Their fear becomes worship. Their voices rise for the king, and the ruler roars back at an army that now belongs to him. The celebration is interrupted when two servants rush in from the storm. Outsiders are calling the king out from beyond the settlement. He listens with a predatory smile, expecting another easy execution. Outside the walls, however, the two former classmates have produced a rocket launcher. They're not there to negotiate. They see a fortified nest packed with mutants and decide that one explosive shot can prove their value before returning to Su Chen's group. The gunner shoulders the launcher while his companion watches the gate. Snow cuts across the open sight line, but the Horned King is a massive target. The weapon locks onto him. A rocket tears through the settlement, trailing fire and smoke straight toward the ruler. For the first time, the king's confidence breaks. The warhead fills his vision and detonates at point-blank range, swallowing the courtyard in a violent blast. The travelers have announced themselves, but whether the explosion can kill the creature remains unanswered. The rocket turns the settlement courtyard into a storm of smoke, fire, and pulverized flesh. Su Chan watches from the ruins, but the explosion is only the opening move. Beneath the red cloud, thousands of thin parasite worms are still writhing. Su Chun asks Sister Duan whether she can control them, and she sends her psychic power down through the swarm. At the center of the blast, the horn-devouring king survives. He remembers the woman and her cat who once wounded him, and how he devoured members of his own kind until he became strong enough to rule the clan. Outside the gate, the two former classmates expect their rocket to have solved everything. The king answers with a roar and orders the devouring clan to grind the intruders into dust. Mutants pour into the streets. The men finally understand Chen's trap. This is not a safe resettlement area, but the clan's nest, and he sent them forward as bait. They run until the horde surrounds them. Axes and crescent blades descend from every side. The travelers cover their heads and wait to die. Then every weapon freezes inches above them. A violet glow spreads across the attackers. Tiny parasites cling to their faces. Their eyes change color, and the devouring clan suddenly turns on itself. Controlled mutants slash through the same horde that was about to kill the travelers. The psychic command expands in a rising column, jumping from body to body faster than the clan can react. Near the center of the settlement, one of the king's servants asks what is happening. The horned ruler sees the violet disturbance and realizes that someone beyond the walls is stealing control of his army. The devouring king charges directly into the psychic field. His red eye narrows, his fist drives forward, and raw strength collides with Sister Dwan's control. Violet energy erupts past the surrounding buildings and forms a column visible across the ruined city. The king refuses to yield. He measures the distant controller, hurls another body across the rooftops, and forces his way toward the source. His army may be compromised, but the ruler himself is still powerful enough to fight the command. Sister Dwan lands between the horde and the trapped travelers. Chen and Yun step in behind her, turning the failed bait run into a prepared ambush. The two men collapse at their rescuer's feet, while the devouring clan closes around the group. Chen remains calm and tells Sister Dwan she has done a good job. With the Bug King's interference gone, her psychic power can manipulate the leaderless parasites far more easily. Her eyes glow as control spreads through the surrounding army, leaving the Horned King to face Chen's team inside a battlefield that no longer obeys him. The horned-devouring king looks beyond his compromised army and toward the other strongholds hidden through the district. Inside one ruined base, a red-lit passage leads to 3 exhausted women held captive by the clan. The mutants enter and surround them. These prisoners are not survivors being protected. They have been reduced to property, and the approaching shadows make the clan's cruelty unmistakable. The same monsters gathering to confront Chen have built their rule by terrorizing anyone too weak to resist. A clawed hand seizes one woman by the ankle. The mutants drag the captives into the courtyard and display them before a sea of red eyes. One woman is thrown toward the waiting clan while the others are carried away. A hulking mutant claims the next prisoner as the crowd fights for turns. She begs to be released, falls to her knees, and is forced to the ground. Her terror means nothing to the surrounding creatures. The sequence shows exactly what will continue if the clan is allowed to survive another night. Before the violence can continue, the Horned King approaches and the lesser mutants kneel. A claw reaches toward the captive. Then the attacker jerks back. Something powerful is moving through the district. The woman sees the hesitation. A clan warrior shouts a warning, and the king releases a towering red aura. His eyes lock onto a violet beacon burning between the buildings. Sister Dwan's psychic field is no longer confined to one courtyard. It is reaching toward every parasite-controlled base around them. At the center of the zone, Chen's team walks in front of an army whose parasites now answer Sister Dwan. Chen studies the surrounding buildings while she pushes her violet field farther. Energy coils around her, bursts through the horde, and rolls across the ruined district like a second storm. Her glowing eyes track every infected body. When she looks back for an explanation, Chen remembers this district from his previous life. He once nearly died here and later learned that the entire zone belonged to the devouring clan, with several bases close enough to reinforce one another. That knowledge is why he came prepared. He deliberately chose this place, captured the clan's soldiers, and forced every nearby ruler to respond. Laughter rolls over the rooftops, a clawed hand tightens, and multiple devouring kings appear above him at once. The exact confrontation Chen wanted. Sister Dwan tries to lock the devouring king inside her violet psychic field, but the ruler is already breaking free. He lunges through the barrier, tears apart her defense, and closes the distance with a grin. Chen steps between them before the king can touch her. The monster roars at the interference and reaches for him, but Chen vanishes out of the claw's path. Unable to catch his real target, the king turns to the surrounding devouring clan and orders every mutant in the street to kill Chen instead. The horde surges forward, but Yun plants herself in its path. Her body expands, and she lifts devouring fighters overhead as if they weigh nothing. She smashes the attackers aside, opens a route over the trapped travelers, and gives them a chance to run. More violet-eyed mutants rush Sister Dwan, while another fist drives towards Chen. Chen meets it with a single punch and blasts the attacker backward. Even surrounded, the group keeps the battle divided, so the king cannot overwhelm any one of them. Chen calls for Goldie. The small armored cat answers from a ruined ledge, leaps into the storm, and lands in Chen's hand. He immediately throws Goldie towards Sister Dwan with one order: protect Dwanya. She turns and finds the devouring king already behind her, both arms raised for a killing blow. The strike comes down with crushing force. Goldie reaches her first, lands against her chest, and blocks the king's approach before the claws can connect. Sister Dwan looks down at the tiny animal in disbelief. Golden light gathers inside Goldie's shadow, and the cat attacks before the king can recover. Repeated claw arcs tear across the ruler and hammer him into the ground. The devouring king rises with one eye blazing. He has seen the small cat speed before and believes the same move cannot defeat him twice. Roaring in fury, he prepares to overpower Goldie through raw strength. Goldie answers by becoming something the king has never faced. The cat expands into a giant golden armored beast, filling the street from wall to wall. One massive paw swats the devouring king aside. Goldie's body drives him backward and crashes down, pinning the ruler beneath its weight while the pavement fractures around them. The transformed cat bears enormous teeth over the trapped king. Sister Dwan studies her new protector and reaches a practical conclusion. A creature this strong would make an excellent shield in the battles ahead. The battle has barely settled when Violet's psychic power erupts across the street. Chen steadies himself while Sister Dwan and Goldie watch the shockwave split the falling snow. A devouring king emerges inside a red aura and advances on the group. Sister Dwan suddenly senses another corpse queen close by, hidden just behind the surrounding buildings. The new threat is dangerously near, but the horned ruler in front of them refuses to let the travelers move. Red light gathers in his eye as he prepares to turn every person before him into a servant. The devouring king releases his puppet curse. Red energy pours over Chen, Sister Dwan, and Goldie, and the ruler waits for them to kneel. Sister Dwan watches the mark spread, but Chen does not lose control. Instead, he drops through the crimson field with purple light in his eyes and drives a fist into the king. The blow breaks through the ruler's guard, tears across one horn, and launches the enormous body high above the street. The curse remains visible over Chen's skin, yet his calm expression makes the result unmistakable. The king's domination has failed. Sister Dwan checks Chen while Yun and Goldie regroup beside them. Chen has already chosen how to use the failed ambush. Two rulers cannot share the same territory, so he turns the encounter into a test for the corpse queen hidden nearby. The defeated, devouring king becomes the bait. Chen sends the monster streaking over the ruined towers and across a frozen avenue until it crashes inside the neighboring ruler's domain. The Horned King rises with a grin, still believing that raw strength will decide whatever comes next. The devouring king senses danger a moment too late. Cracks race across the ground, and an enormous ice spike erupts beneath him. A second frozen column climbs upward, swallowing his body, while a crystalline spear forms above the battlefield. Then the owner of the territory appears. A white-haired corpse queen steps from the ice, opens luminous blue eyes, and reveals her full body inside a towering frozen throne. The isolated king now understands that Chen has delivered him directly into another ruler's killing field. The devouring king turns toward a wall of ice and realizes the queen is not alone. Beyond the frozen barrier, blue-eyed corpse creatures rise from beneath the ocean and gather in the storm. The horde surges forward as one mass. The king bellows and braces for the collision, but the queen's forces close from every direction. Chen's gamble has worked. Instead of fighting both rulers himself, he has forced one enemy into the heart of the other's army, and the clash begins with the devouring king completely isolated. The Ice Corpse Queen chooses the invading devouring king as her first meal. When he hurls a red vortex at her, she forms a crystalline claw and cuts straight through the attack. Ice tears into the king, blasts him backward, and then erupts into a mountain beneath the battlefield. The force does not stop with him. A frozen shockwave races across the ruins and reaches the distant rooftop, where Chen and his companions are watching. Chen walks through the falling fragments and studies the scale of the damage. A casual swing from this ruler can cross half the city, and Sister Duan can feel the pressure even from beside him. Chen warns Sister Duan what happens if the Corpse Queen's horde sweeps across the land. Everyone it reaches becomes food. She understands, but the nearby survivors do not. Two frightened men call the plan a suicide mission and try to lead the crowd away. Sister Duan refuses to let their panic expose the group. Violet power closes around the pair, stops their retreat, and leaves the rest staring up at her. With one command, she silences the argument, forcing the survivors to remain focused while the real danger is still approaching. A cold gust crosses the city, and the Ice Queen turns toward movement below. The creatures from beneath the ocean are finally emerging. Rows of frozen bodies fill the streets while enormous tentacles and lobster-like monsters rise above the buildings. The queen smiles at the new army, but Yun sees something else: seafood. She tells Chen to leave the creatures to her, lets one eye burn red, and enlarges. Her descending strike crashes through a sea monster and shakes the road. Sister Duan spots another wave coming, and the terrified survivors scatter through the frozen street as the giant creatures close in. Chen draws his blue-bladed weapon and assigns himself the most dangerous target, the Corpse Queen. Sister Duan warns him to be careful, but he dives headfirst into the corpse tide with red light burning across his body. As he cuts a route forward, he senses that the Queen's spiritual power is not as overwhelming as her army suggests. She notices him charging through her corpses and answers with an explosion of ice. Jagged walls rise in his path, but Chen leaps above them, swings through the opening, and keeps closing the distance while Sister Duan maintains contact from behind. Chen lands on the frozen ground in front of the queen. At his current peak of level 2, he can feel the gap between them immediately. This will not be a simple execution. His grip tightens around the weapon as another idea takes shape. If he could gain an ally at the level of a Corpse Queen, the balance of the apocalypse would shift in his favor. The thought does not remove the danger. The queen waits beneath her frozen towers, and Chen advances alone across the ice. Whatever his long-term plan may be, the battle standing between them is now unavoidable. Chen and the Ice Corpse Queen measure one another across the frozen ground. Around her, the corpse tide gathers, including an enormous tusked brute, but Chen does not retreat. He fixes on the ruler herself and springs over her with his blade raised. The queen follows him with bright blue eyes and a confident smile. Crystalline power grows over her arm as she accepts the challenge. Chen may have reached the peak of level 2, yet the queen controls the entire battlefield, and her first answer is already taking shape. The queen fires a massive ice burst straight through Chen's path. He slips beside the first wall and clears another field of spikes, but the barrage keeps changing direction. One crystalline strike catches his shoulder and red lines flare across his body. Chen survives because he dodges the worst of the impact and reinforces his physique just in time. The queen immediately creates a larger formation. Ice closes around him from every side, forcing him upward as another attack forms. A multi-limbed mutant body catches him in motion, giving him one more shield between himself and the queen's relentless power. The queen condenses another blast and sends it into the multi-limbed mutant protecting Chen. The creature raises every arm it has, but the ice torrent drives both of them backward. They are launched across the battlefield, smash through the frozen surface, and vanish into the water below. A white column erupts from the hole while the queen waits above it. She believes diving underwater cannot save him. Beneath the ice, Chen sinks among enormous shadowy sea creatures, surrounded by glowing eyes and tentacles, while the queen calmly assumes her opponent is trapped where her monsters are strongest. The rest of Chen's group keeps the corpse tide from surrounding the fight. A black-haired poison user cuts into the swarm, while a giant glowing cat crushes through the monsters from above. Sister Duan spreads violet power across the street, and locks another ring of corpses in place. The queen watches each counterattack without losing her composure. Her eyes narrow, and more crystalline force gathers around her fist. Su Chen's allies are buying time, but none of them can afford to let the queen turn her full attention away from the battle under the ice. Giant Yun strides between the ruined buildings and attacks the creatures around the queen. The ocean hoard answers by coiling a thick tentacle around her leg, then wrapping more limbs across her enormous body. A sea monster opens its jaws beside her face, but Yun's eye burns red. She releases a violent shockwave, tears free of the tentacles, and towers over the queen once again. The queen freezes Yun's legs and scatters the nearby monsters with the eruption. Then the water explodes. Su Chen bursts back onto the surface with scale-like marks across his face. The queen expected a wounded fugitive. Instead, the man returning from beneath the ice is suddenly stronger, and for the first time her confidence gives way to surprise. The ice corpse queen studies the man who has returned from beneath the frozen water. Su Chen is changed, stronger, and still unwilling to retreat. He raises his bladed weapon and attacks again. The queen is stunned that he has managed to injure her at all. Then anger replaces surprise. She tears the ground open with another eruption of ice and promises to grant his wish for death. The blast becomes something larger than a simple attack. A gigantic crystalline prison grows over the ruined city, closes around Su Chen's outstretched body, and seals him inside a frozen cross while the queen watches from below. The completed ice formation towers above the buildings, and Sister Duan sees Su Chen disappear inside it. Panic rises, but she remembers his instruction. He will hold the queen off while she gathers the remaining crystal cores, the only resource their group can use against her. Sister Duan turns back to the corpse tide. The defenders are thinning and stronger corpses are pushing through, so she steps over the fallen, catches one attacker in violent force, and throws the surrounding bodies aside. In the wreckage, she finds a small crystal core, but a corpse-mutated clan brute charges from behind and overwhelms another fighter before the group can regroup. A black-haired fighter races across the battlefield to stop the mutated creature. She senses the attack, evades its jaws, and reaches the glowing core embedded in the body. Red energy flashes across her face as she tears the dark core free. The object drops into her hand, and she confirms that these corpse-mutated creatures produce crystal cores more often than ordinary mutants. Holding the prize tightly, she calls out to Sister Duan. The find could change the balance of the fight, but the noise also exposes her position to the enormous creatures moving beyond the corpse swarm. Before the fighter can reach Sister Duan, a giant tentacle lashes out and wraps her in crackling blue energy. Sister Duan strikes toward the creature, but another mass of ice rises over the trapped woman. Electricity runs across her body as two sea monsters close in. The rescued crystal core still glows inside a field of blue light, just beyond the monsters. The group has finally found what it needs, yet retrieving it now means fighting through the queen's ocean hoard while one of their own remains suspended in the trap. Sister Duan clenches her fist and turns, expecting news from Su Chen. Instead, crystalline feet touch down behind her. The Ice Queen has left the enormous prison and crossed the battlefield herself. She stands between Sister Duan and the corpse horde with complete confidence. Then she delivers the cruelest possible answer. The man inside that ice is already dead. Sister Duan freezes at the claim. Su Chen promised to hold the queen off long enough for the cores to be gathered, but the queen is now standing in front of her, and the prison still hangs over the city behind them. The trapped fighter calls for Su Chen, while Sister Duan looks toward the giant ice prison. Inside the frozen mass, Su Chen is still conscious. He lowers his head, focuses, and activates the spatial power he gained after reaching level 3. A luminous gate opens inside the prison. Su Chen jumps through it and reappears high above the Ice Queen, dropping straight into an attack. The queen twists aside and raises an icy counter, but Su Chen cuts through the blast and drives her backward. A hulking corpse mutant charges into the chaos, and Su Chen intercepts it before it can reach Sister Duan. Su Chen places himself between Sister Duan and the attackers. She can barely believe he survived. Red power runs across his body as he tells her to leave this fight to him and help Yun. Sister Duan accepts, and Golden answers with glowing eyes. The rescue group races away across the broken ice, leaving Su Chen alone with the queen. Furious that her prison failed, The Ice Queen gathers power in both hands and screams that she will tear him apart. Twin columns of ice erupt toward him with enough force to bury the battlefield again. Chen does not dodge. He opens spatial gates directly in the path of the ice and ignites the red symbol in his palm. The incoming columns disappear into the glowing portals as if the battlefield has swallowed them whole. His new level 3 gates are far larger than before, large enough to contain the Queen's entire attack. She stares at the empty space in shock while Chen stands beneath a vast purple field and calmly reveals what has changed. Distance and mass no longer protect her when he can move and attack through space itself. The Ice Queen demands to know how he did it, then her eye widens. She cannot see the spatial doorway, but instinct warns her to stop. She steps away just before the hidden gate opens behind her. Chen notices the reaction. Even without seeing the trap, the Queen can sense danger. He watches her brace, fixes her with a cold red stare, and raises one hand to command the field. Above them, the ice he captured hangs inside another spatial opening, suspended like a frozen mountain waiting to fall. Chen releases his hold. The stored ice pours back out of the gate directly above the Queen. The same pillars she created now fall with all the momentum they carried when they entered his space. Crystalline walls crash through the frozen street, multiplying into a towering mass around her position. Chen remains outside the impact zone. Standing before the storm, he is turned against its creator. The Queen's strongest attack has not merely failed. It has become his weapon, and the battlefield disappears beneath the returned ice. The Ice Queen is shocked by Chen's next move. The brainworms he forced other corpses to swallow have turned the monsters around her into weapons he can direct. Sister Dwan rides Golden straight into the opening, but the Queen answers with a forest of ice. A hulking corpse brute is pierced and thrown aside. For an instant, the Queen believes the attack is over, until her own damaged body begins reacting. Crystal grows across her limbs, and the torn flesh knits itself together. She rises again, only to find Chen waiting above her with level 3 energy burning across his body. He is not surprised by the regeneration. He is studying it. Sister Dwan attacks before the Queen can recover. Wrapped in red power, she dives headfirst into the kneeling enemy and smashes through the Queen's skull. The impact tears her face apart, yet even that is not enough. Red light and frozen tissue pull the pieces back together. The Queen forces herself upright for a second time and meets Chen's stare across the ice. Fear replaces anger when she realizes brute force will not end this exchange. Then she raises her crown and calls to every corpse still buried in the ruined city. Bodies with glowing blue eyes stand behind Chen. Dozens become hundreds, and the frozen streets fill with an undead wave descending from every direction. While Chen is surrounded, Sister Dwan and Golden reach the rescue fight. A gigantic eel-like mutant blocks the way, its eye glowing red as electricity crawls over its body. Sister Dwan drives Golden closer and prepares to strike, but the creature releases a violent discharge. A black-haired woman is caught in the current, and Golden is forced beneath the monster's crushing weight. Sister Dwan takes the lightning at point-blank range and refuses to let go. A warning comes from the freed fighter behind her. Ice erupts into the electrical storm, shattering around an outstretched hand. The clash becomes a blinding explosion of frozen debris and purple lightning that swallows the eel, Golden, and both women. The explosion has barely cleared when Sister Dwan sees a tank crossing the frozen street. Reinforcements from Dawn Base have arrived. The vehicle opens fire on the monster swarm, and armed survivors charge behind it. Some complain that Chen started a war without calling them. Others grumble that they were dragged along. But none of them turn back. Civilians who once hid from every corpse now run directly into the undead line. Gunfire, blades, and fists break the horde's momentum. One fighter after another joins the struggle, proving that the base is no longer protected by Chen alone. The long battlefield becomes a moving wall of people pushing back against the Queen's army. From the far side of the battlefield, the Ice Queen watches the human line grow. Then her body suddenly falters. Sweat runs down her face, the crystalline crown flickers, and she cannot understand why the balance is changing. The answer may lie in the power released earlier. Her gray hair begins turning pink, and the ice around her body rearranges itself into a different shape. At the same time, The undead keep attacking the defenders, forcing Su Chen to cut his way through the crowd. He sees that destroying individual corpses will never end the battle. As long as their ruler remains alive, the queen can replace every creature he drops with another body from the city. Su Chen makes the only decision that matters. Stop wasting time on the undead and kill the corpse queen first. He looks beyond the hoard and finds her waiting in the red glow. The gray frozen shell is gone. Long pink hair falls around a fully restored body, while crystal still gathers at her feet like the last trace of her old form. The queen smiles as if the transformation has completed exactly as she intended. Facing Su Chen across the battlefield, she declares that she is now the true immortal queen. The soldiers from Dawn Base have changed the war, but the enemy they came to destroy has just entered an even more dangerous form. The corpse queen's new body looks complete, and she meets Su Chen with red eyes and absolute confidence. Su Chen steps close, but his own power betrays him. Blood spills from his mouth as the backlash he has suppressed finally breaks loose. Swallowing 2 crystal cores gave him more power, but carrying both at once is tearing through him from the inside. The queen claims victory and moves to exploit the opening. Su Chen refuses to collapse. Even while coughing, he catches her within arm's reach and forces her to retreat across the ice. His stare makes one thing clear. The fight is not over simply because his body has reached its limit. The queen reshapes her arms into crystal weapons and drives another attack toward the fallen target. A jagged claw tears down, then a massive frozen forearm rises for the next strike. Before it can land, a boot hits the ice and a short-haired woman enters the fight. The queen's altered form shocks her, but embarrassment quickly turns into anger. Another fragment breaks free and spins between them. The newcomer steps forward instead of backing away, and a golden light ignites in her eye. The queen recognizes that this rescue has added another dangerous ability to the battlefield. She lashes out at the gathered fighters, forcing the 2 women to brace together as the immortal body rises above them again. Then the queen notices what Su Chen has been doing behind her. A crystal core flickers above his open hand. Still on one knee, he activates it before she can stop him. The queen whirls around and shouts, but the energy has already connected to her body. Her tall immortal form begins contracting. Arms, legs, and even the threatening crystal growth collapse inward until the ruler of the undead has become a tiny chibi version of herself. The reduced queen flails in disbelief and demands to know what he did. Su Chen has discovered that a crystal core can be used to regulate the body built around it. Instead of destroying her outright, he has stripped away the overwhelming form she depended on. With the queen reduced, the short-haired ally reaches Su Chen inside the broken ice and offers him her hand. He can finally explain the danger. The second crystal core increased his power, but side effects are severe, and suppressing them only delayed the damage. Another cough bends him forward. The woman realizes how close he came to losing control, and relief mixes with visible embarrassment. Nearby, the tiny queen watches the exchange and raises one small hand, trying to gather enough pale energy to remain a threat. A jagged ice wall rises, but it no longer carries the terrifying scale of her earlier attacks. The balance of the battlefield has changed completely. The short-haired woman speaks more gently once Su Chen steadies himself. He looks away, still bloodied, while the tension between them finally eases. The ice barrier fades, and the rest of the rescued group closes in around him, confirming that the immediate crisis has passed. But another ally is still missing from the scene. The woman decides she cannot do much more here, leaves Su Chen in the other's care, and turns back toward Yunyun. The chapter ends with her full figure framed against the thawing light. The immortal queen has been contained. Su Chen has survived the core backlash for now, and the rescue continues beyond this battlefield. 5 identical, silver-haired women close around a weakened Su Chen on the frozen ground. Their smiles, blushes, and teasing gestures leave him surrounded from every direction. One reaches toward him, while another leans close enough to make the entire group lose its composure. The bizarre interruption keeps Su Chen pinned in place, but the tiny corpse queen is watching too. Her violet eyes sharpen and one black-gloved hand rises. Then her attention snaps away from the flirtation. Across the ice, Duanya stands near a dark mutant beast, and something far larger is already forcing its way up through the frozen battlefield. A giant ice dragon erupts from below, with red power crackling across its body. The tiny queen senses the attack, throws her arms wide, and answers with a transformation of her own. Her shadow swells beyond human scale until it hangs over the entire crowd. Duanya and the survivors can only stare as the queen grows into a colossal woman, towering above the monsters at her feet. With one motion, she brings down a mountain of ice. Creatures scatter under the impact, and the frozen plain begins to break apart beneath everyone. The counterattack stops the immediate charge, but it also turns the battlefield itself into a weapon. The shockwave throws the remaining fighters into chaos. A dark creature slams into Duanya while the others break through the collapsing ice and run. A frozen boulder drops from above, then explodes into fragments directly over Su-chan and the silver-haired women. Su-chan refuses to abandon the injured woman beside him. He shields her as ice pillars crash down, tears an opening through the frozen debris, and orders the others to get out. One woman looks back, frightened to leave him behind, but there is no time to argue. The last barrier shatters, and the survivors race away before the falling ice can bury them all. The destruction spreads beyond the battlefield. Enormous shards rain toward the city, and the frozen surface splits all the way to the shore. People run as the ice fractures beneath them. A red eye detects the next disaster. The upheaval has driven a tsunami-sized wall of freezing water toward land. Beneath it, a creature so large that only pieces of its body can be seen begins to stir. One gigantic crimson eye opens in the depths. Violet energy streaks between the ruined buildings, tracing the danger back toward the sea. This is no longer a single monster fight. The entire shoreline is about to be swallowed. Duanya plants one heel and launches toward the sea, determined to reach the threat before the wave arrives. Su-chan cuts across her path before she can throw her life away. He is carrying Yun, whose body is cracked and badly injured. Duanya freezes when she sees her. Su-chan explains that Yun needs help immediately. If they cannot force another evolution, she may not survive. The warning redirects Duanya's rage, but the city offers no moment to recover. A cold violet trail passes overhead, and something hidden among the ruins answers the call. Beneath the shattered city, corpses gather around blue crystal cores. Frozen undead surge upward together, summoned by a power that has been waiting out of sight. Behind them, a colossal demonic silhouette rises through violet light. Its eyes burn as it looks down over the new army. The final face confirms the danger. The Corpse Queen has called these monsters here. Su-chan must now save Yun, stop Duanya from charging into the sea, survive the coming tsunami, and face an undead force assembling in the ruins, all at the same time. The Corpse Queen summons becomes a full-scale invasion. Glowing-eyed undead flood through the ruins, and a towering corpse general rises above the front rank to drive them forward. Inside the battered survivor camp, the fighters hear the warning they least wanted. They have barely finished the last battle, their weapons are low, and no one has had time to recover. The commander studies the silent streets while the horde closes in. A mobile command truck and a few ruined shelters are all that stand between the survivors and another citywide assault. The crisis is worse inside the shelter. Yun lies unconscious, her body too damaged to keep fighting. Duanya explains that one ordinary crystal core will not be enough. Yun needs a large supply if she is going to evolve and survive. Su-chan hears the plan, but another problem arrives first. A black-haired woman drops a heavy cage outside and reveals the tiny queen trapped inside it. Su-chan takes custody of the prisoner and moves her away from the camp. On an empty rooftop, he faces the chibi figure alone. The city wind passes between them as he prepares to test the identity hiding inside that harmless body. Su-chan strikes the ice beside the captive and orders the hidden presence to come out. The tiny queen protests, but he has already seen through the act. The true Corpse Queen would never submit so easily. Her expression hardens, her eyes turn cold blue, and the disguise tears away. An adult ice form explodes upward and dives at him with frozen claws. She crosses the rooftop in an instant, twisting through a field of pale energy and firing again when the first attack misses. Su-chan barely moves. The queen keeps attacking until a violet rectangle closes around her and the ice detonates against an invisible edge. Su-chan has trapped her inside a spatial barrier. The redirected impact explodes against a nearby building, drawing every eye in the camp upward. The soldiers panic, but the black-haired woman assures them that Su-chun is handling whatever is above. Then a messenger runs in with worse news. The corpse tide has reached the street. An immense column of undead pours between the buildings while the corpse general commands from the front. High over the city, another blast flashes. The trap queen realizes danger now surround her too. She fires twin torrents of ice into the violet field, desperate to break free, while Su-chun waits behind her with complete control of the space. The violet structure is not a simple wall. Su-chun seals the queen inside his space prison, then turns his back and walks toward the approaching army. Multiple windows open around him, each connected to the frozen power still pouring from the captive. The undead charge straight into the glowing portals. Su-chun redirects the queen's own attack through every opening at once. Ice erupts across the street, swallowing the horde in a single city-wide counterattack. Survivors watch a forest of crystal pillars rise between the buildings. Even the corpse general is caught between the walls, and within moments the entire avenue is cleared. The queen finally understands what happened. Su-chun did not merely block her attack. He used her own ability to erase the army she summoned. Her confidence collapses as he walks back through the frozen ruins. Su-chun meets her stare without celebrating. Yun is still dying, and the reason he exposed this imposter was never revenge. He stops in front of the full-size queen and gives one direct order: hand over the crystal core. The chapter ends with the trapped ruler forced to choose between surrendering the power Su-chun needs and facing whatever he has prepared next. Su-chun keeps the full-size corpse queen locked inside his violet prison and refuses to bargain. She stalls until he reminds her of a nightmare space she has already experienced. The memory shatters her resistance. Terrified of being thrown back into that place, the queen agrees to surrender the crystal core at the center of her power. Energy tears through her body as she forces the blue core free. It floats between them for one final moment before settling into Su-chun's hand. He absorbs it without hesitation, taking the strength he needs while the queen collapses, drained and powerless. With the core gone, Su-chun turns away and leaves the weakened queen behind. Her adult body cannot hold its shape. She shrinks back into the tiny form and wakes feeling weak, confused, and unable to recall more than a long, terrible dream. Downstairs, the camp honors its rules. Every crystal core harvested from the destroyed corpse tide belongs to the fighter who killed it, so the survivors present Su-chun with a case packed full of them. They welcome him back to the base, but Su-chun has other priorities. He leaves the leaders behind and returns to the mobile command vehicle while the silver-haired woman watches him with concern. The instant Su-chun enters the command vehicle, the quiet recovery turns into another crisis. A violent flood of ability energy surges into him through Yun and the others. Heat and pressure fill the cabin as the transfer overwhelms everyone connected to it. The women try to stabilize the flow, but there are too many crystal cores worth of power moving at once. Su-chun takes the largest share and fights to contain it, yet even his body approaches its limit. Outside, the vehicle jolts hard enough to alarm the camp. The commander and the silver-haired woman realize that the danger is now inside the shelter they were trying to protect. The commander seals the entire area and orders everyone else to stay back. Inside, the women keep helping, but the excess power still refuses to settle. Then the striped black cat senses the energy spilling through the cabin. It springs forward, erupts into a roaring flame-wreathed beast, and dives straight into the storm. The transformed cat absorbs the remaining power before Su-chun's body can rupture. The light finally fades. The vehicle stops, shaking, the exhausted women collapse together, and the people outside can only wait. When the cabin becomes quiet, the crisis has ended and every survivor inside is still alive. Su-chun checks the result. Duanya and the recovering women have reached level 2, and their abilities have finally stabilized. The cat raises a paw and proudly signals that it has reached level 3. Su-chun absorbed more power than anyone, yet he did not evolve. The results suggest that after level 3, crystal cores alone may no longer be enough to force a breakthrough. He opens the command vehicle and meets the waiting leaders. The commander confirms the area is protected and says the camp will withdraw once everything settles. For Su-chun, however, the failed evolution leaves a much larger question unanswered. Before he leaves, the braided woman asks whether the promise made by her grandfather still counts. She wants Su-chun to take her to Free City, the legendary apocalypse base hidden deep in the mountains. The name immediately gets his attention. Free City has discovered something stronger than ordinary crystal cores, something that may solve the barrier he has just encountered. The woman reveals the breakthrough, a fruit filled with pure ability energy. Chen understands that the next stage of his evolution may be waiting there. The chapter closes with a new destination, a new resource, and a reason powerful enough to draw him toward Free City. Chen tells the camp commander that this journey to Free City may not end with a return. He does not want a ceremony, but the survivors still gather around the armored vehicle to see the group off. Their farewell is cut short by a violent explosion. The ruined street erupts, fighters are thrown across the road, and the orange-clad woman races forward carrying a bundled passenger before jumping aboard. Chen gets everyone inside and accelerates away. A strange wild-haired woman arrives just after his departure with a hulking companion, but the travelers are already beyond reach. Behind the vehicle, a chain of explosions consumes the street as Chen drives the women out of the city and toward their new destination. The road leads to Mangxing Mountain, a place once imagined as a hidden utopia. In Chen's previous life, however, the same mountain became notorious as a beast nest that no one dared approach. The vehicle stops at the forest edge, and the group continues beneath the trees. The braided woman explains what her grandfather learned from an old co-worker connected to the secret facility. Free City possesses mutant fruit powerful enough to create level 4 humans. The claim shocks Chen. When he died in his previous life, even humanity's strongest survivors had only reached the peak of level 3. If the story is true, the mountain contains a power far beyond anything he has seen. Chen prepares to move without exposing the impossible scale of his spatial storage. Everything he hoarded before the apocalypse is still perfectly new, so he mixes it with weathered supplies taken after the disaster. The group advances deeper into Mangxing Mountain, but the forest refuses to give them a clear path. They circle back to the same trees and realize they are lost. While the others argue over the route, Chen and the pink-haired woman remain alert. A hand moves behind a trunk. They sense the hidden presence long before it revealed itself, and when a barbed spear cuts through the air, neither of them is surprised. A band of enormous mountain men emerges with primitive weapons. Their bodies are far stronger than ordinary survivors, and they study the strangers like prey. Then the smell from Chen's camp changes their attention. Rows of lamb skewers roast over the fire while the group waits without panic. The raiders approach and demand a share, warning that refusal will bring consequences. The pink-haired woman calmly keeps hold of the food. Their chief steps forward with a huge wooden club, towers over the seated Chen, and orders him to put the meat down. He expects hunger and size to be enough to control every outsider who enters the mountain. Chen does not move for the club. He answers with a shadowed violet stare and releases enough killing intent to stop the first attackers in their tracks. The mountain men charge anyway, but the confidence drains from them as his presence presses across the clearing. Chen bends forward, rises, and walks alone into their semicircle. He is smaller than every warrior surrounding him, yet none of them can make him retreat. One cold look is enough to silence the nearest man. The chief shouts to regain control, but the confrontation has already changed. The raiders are no longer deciding whether Chen is prey. They're trying to understand what kind of monster walked willingly into their territory. Chen and the chief face each other at the center of the clearing. Chen refuses to lower his eyes or surrender a single piece of food. The chief hesitates, then tries to recover his authority in front of the tribe. Chen steps even closer and remains perfectly calm, making it clear that intimidation will not work. Fury finally overwhelms the larger man. His eyes burn, blackened claws reach forward, and the raider prepares to settle the challenge by force. The chapter ends at the instant before the clash, with Chen standing unmoved beneath the mountain sky and the secret road to Free City still somewhere beyond the hostile tribe. The mountain raiders expect Chen to submit, but he turns their threat back on them. If they're so eager to contribute, they can surrender their own supplies to Free City. The answer unsettles their chief. Before the standoff can become another brawl, the orange-clad woman notices the meat and the tribe changes tactics. They boast that they killed 3 mutant wild boars and invite the travelers into Hunter's Nest to taste the haul. Chen accepts without showing suspicion. Hunter's Nest is a crude fortress of stone, timber, hanging carcasses, and enormous men. The tribe closes around the visitors as Chen calmly leads his 3 companions inside. The chief guides the outsiders toward a stone storehouse while his men trade confident looks. Chen understands that the invitation is a trap, yet the building offers exactly what he wants. He stops at the gate, steps inside alone, and finds the dark chamber packed with hanging meat. The cuts are crude enough that he cannot even identify every animal, but quantity matters more than presentation. Violet light gathers around him. His spatial ability opens in silence, and the tribe's stockpile begins vanishing into the storage space that has carried his hoard since before the apocalypse. Outside, the tribe separates Chen from his companions. A giant raider looms behind the orange-clad woman, while another pushes a tusked mutant boar close enough to make a recoil. The bald men laugh, believing fear has already won. The pink-haired woman and the others watch without intervening because they know their companion is no ordinary victim. Chen keeps one hand near the gate and monitors the provocation, but he does not need to rescue her. Surrounded by a wall of towering bodies, the woman lowers her face. One eye burns red. The new ability she gained during the disaster is finally ready to answer the insult. Her arm expands with explosive force. A single colossal punch launches the nearest giant across the compound, and a continuation of the strike tears through the attackers behind him. The raiders are smashed off their feet before they understand what happened. Those still standing finally recognize an ability user. Even the woman's companions stare at the enormous transformed arm. When another tribesman tries to rush her from behind, Chen's group notices him immediately. The ambush dies before it begins. Their chief can only shout as the strength he trusted is overturned in seconds, while Chen laughs at the terrified faces around him. Chen studies the mountain inhabitants as they recover. Their bodies no longer seem fully human, yet they are not simply mindless devourers. Whatever changed them is another secret hidden around Free City. He chooses not to waste time solving it here. Chen turns away and leads the women back beneath the trees. The orange-clad fighter proudly asks whether her new skill was impressive. Chen answers with a teasing question about whether everything else should grow whenever her arm becomes larger. Her pride turns into a furious blush, and the group keeps walking while a confused tribesman asks why the chief allowed such dangerous outsiders to leave. The answer arrives from inside the storehouse. A panicked raider reports that every supply has disappeared. The chief realizes the calm outsider possessed a storage ability and used the confrontation as cover to empty Hunter's nest. Rage erupts through the tribe. He lashes out his own men, then forces himself to think. Anger becomes a calculating smile, and violet light ignites in his eyes. Chen's ability makes him far more valuable than a stolen pile of meat. Before the other mountain factions notice the travelers, the chief intends to pursue them and force every resource out of that impossible storage space. Unaware of the plan behind them, Chen and the women continue deeper into the bright forest toward Free City. Golden races through the forest like a streak of light, then dives back into the pink-haired woman's arms. The striped cat cannot explain what it sensed, but its body remains tense. Chen watches while the women try to calm it. Golden's yellow eyes suddenly flare. Its small frame expands, and it launches away just as the ground beneath the group changes. A high heel strikes the forest floor, everyone moves at once, and the hidden mechanism snaps shut. A vast rope net drops over Chen and all 3 women, lifting them together before any of the hunters reveal themselves. The hunters of the mountain tribe surround the suspended net. Chen is squeezed between his companions, yet he remains calmer than the men below. Their chief approaches and declares that catching prey is a hunter's best choice. He accuses Chen of stealing everything from Hunter's nest and raises one hand as if the victory is complete. The tribe never notices the claw emerging behind them. A huge shape rises from the darkness, a 3-eyed lizard large enough to tower over the chief and every warrior gathered around him. The lizard opens its jaws and seizes the chief before he can turn. Its bite crushes through the defense the tribe believed unstoppable. From inside the net, Chen and the women watch the enormous creature thrash below them. Then they notice the human riding on its back. A young beast tamer sits in a saddle above the lizard's shoulders and smiles as though the slaughter is routine. The injured chief can only glare upward. With its first target broken, the 3-eyed creature turns toward the hanging net and reaches for Chen's group. The attack never reaches them. A far larger paw presses down on the lizard's head. The hanging net swings violently while the women crush Su-chun from every side, but the true clash is happening below. Golden has expanded into its battle form. The transformed mutant cat clamps the lizard beneath one massive talon paw and forces it away from the captives. The beast tamer shouts at his mount, unable to understand why it suddenly refuses to advance. Then he looks through the ropes and sees Su-chun. Surprise replacée. The lizard retreats. The women notice the rider's expression, and Su-chun realizes that the stranger is someone he knows. The beast tamer breaks into a smile. Su-chun stares back in disbelief until the man confirms the recognition. A knife flashes through the rope, the net opens, and the rider catches Su-chun in a familiar embrace. He calls Su-chun a good kid and says he always believed he would survive. The reunion transforms the encounter from another ambush into an unexpected alliance. Su-chun immediately asks what happened after they were separated, and the answer pulls both men back to the beginning of the catastrophe. Brother Tien remembers his group being surrounded by the Devourer tribe. The mutants close from every side while the survivors try to hold a path open. One companion was mortally wounded and used his last strength to order Tien to run. Tien escaped as the massacre swallowed everyone behind him, but the mountain gave him no safe route. He fell from the path and plunged toward a river below. People from the beast-taming sect found him alive and carried him back. He has remained with the sect ever since, learning to survive among the beasts that now rule these mountains. Tien asks why Su-chun entered the deepest part of the mountains with 3 women. The answer is Free City. Tien knows where it is, but the route is more complicated than a simple direction. He tells the group to return with him to the beast-taming sect first. Su-chun accepts the guide who can cross this hostile territory, and they move on together. None of them sees the clawed foot step quietly behind a tree. A small pale-haired child with burning orange eyes watches from the shadows, and an enormous figure rises behind the tiny observer. The road to Free City has gained an ally, but it has also attracted another silent follower. The small pale-haired watcher remains in the forest after Su-chun's group moves on. A mountain raider mistakes the child for easy prey and advances, but the enormous guardian behind the tiny figure moves first. One crushing strike hurls the attacker away and tears a claw mark into the ground. Mounted beast tamers pass through the aftermath while Tien Yue rides beside Su-chun. Tien admits he also lets his guard down, but says 2 separate forces were hidden in the shadows during the earlier ambush. Su-chun had sensed them as well. The mountains are crowded with hunters, beasts, and factions waiting for someone else to expose a weakness. The orange-clad woman is surprised to learn that Tien Yue has already become a level 2 human. His rise is even more unusual because he joined the beast-taming sect and quickly gained the sect master's favor. Tien leads the travelers deeper into the mountains with his mounted subordinates surrounding them. Su-chun studies the disciplined group and the creatures carrying them. In the apocalypse, a powerful mutant beast is an army, a vehicle, and a shield at the same time. The procession finally reaches a settlement built through the trees, where high wooden towers and suspended houses reveal the hidden territory of the beast-taming sect. Inside the sect, Tien Yue feeds his saddled lizard while Su-chun considers how quickly his old companion gained status here. The training grounds are filled with handlers and mutant beasts of every size. One woman carries 2 long-eared creatures as casually as weapons. The braided companion immediately wants a beast of her own and reaches toward the animals, only to have her request dismissed. Her excitement turns into fury. Tien Yue then makes the mistake of treating the reunion like a chance to flirt. He throws an arm around 2 of Su-chun's companions, grinning until Su-chun steps forward and silences the joke with one cold look. Tien Yue raises a finger and tries to explain, but Su-chun answers with a sharp blue arc that drives him back. Their familiar argument never gets the chance to settle. A harsh laugh rolls across the compound. Vice Sect Master Wei Minghai has come to inspect the outsiders, and he treats their arrival as an intrusion. A black mutant beast opens its jaws and attacks without warning. Tien Yue throws up a blue barrier and blocks the charge, then turns toward the figures descending the sect steps. Wei Minghai appears in ceremonial robes, confident that his rank gives him control over who enters the compound. Tien Yue plants himself between Wei Minghai and Su-chun's group. He warns the vice sect master that these are guests the sect master personally requested to see, not enemies to be slandered or executed. Wei only laughs. The smile on his face hardens, and red light ignites in his eyes. His followers urge him to stop wasting words and kill every outsider. The threat is also political. If Tian Yue and his guests disappear, Wei's allies can strengthen their own position inside the sect. A pack of shadow wolves rushes Tian from both sides before anyone can order the confrontation to end. Chen has no patience for an internal power struggle that blocks the road to Free City. His eyes lock onto the attacking beasts, and spatial energy gathers before the wolves can reach Tian Yue. One blue slash cuts across the entire assault. The shadow creatures break apart in midair, and the handlers behind them are thrown from the attack line. Wei Minghai expected frightened guests and a quick execution. Instead, the first exchange reveals a spatial ability strong enough to erase his beasts in a single motion. The chapter ends with Chen standing inside the beast-taming sect as the faction conflict becomes an open battle. Wei Minghai's confidence breaks the moment Chen erases his shadow wolves. Rage pushes the Vice sect master beyond ordinary beast taming. Living roots erupt from his ceremonial body, spread across the clearing, and form a canopy over his fighters and mutant beasts. Tian Yak recognizes the technique and guides his blue lizard through the tightening maze to reach Chen. He apologizes for dragging the visitors into an internal sect war and tells Chen to take the women and escape. Chen does not move. Tian Yak grips the reins and turns back toward the enemy, while Wei Minghai's roots gather into an enormous carnivorous flower with the old man's face buried at its center. Tian Yue plants himself on the lizard and charges energy through both hands. Wei Minghai answers by ordering every survivor killed. A giant red-eyed wolf leads the attack, followed by an entire pack of shadow beasts. The first collision throws the mutant mounts off balance. Tendrils whip across Tian's path. A red cut flashes through the trap, and carnivorous flower heads close around him from every side. Even Tian Yue is startled by the number of creatures hidden inside Wei's transformation. Wolves and flower beasts then spill across the clearing and divide Chen's companions from one another, exactly as the Vice Sect Master intended. Wei Minghai watches with a smug smile, certain that numbers will finish the outsiders. The women prove him wrong. The pink-haired fighter releases a pale aura and levitates as shadow wolves dive around her, but their jaws cannot break her focus. A giant beast hurls the orange-clad woman across the clearing. Another wolf leaps onto her before she can rise, only for her to reverse the attack and crush it into the ground. Nearby, the braided fighter releases her own ability. Her body expands into a heavily muscled combat form, and she drives a massive wolf down with one brutal strike. The coordinated ambush has become a battle Wei's beasts cannot easily control. Chen remains untouched while monsters circle him. The sight unsettles Wei Minghai more than the women's resistance. A blue burst destroys one carnivorous flower, and Tian Yue uses the opening to dive straight at the Vice Sect Master. Wei throws up a wall of living roots. Tian's strike tears into it, but the flower body absorbs the pressure and closes again. Then the real horror is revealed. Men and beasts beneath the flower are no longer separate followers. Their bodies hang under the root mass like fuel. Hidden hands open 2 serum vials, and the surviving sect fighters rise between Tian and Su with red light burning across their eyes. Tian Yue blocks the first red-eyed attackers with a blue arc and retreats to Chen's side. He finally understands that Wei Minghai's faction has not merely rebelled against the sect master. Someone else has been shaping this conflict from the shadows. Chen has already recognized the signs. In his previous life, he encountered a secret organization that infiltrated factions, brainwashed their members, and used a heart-devouring serum to seize power from inside. The same shadowed figure returns to his memory now. He names the organization aloud, the Genesis cult. Wei Minghai's face twists from anger into naked panic, confirming that Chen is right. Exposure leaves Wei Minghai only one option. He orders every serum-controlled fighter to attack and kill the witnesses before the Genesis cult's existence can spread. Red-eyed converts surge forward behind him. Chen walks toward them alone. There is no hesitation and no speech meant to frighten them. A black-hooked spatial blade forms in his hand, its edge carrying the same destructive force that erased the wolves. Wei Minghai, the converted fighters, and the creatures around them attack together. Chen swings once. A white-red rupture tears through the entire formation and throws every body away from its center. The hidden cult has been exposed, and its beast-taming sex cell is cut down in a single strike. Wei Minghai begs for his life as Su Chen's energy tears through the monster he created. He insists that his only crime was opposing Tian Yue, but Su Chen has already made his choice. Of everyone surviving the apocalypse, he hates Genesis cult infiltrators most. Before the execution can settle, a giant talon lands beside the battlefield. An enormous blue bird emerges from the darkness with an armored rider on its back. The beast-taming sect members recognize their missing leader and erupt in relief. Their sect master has finally returned, and Tian Yue rushes forward to explain that Wei Minghai used her absence to seize power for the Genesis cult. Wei Minghai immediately changes tactics and pleads innocence. He claims Tian Yue conspired with outsiders to frame a loyal vice sect master. The returning leader does not believe a word. She says she already knows what kind of man Wei is and refuses to let him perform another lie. One red execution strike cuts through the exposed traitor. Su Chen's companions are startled by how quickly the order is carried out. But the sect master explains that Wei only gained influence through a rare ability and had been eyeing her position for a long time. Tian Yue thanks Su Chen for uncovering the infiltrator before the entire sect could be taken from within. With the immediate threat removed, Su Chen asks for the favor that brought him here, a way into Free City. The sect master promises to help because he rooted out a traitor, but she warns that the city's entry mission is extremely dangerous and cannot be assigned to just anyone. Tian Yue's praise is not enough. She must judge Su Chen herself. The leader dismisses the surrounding members, reaches for her helmet, and drops the heavy mask. Beneath the armor is a powerful woman with wild dark hair. She gives Su Chen one simple condition for receiving the mission. He must defeat her. Tian Yue groans the moment the challenge is spoken. The sect master is his elder sister, and this is not the first time she has turned an important meeting into a fight. Su Chen and his companions are stunned by the reveal. Tian explains that she awakened an ability, founded the beast-taming sect, and even pulled him from a river. To keep control of the organization while she traveled, Tian hid her identity and secretly monitored the sect for her. The women finally understand why one sentence from this mysterious warrior was enough to decide Wei Minghai's fate. When Tian tries to return the conversation to Free City, his sister only repeats the same condition. Beat her first. Tian Yue's sister attacks without another warning. A barrage of fists closes on Su Chen, but he stops the lead strike with one open palm. They cross the clearing so quickly that the spectators can barely follow. Tian admits that his sister has always been a combat fanatic. Even before the apocalypse, she visited their university and beat Su Chen and several roommates until they fled in tears. This time Su Chen is no helpless student. He catches her wrist with both hands and locks the joint. She strains against him and warns that his arm is close to snapping, yet neither fighter yields. She tells him to abandon Free City, claiming it is not worth the danger. Su Chen answers the warning with action. As his companions watch, he reverses the close-range exchange, folds the powerful warrior upside down, and hurls her into the sky. Tian Yue can only scream in disbelief. His sister rises far above the mountain forest, hangs for one breath, and then plummets headfirst toward the clearing. Su Chen waits until the final moment. Instead of letting her strike the ground, he catches her securely in both arms. The sect master opens her eyes to find Su Chen holding her, his strength and control both proven. Her face reddens, but she refuses to offer generous praise. According to Tian Yue's sister, Su Chen is only barely passable. The test is over, and the path toward Free City is finally within reach. Elsewhere, a white-haired beast woman confronts two creatures who have only just learned to hold human forms. One has become a dark fox woman, and the other a pink-haired rabbit woman. The white-haired guardian carries a small black and gold cub, named Golden, against her waist. The rabbit woman immediately reaches for it, but the guardian refuses to hand over a creature whose unstable energy is already overheating its body. The meeting establishes a new conflict around Golden, just as Su Chen's group prepares to enter the mountains. Back at the beast-taming sect, Su Chen lowers Tian Yue's sister after defeating her without letting her hit the ground. She accepts that he has passed, and the conversation returns to Free City. Tion's sister leaves the sex cleanup to the braided fighter while Su-chan gathers the companions who will travel with him. The rabbit-eared woman is delighted by the chance to leave, and the fox woman joins her. Su-chan cuts off the celebration and leads the expedition away from the compound before another internal dispute can delay them. The team reaches the frozen mountain known as the Frost Giant Python's nest. Deep inside, for cyan eyes reveal the scale of the creature they are hunting. Tianyue's sister explains that the entry mission has two goals. Su-chan must obtain a Frost Giant Python crystal core, the key item required to enter Free City, and the expedition must find a missing scientist. The nest is a web of branching tunnels, too complicated to search as one group. The fox and rabbit women warn that the interior is dangerous, but agree to divide the work and guard the entrance while Su-chan takes the central search. Inside, the frozen passage is much larger than Su-chan expected. He chooses one branch at random and searches alone. An hour passes without a trace of the target. Then a blue shard forms beside his face. The tunnel erupts in a barrage of crystalline ice, forcing Su-chan to raise a spatial shield and move before the ground detonates beneath him. At the entrance, the fox and rabbit women hear the same violence racing through the forest. Above Su-chan, more crystals gather and rain down. The attack is too precise to be a natural collapse. Something inside the nest has already found him. Su-chan senses movement beyond the ice blast and turns deeper into the tunnel. A many-legged black creature races past, followed by three armed survivors shouting at one another as they run. Their panic reveals that the nest contains more than the missing python. Su lets the men cross his path, then feels a cold presence directly behind him. A cyan-eyed frost giant python has approached through space without making sound. The creature's spatial ability explains how the attacks appeared from impossible angles. Su-chan has found his target, but it has already taken the position of the hunter. At the nest entrance, Tianyue's sister launches toward the forest when the argument over golden turns violent. The white-haired guardian explains that the cub secretly consumed mutant fruit and is close to exploding from excess energy. Only the extreme cold inside the frost giant python's nest can suppress it. The fox and rabbit women refuse to leave golden behind. One charges the guardian while the other gathers a violet aura and demands the cub back. The white-haired woman never releases her hold. She turns through the first assault and meets the second wave calmly, shielding golden with her entire body. The chapter ends with Su-chan facing the spatial python underground while another fight erupts over golden at the entrance. At the entrance to the frost giant python's nest, the white-haired guardian answers the demand for golden with a violet aura. She raises one hand and forms an invisible air wall. The fox and rabbit women charge together, only to stop in midair against the glowing surface. Every strike rebounds while the guardian keeps golden protected against her body. She orders the pair to calm down and carries the unstable cub toward the colder tunnels. Trapped behind the barrier, the two women abandon their argument for a more urgent fear. Su-chan has entered the nest alone, and the violence from inside means he may already be in danger. Underground, a forked tongue slides from the darkness before Su-chan can trace the ice ambush. The frost giant python emerges at full scale, crystal armor covering its back and four cyan eyes burning above its jaws. It lunges at Su-chan, but several armed survivors attack the creature first. One fighter drives a punch into its head and discovers that ordinary force cannot break the frozen shell. The python throws him aside and surges after the group. Su-chan studies the crystal covering rather than joining their panic. The men want to dig out the core, but the creature's narrowing eye shows that it has already noticed a far more dangerous disturbance. Pink spatial pixels begin climbing over Su-chan's body. Instead of dodging the python, he lets his ability touch the monster's hidden field and phases through the boundary. The python stares at the empty ground where he stood. Three survivors watch the disappearance in disbelief, but their curly-haired researcher understands what happened. His calculations show that the python carries an internal spatial realm and that the space is nearly full. A glowing laptop confirms the abnormal readings. Whoever controls or penetrates that pocket dimension can bypass the armor outside, which makes Su-chan's disappearance more valuable than the crystal core itself. As the python moves through the cave, the white-haired guardian arrives with golden. She calls the creature a giant worm and crouches over the cub, using her own body as a shield. The python's cyan eye widens, and its jaws open around them. The Guardian refuses to move aside. When the attack lands, spatial energy activates across the tunnel instead of crushing her. She twists as the transfer begins, and another bound figure nearby dissolves into pink blocks. The survivors call for their researcher, but the man only smiles. Every disappearance is proving his theory about the space hidden inside the python. The rabbit woman is swallowed by the same pink distortion. Inside the sealed realm, Chen appears face to face with the white-haired Guardian. She expected the python's victims to arrive helpless. Yet Su stands upright and examines the new space as if he entered by choice. The two draw close while she tests whether he is real. Su asks whether the other transferred victim is still alive. The Guardian confirms that everyone was teleported into a spatial dimension rather than killed. Then the impossible detail reaches her. The python's internal field should restrain every captive, but Chen can move freely. His own spatial ability has given him control inside the monster's greatest defense. Inside the frost giant python's cramped spatial dimension, prisoners hang suspended around Chen and the white-haired Guardian. Su notices that her cat ears and tail are real. Her carefully prepared disguise is far more convincing than the simple costumes worn by Sister Tian's other followers, and his inspection leaves her flustered and furious. Su has no interest in staying trapped or arguing with her. Since the python stores people and supplies inside this hidden realm, he decides to search it before escaping. Among the floating captives, he discovers the true treasure, a glowing exotic fruit sealed inside a pink spatial cube. The cat woman warns Su not to touch the fruit, but his hand has already closed over it. Golden power erupts through his entire body. The fruit contains more energy than 10 crystal cores combined, and instead of resisting him, it pours its strength directly into his spatial ability. The cat woman grabs his arm and is dragged into the surge. Outside, the frost giant python feels its inner world destabilizing. Its cyan eye snaps open while the curly-haired researcher orders every survivor to kill it and seize the spatial crystal core before the creature can recover. The armed survivors rush the frost giant python, but the monster answers with a towering spatial blast. Captives are thrown from its internal dimension and shattered back into the cave one after another. The men cannot tell whether the python is attacking them or losing control. Their researcher finally understands. The beast had kept the exotic fruit inside its realm so it could absorb the power slowly. Chen's sudden contact forced all that energy through the space at once, and now the python is continuously ejecting everything it stored. Realizing the collapse may kill anyone nearby, the researcher abandons his own team and runs. Inside the collapsing realm, Su sees the cat woman dissolve into spatial pixels. He is being expelled as well, but the exotic fruit's power has left him in no condition to fight the python outside. Su catches the weakened Guardian and opens a path into his own private space. Carrying her complete body through the portal, he leaves the collapsing python dimension behind. He crosses the quiet grid-lined room, lowers her onto a bed, and promises to take her out when the danger passes. Then he turns his attention to finding a route around the python and escaping without another direct confrontation. The fruit's backlash follows Su into his own space. A black, animal-shaped shadow rises behind him as the absorbed power overwhelms his judgment. The cat woman wakes under the same feral influence, catches him with her claws, bares her fangs, and lunges. What follows is not romance, but a loss of control. She bites, pounces, and rakes his chest while Su fights the same violent impulse inside himself. His restraint finally breaks, and the dark aura surges around him. Su catches her and locks both arms around her as the struggle tears pieces from her fur outfit. Furious and still driven by the backlash, she turns on him again, ending the chapter with a warning that he has made her angry. Inside Chen's private space, the exotic fruit's backlash surges through him again. The white-haired cat woman cries out as his eyes darken, and he catches her striped tail. Even Su is startled to confirm that the ears and tail are completely real. She twists away and orders him to release her, but the same feral pressure is affecting both of them. Su forces his mind back toward the real danger. He still needs to escape the frost giant python and find the others. When the weakened woman reaches for him, Su realizes that she is fighting the fruit's side effect too, just as a new spatial disturbance begins tearing open an exit. Outside, two of Sister Tian's women are still pinned together behind the absent Guardian's air wall. They have waited so long that the barrier has become another trap. A crushing impact shakes the tunnel, and the frost giant python smashes through ice and debris directly toward them. Its jaws open wide enough to swallow both women at once. They try to transform and enlarge themselves, only to discover that the air wall is suppressing their abilities. With nowhere to run and no power to break the barrier, the python's glowing mouth closes around them. At the final instant, a violent explosion tears across the python's attack. A red-clad fox woman drives in between the teeth and braces against the monster. The shock also makes the air wall vanish, finally releasing Yun and her companion. The fox fighter forms a circular barrier at the python's mouth and detonates it in a blue-white burst. Frost floods the tunnel, but the opening lets the trapped women escape the immediate bite. Yun stares through the drifting ice while the fox woman absorbs the monster's attention at point-blank range. The rescue is not clean. The frost giant python freezes the fox woman's hands with its ice ability. She cannot overpower the creature alone, so she orders Yun to restrain its mind while the other woman protect her concentration. The python's cyan eye shifts toward the new threat. The fox fighter shatters the ice around one hand, gathers frozen power around both fists, and launches herself above the monster. Her first blow lands across its crystal-armored head, followed by a rapid barrage that drives the beast down through the mist. The repeated strikes finally wound the frost giant python, but they do not finish it. The creature throws its head forward through the last burst of ice and attacks again. As the fox fighter commits to the next exchange, a new pink eye opens inside the motion. The chapter ends before the source of that power is revealed, with the damaged python still moving and the counterattack hanging on a cliff edge. Chen ends the fight with his bare hands. He drives one blow after another into the frost giant python's enormous face, standing directly beneath its cyan eyes while the wounded beast thrashes. A final strike drops the creature and darkens its gaze. Su reaches into the ruined armor and removes the prize the other survivors wanted, the blue spatial crystal core. When he turns back, the white-haired Catwoman lies unconscious near Sister Tien's followers, and the women want to know why their enemy has suddenly appeared beside him. Su explains that the Catwoman helped him while they were trapped inside the python's spatial dimension, so he brought her out instead of abandoning her. He even admits that she helped him survive the exotic fruit's backlash. That detail only makes the pink-haired bunny woman more suspicious. She warns that the stranger is still a beast. Two red eyes ignite in the darkness, proving her point. The Catwoman wakes, transforms under a white animal aura, and charges Chen while shouting that she will kill him. Su avoids the first strike and says the confrontation was unavoidable. The Catwoman is furious, and Su stops pretending he will hold back. The bunny woman warns him that provoking a transformed beast will only make the fight worse. The red-clad fox woman has less sympathy. She remembers being trapped behind the Catwoman's air wall. As the beast crouches for another charge, Su remains calm and says handling her will be easy. She launches her claws, then whips a violent air wall vortex across the battlefield. Su stands inside the glowing field and studies the ability instead of retreating. The Catwoman dives through the barrier with her eyes burning red, but Su has prepared a weapon designed for her instincts. Green tendrils of mutated catnip burst into the attack, strike her in midair, and drag her to the ground. When she wakes again, the vines have wrapped her entire body. The bunny and fox women immediately recognize what Su used. Ordinary catnip can influence beast girls, and his mutated strain is far stronger. The captive struggles, but every movement tightens the restraint. Su watches the reaction and admits that the result worked even better than he expected. The victory attracts the wrong witnesses. A hidden survivor nearly gives away his position while watching Su stand beside the python's corpse, the spatial core, and Sister Tien's women. The curly-haired researcher is still alive, and envy replaces caution when he sees what Su claimed. He steps out with the red-haired armored fighter who survived the earlier attack. Rather than thank Su for killing the python, the pair order him to hand over its crystal core. The chapter ends with the two men facing Su's group and treating the prize as if it already belongs to them. The surviving thieves make one final mistake. Their red-haired fighter charges Chen for the frost giant python's crystal core. Su answers with a violet spatial aura, and the attacker disappears into white distortion before his blow can land. The curly-haired researcher recognizes a spatial ability and immediately trades threats for flattery. He offers Sue status, wealth, and cooperation inside Freedom City. Sue rejects the bargain, activates spatial silence, and erases the researcher in the same white-violet energy. Watching both enemies vanish, the bunny and fox women realize Sue Chen's power has leveled up again. The white-haired cat woman suggests Freedom City as their next destination. Sue's group leaves the forest, trusting Golden to track them later. Behind them, the balance of the mutant beasts changes immediately. A small green-haired beast girl finds Golden after a heavy body crashes into the clearing. Golden can now transform into a black-haired cat girl marked with yellow stripes. With the frost giant python dead, low-level mutants circle the newcomer as a rival. Golden claims the territory with one claw, while the green-haired girl declares new rules for the wild beasts. Purple light enters the python's corpse, and the reanimated monster rises to carry the beast girls away. Freedom City appears beyond the trees as a fortress of towers, machinery, and layered walls. Sue Chen's party searches for an entrance until a cheerful local guide approaches. The man offers to help newcomers complete the city's entry process and leads them through a service route that outsiders rarely find. He introduces himself as Old Xing, a survivor who once needed the same help and now welcomes useful people into the city. Inside an administrative office, Old Xing greets the entry clerk and presents Sue Chen's group for an entry mission. The board clerk asks what mission the newcomers completed. Sue calls it beast taming and places the frost giant python's crystal core on the desk. The clerk doubts that one young man killed such a powerful mutant, so Sue simply says the beast was already dead when he found it. Old Xing explains the rule behind an entry mission. The protected target becomes the newcomer's guarantor. The clerk inspects the core and warns that failure to protect a target would prove the applicant useless. Old Xing counters with his own security contacts and offers to vouch for the whole group. The bunny and fox women accept a mining recruitment assignment, but Sue says he already has a mission of his own. The clerk agrees to process the group's paperwork, then carries the crystal core out of the office. Sue casually asks where to find a restroom. Away from the others, the clerk admires the core's quality and imagines presenting it to his captain for praise and extra rewards. He never reaches the captain. Purple pixels flash through the corridor, and Sue Chen appears in his path, having followed the stolen prize. The chapter ends as the startled clerk recognizes him and demands to know what he wants. The clerk recognizes Sue Chen and tries to justify taking the frost giant python's crystal core as enforcement property. Sue asks where he is taking it. When a man hides behind Freedom City's law enforcement name, Sue answers without starting a public fight. Violet spatial energy flashes. The core leaves the clerk's control, and Sue reclaims what belongs to him. He realizes that exposing too much of his spatial ability could attract the city's upper ranks. So he keeps the confrontation quiet and decides to stay low-key. Old Xing returns after completing the group's entry procedures and leads everyone toward their residence. Sue's companions are astonished to find fruit, crowded markets, and surviving technology inside the apocalyptic fortress. Old Xing admits that Freedom City is chaotic, but says public order is protected. That claim is tested almost immediately. An enforcement team clears the street, and Old Xing warns the newcomers that their residency is temporary, tells them to avoid a clash, and hurries away. Captains Hetu and Hehu are investigating the missing officer who carried the crystal core. Because Sue's group has just entered the city, the captains name them as the primary suspects and order them to return for questioning. Sue calmly asks for evidence, but the brothers insist that their suspicion is enough. When Sue refuses an arrest based only on suspicion, the enforcement brothers decide to use force. They synchronize their abilities with a sharp hand strike. A blinding flash floods the street and makes Sue's companions shield their eyes. One captain condenses the light into a blazing sword and launches it straight at Sue. Sue slips away before the strike lands, and the descending beam tears a crater through the street instead. The second captain joins the attack with bandaged hands that spread green corrosion across anything they touch. The brothers boast that one controls an invincible light sword while the other can corrode every defense, and that their combination has never lost. Sue studies the timing instead of retreating. He tells them that their winning streak ends today. The light swordsman rushes from one direction while the corrosive fighter closes from the other, trying to trap Sue between both abilities. The trap fails. Sue moves through the narrow opening between the light blade and the corrosive reach, then calls their coordinated attack too slow. He closes the distance before either captain can reset. A brutal kick drives the light swordsmen across the other brothers' line, turning their own powers against them. One captain is caught in the corrosive backlash and begins to burn, while the other loses control of the light attack. Su continues the counter at point-blank range. The final panels show the surviving officer screaming as his hands are severed, ending the chapter before Freedom City's enforcement team can recover from the reversal. The ruined enforcement captain keeps screaming, but Su Chun turns away from the defeated brothers. One officer is still arrogant enough to attack from the ground. Su answers with a crushing step, stops the desperate strike, and shatters the street beneath him. Before the punishment can go further, a sword cuts between Su and the fallen men. The crowd freezes as a blonde woman in white and gold armor approaches. They recognize her as Leader Chen, the Level 4 commander of Freedom City's enforcement team. Su asks whether Chen came to silence him for defeating her officers. She says she saw the entire conflict and knows the brothers provoked a Level 4 expert, but their public execution would damage the enforcement team's reputation. A wounded captain begs her to save him. Su points out that Chen never intervened while the brothers were attacking his group, and that she appeared only when he was ready to retaliate. Chen does not deny the double standard. In the apocalypse, she says survival belongs to the fittest, and she would not have shown herself if Su had lost. When Su continues the punishment, Chen releases the pressure of her level 4 ability. Power surges across the street, yet Su remains standing while his companions realize how casually Freedom City produces high-level experts. Su makes it clear that authority alone is not enough to make him release the officer. Chen changes tactics. She praises his strength, then asks whether he can protect all 3 women behind him if a battle attracts stronger enemies. As enforcement leader, she offers her protection and guarantees that nobody in the city will trouble his group. The price is one favor, to be returned when Chen asks for help in the future. She gives Su a residence token and sends him to find He Laowu in the residential district. Su accepts the temporary bargain. Chen takes custody of the defeated officers, then warns him that Freedom City has a night curfew and that even she may not be able to protect people who wander after dark. After the enforcement team leaves, Su's companions ask what Chen really wants. Su says it is only a promise and that they will deal with the cost when it arrives. The pink-haired woman agrees that Freedom City is filled with powerful experts and that they need to grow stronger quickly. She quietly returns the frost giant python's crystal core to Su and tells him to find time to absorb it. The white-haired cat woman watches the exchange in silence as the group continues toward its new residence. Night has fallen when the group reaches the assigned building. An elderly caretaker welcomes the people Leader Chen introduced and leads them through the scarce housing to a prepared room. A plate of bright red fruit excites one companion, but her first bite tastes like wax and makes her spit it out. The caretaker explains that all fruit grown in Freedom City is like this. Apocalyptic pollution poisoned the soil, so the fruit may look beautiful while hiding toxins that slowly erode a person's abilities. Ordinary survivors still eat it when they have no choice, even though long-term consumption can cut their lives short. Su studies the strange fruit and wonders why powerful ability users tolerate it. Then he asks what really happens after the city's nighttime curfew, ending the chapter on the question. The women complain that their assigned room is shabby and smells, but decide it is safer to stay until they can move. The elderly caretaker warns them that Freedom City respects ability and offers no unconditional help. Su Chen asks him to remain and presents a rare crystal as thanks. The gift immediately makes the old man more cooperative. He explains the city's core rule. Cross the red line through murder or robbery, and enforcement will end the matter without negotiation. Ordinary survivors trade dangerous labor and mutated resources just to live. Rare ability fruits appear only at auctions, and entry normally requires the rank of enforcement captain or a powerful sponsor, such as Leader Chen. The city hierarchy rises from soldiers to captains, generals, governors, and the city lord. A general must be a late-stage level 3 expert, while a captain's access can buy almost anything in the auction. After giving Su the information, the caretaker leaves. 2 long-term residents pass through the corridor and offer the newcomers corn buns before hurrying to work. The caretaker says the men have labored there since Freedom City was built. Their jobs are dangerous, their lives are short, and missing a shift means losing food. As the old man explains this, a sudden chill grips the hallway. He blames the broken building's insulation and leaves for work. Su does not accept the excuse. The cold is pouring from inside a nearby room, and frost has sealed the doorway. He approaches, grips the frozen handle, and opens it. Inside, Duanya is trying to absorb the frost giant python's crystal core. The monster's spiritual will is rejecting her and attempting to devour her consciousness instead. Su's companions can only watch as the hostile energy spreads through her body. Su enters the freezing aura and begins to stabilize her. The python's enormous spiritual form rises around them, coils through the room, and lashes toward him. Sorithiosis to retreat. He orders Duanya to focus her mind, ignore the invading will, and follow the path of his energy while he draws the monster away from her consciousness. Su locks his energy to Duanya's through direct contact and pulls the python's consciousness outward. The transfer requires his full concentration. The white-haired woman reaches toward them, alarmed by what she sees, but the others stop her before she can break the connection. The invading will finally recedes. Duanya's breathing steadies, the violent aura fades, and she thanks Su for saving her from being consumed by the core. While the room calms, the white-haired cat woman peers through the boards covering the window. An enforcement team is racing through the streets below, chasing something that looks nothing like an ordinary mutant. Su asks what she sees. The answer is a monster. Across the rooftops, soldiers pursue a grotesque figure covered in bulging eyes, spikes, and warped limbs. The creature is still able to speak. As it runs, it begs not to be killed and says it does not want to become like this. The chapter ends on the horrifying possibility that the city's people are being transformed into monsters. The grotesque, multi-eyed mutant races through Freedom City, begging the enforcement hunters not to kill him. He is still aware of what he has become, but that earns him no mercy. Hooded fighters descend from the rooftops and cut off every route. A swordsman dives with a massive cleaver, slices through the creature's desperate counterattack, and wounds it with cold precision. The mutant tries to flee again, only to discover that the entire street is surrounded. The lead hunter blocks its path and warns it not to run. Under the team's crushing pressure, the transformed man is finally subdued. From a boarded window, the Catwoman watches the capture and realizes that Freedom City is hiding something far more disturbing than its public rules suggest. Chen agrees. For tonight, the group will rest. In the morning, he intends to investigate the enforcement team and find a path into the auction, where rare ability fruits may appear. The others remain at the lodging while Su prepares to approach the city's most dangerous authority on his own. The next day, Su arrives at the enforcement headquarters. The compound is strangely quiet. He crosses the courtyard, enters the building, and follows an empty corridor in search of whoever is in command. Hearing movement behind a door, he opens it without warning. Inside, a tall blonde woman is changing. Su has accidentally walked in on Leader Chen herself. Her shock turns instantly into fury, and the first burst of her power hurls him back through the doorway. Leader Chen recognizes Su Chen and orders everyone else away. A murderous red aura floods the room as she demands a reason not to kill him. Sorithiosis to benik. He blocks her next attack, closes the distance, and catches her before she can force him back. Chen struggles to break free, but Su holds control of the clash long enough to explain why he came. He wants to join the enforcement team. The team recently lost one captain and had another badly injured, so Su believes his strength is exactly what they need. Leader Chen is offended by the nerve of his proposal and asks what condition he expects in return. Su answers without hesitation. He wants to become a captain. The rank would give him the authority and auction access he needs. Chen's anger sharpens into interest. She summons a glowing sword and offers a simple test. If Su can defeat her, she will let him take a captain's seat. Then she attacks before the room can settle. Crossing blades of energy tear through the headquarters, the walls erupt, and Su stands inside the opening barrage as the chapter ends. At enforcement headquarters, 3 rough-looking men wait to meet the new captain Leader Chen has appointed. Su Chen enters wearing the complete black uniform of the enforcement team. He introduces himself, but shows no interest in memorizing his subordinates' names. Instead, he labels them number 1, number 2, and number 3. The men are stunned by his blunt authority. Their tall, pink-haired vice captain then enters, confirms Chen's orders, and issues Su's first assignment before the newly formed squad departs. Back near the lodging, the 2 beast folk women examine a bone spike recovered from the previous night's creature. The white-haired cat woman recognizes its scent and confirms that it came from the hunted monster. They decide to preserve the evidence in case it reveals how the transformation happened. While they talk, two street thugs notice them sitting alone. The men approach with crude intentions, but their supposed targets are far from helpless. The white-haired woman knocks one attacker aside, and her companion's beast-like aura terrifies the other. The disturbance draws a larger group from Freedom City's pharmacy department. One man charges and is stopped by a brutal kick. Another muscular fighter swings at the white-haired woman, but she catches him, lifts him off balance, and hurls him away. The watching crowd finally understands that these women are dangerous. Then the pharmacy steward steps forward with armed followers. He demands to know why beast folk are inside the city and accuses them of bringing trouble to his district. The orange-dressed woman claims the Catwoman is merely her pet, then offers the steward a deal. She produces a vial containing a secret green formula and says it can control beast folk. To prove it, she exposes her own companion. The white-haired woman's body reacts before she can resist, demonstrating that the medicine really can force a beast folk into submission. The steward's suspicion turns to greed. If the formula can be reproduced, whoever controls it could dominate beast folk and earn an enormous fortune. Before the steward can close the deal, a sick worker interrupts and begs to buy medicine. In Freedom City, even laborers who help feed the population must pay for their own treatment. The man says workers at the mine have recently begun dying under mysterious circumstances. He has been too frightened to return, has earned nothing for days, and can no longer afford medicine. At that same moment, Chen's new enforcement squad arrives at a rocky excavation outside the city. His vice captain confirms their mission target, the very mine where the unexplained deaths began. Chen's first assignment takes his new enforcement squad to a mine beneath a rocky mountain. The grounds are deserted. His men report that an accident occurred and every worker ran away, but no one has explained what happened. Questions why enforcement was summoned without information. He and his pink-haired vice captain approach the local managers, where the nervous mine boss recognizes him as the newly appointed captain and tries to dismiss the entire incident as ordinary panic. Asks what the owner is hiding. Before the boss can answer, a violent rumble shakes the mountain. Senses a trail of ability energy leading deep underground and offers to inspect the mine personally. The boss sweats and insists the trouble is minor, but has already decided. He orders number 1, number 2, and number 3 to guard the entrance and keep everyone else outside. Then he enters with only his vice captain. Behind them, the mine boss quietly worries that enforcement will discover the truth. Inside the dark timbered tunnel, follows the energy while his vice captain warns that old Xing and his men are behaving strangely. They continue deeper until human-shaped silhouettes appear in a red glow. The figures are miners, but blue crystals have erupted through their bodies. Some are frozen in place with growths covering their faces and limbs. Checks them and realizes they are not completely dead. A few still have breath left, trapped alive inside the crystal spreading through them. Removes a shard and discovers that it contains ability energy. The power is weaker than an ordinary crystal core, but the cavern holds an enormous quantity. Entire walls are covered in growths, and human skeletons lie embedded between them. The more crystals they find, the more bodies appear. His vice captain reaches the horrifying conclusion. These crystals may have been deliberately cultivated inside living humans, turning the mine into a factory powered by its own workers. At the pharmacy, the sick worker explains how the mine changed. Workers first disappeared. Then crystals began growing from people's eyes and mouths. Soon entire bodies were encased, leaving victims underground to die. The survivors realized that the crystals they were ordered to harvest had actually grown from human bodies. Terrified miners tried to flee, but security forced them back inside so production could continue. One survivor finally understood the truth. This was never a normal mine. It was a demon's nest. Deep underground, a mass of glowing eyes forms behind Sue's vice captain as an enormous shadow rises over her. A many-eyed shadow rises behind Chen's vice captain. The mutated insect opens a fanged mouth and lunges before she can react. Shouts a warning and steps into the attack, but his vice captain refuses to remain helpless. She calls on the power absorbed from the frost giant python crystal core. Freezing energy condenses around her body and forms mystic ice armor from shoulders to boots. Fully protected, she asks Sue to let her handle the creature alone so she can test the strength of her new ability. The monster's red eyes ignite, and it springs forward. The vice captain raises a broad wall of condensed ice. The insect smashes into the barrier, but the new armor lets her hold her ground. She answers with crossing ice beams that trap the creature from multiple directions. Its flesh is cut, its movement freezes, and the vice captain drives the counterattack without asking Sue for protection. The experiment proves that the frost giant python's power has dramatically increased her combat strength. While she fights, crystal-covered miners rush Sue from both sides. Sue activates his storage power and sweeps the surrounding crystal field into his private space. He refuses to leave such a valuable energy source behind. More living corpses rise from the tunnels and attempt an ambush, but Sue charges through them and destroys the attackers in one decisive assault. Their coordinated movement confirms his suspicion that an outside force is controlling the victims even after their bodies have been consumed by crystal growths. Outside, the mine managers decide the enforcement team has seen too much. The boss reaches for a concealed detonator, while Sue's 3 subordinates notice suspicious movement near the entrance. Before they can intervene, a planted charge erupts through the supports. The ground tears open, the tunnel collapses, and the men outside scatter as the only exit is buried under rock. The betrayal leaves Sue and his vice captain sealed inside with the creatures and the living crystal victims. Deeper underground, the wounded insect reveals a second weapon, a vast circular maw hidden inside its body. A torrent of liquid blasts from the throat and hardens into heavy crystals in midair. The vice captain braces behind her ice defenses and survives the crushing barrage. Realizing it cannot overpower her, the insect turns and races toward the exit. She pursues, determined not to let it escape into the city, but the route ends at a wall of fresh rubble. The mine explosion has blocked the only way out, trapping hunter and monster together as the chapter ends. Chen reaches the end of the crystal trail and senses a violent surge coming from Duan Ya's direction. He races through the mine toward her, but the explosion has buried the only exit. Duan Ya sees the collapsed passage just as the mutant's circular maw attacks again. She answers with freezing power, forcing ice into the creature's mouth. As the cavern shakes, an enormous flesh worm coils through the tunnels and turns the mine itself into a living trap. Elsewhere, Sue discovers a fleshy mass blocking the entire passage. His kick only makes the elastic wall contract around him. Purple energy gathers over his hand as he stops testing the obstacle and tears into it directly. The living tunnel splits open, revealing the worm's eye and mouth. It spits crystal ore as a weapon, but Sue absorbs every shard into his storage space. Once the attack is empty, he drives a decisive counterstrike through the creature and splits the monster apart. Above ground, Sue's 3 subordinates feel the mountain shake. A gigantic mine worm bursts through the entrance and sends them scattering. The men notice that the creature recoils from daylight, but they cannot stop it alone. A crushing impact ends the charge. Sue emerges through the chaos and finishes the exposed worm before their eyes. The same men who doubted their new captain can only stare as the monster collapses and the immediate threat to the mine entrance is erased. Duan Ya then breaks free amid floating ice fragments and rejoins Sue outside. She explains that the giant insect swallowed her during the battle, but she cut it apart from the inside before it could digest her. The creature's body contained enormous deposits of crystal ore, explaining why so few free crystals remained in the mine. Sue immediately stores the remaining deposits and the monster's resources in his private space. With the trapped route cleared, he returns to the 3 subordinates he had ordered to guard the entrance and demands to know what happened outside. Free City reveals its cruelty immediately. A handler feeds mysterious green medicine to a chained beastman, expecting obedience. The drug instead drives the captive into a violent transformation. He breaks control, turns on the man holding his chain, and devours his former master in front of stunned witnesses. The incident confirms that the city treats beastmen as disposable weapons, even though those same experiments can create threats their owners cannot control. Chen, Duan Ya, and their Beastwoman guide continue through the lowest district of Free City. The guide explains that only a few beastmen survive outside the daily life and death battles. Their route ends at an enormous arena. Inside, a bored young master watches 2 male beastmen tear into each other for entertainment. The silver-haired fighter wins and stands over Old Bear, but the expected execution is interrupted when a white-haired tigress steps between them. The tigress demands to know why beastmen obey human rules and slaughter their own kind. She calls on both fighters to recover their pride, but the victor warns her that defiance will only get her killed. High above them, the arena heir notices the female challenger and decides he wants her. His father approves. At once, armed guards surround the pit. Old Bear offers to hold them back while she escapes, but the tigress refuses to abandon the beastmen she came to save. The confrontation explodes. The tigress charges to protect the others, but a giant armored hand seizes the fighters and a hooked restraint crashes into her. From the arena wall, Duanya realizes exactly what is happening. She has no intention of letting outsiders bully the beast woman in front of her. Red energy flares around Duanya as she enters the pit. The arrogant young master laughs until he sees her towering behind him, then makes the worst possible mistake. He points at Duanya and demands that his father give him this woman too. Duanya's entrance makes her look like a giant in the arena, but the spoiled heir only becomes more excited. He demands that his father give her to him, runs across the pit, and clings to her leg. Duanya looks down in disgust. Every attempt to swat him away sends the little man scrambling around her until he makes the mistake of trying to hide against her. Her patience snaps, and she tears the leech away with both hands. Duanya then reaches for the restrained tigress, but the beast woman refuses to be treated as helpless. She activates Air Wall. A translucent pressure barrier crashes across the arena and traps the giant armored enforcer, giving the two wounded fighters room to recover. While the beastmen regroup behind the wall, Duanya catches the air attempting to crawl away again. The entire arena has shifted from a staged execution into a revolt the owners can no longer control. Duanya throws the ungrateful heir away with a brutal strike. He flies across the pit screaming for his father, and the arena owner barely intercepts him. Before the owner can retaliate, guards from the crystal mine rush in with worse news. The mine has been destroyed. The report turns his humiliation into rage. He lashes out at the men who failed to protect his property, unaware that the person responsible is already approaching the arena. Chen arrives with a pink-haired officer and walks straight into the uproar. Duanya recognizes him, and the scattered allies reunite in the arena. The humiliated heir immediately points at Su and demands his death. His father tries to restore control by summoning Free City's law enforcement through a glowing gate. The officer beside Su steps forward instead. She lands between both sides and refuses to treat the victims as criminals, making it clear that the arena owner's influence will not automatically decide this confrontation. A restriction field suddenly closes around Chen and his companions. The beastmen identify the approaching officer as General Li Taoten, the supposed owner of the Colosseum, and a level 5 human rumored to suppress abilities permanently. Normally, only overwhelming personal power or a massive supply of crystals can break such a restriction. Li arrives furious over the destroyed mine and activates level 2, draining strength from everyone inside the field. Su orders the others behind him and faces the pressure alone. Instead of surrendering, he concentrates energy into one point and forces it through the ability barrier. The level 2 field fractures, then explodes across the arena. As the stunned crowd realizes the restriction has ended, another senior officer arrives. Wang Qinghai steps between the two sides with a blonde subordinate and blocks General Li's next attack, protecting Su even though Li belongs to the same law enforcement system. Li accuses Su's subordinates of deliberately destroying his mine. Wang answers that they were investigating a murder and questions whether the mine ever belonged to Li at all. With neither side willing to retreat, Su proposes a wager: the crystal mine against part of law enforcement territory. They settle on a 1 versus 1 death match under Colosseum rules. General Li also offers reliable information about the exotic fruits Su has been searching for, making the risk impossible to ignore. The blonde officer warns that Li's restriction still weakens the group, but Duanya and the beast women accept the danger for the promised information. Su senses 2 sudden level 5 human presences and recognizes the crisis, yet he still leads everyone into the arena. He formally accepts the match as the announcer calls the spectators to attention. Duanya volunteers for the first fight. Across from her, a giant armored executioner enters with 2 enormous axes, and Duanya answers him with a rising red aura. Duanya faces the armored Berserk Ripper, who dismisses her as a tiny and unworthy opponent. Outside, Free City's first official Colosseum deathmatch is promoted through every street. Crowds rush toward the arena, trading stories about the beauty fighting a monster infamous for bloodshed. The frenzy is deliberate. General Li uses the spectacle to build followers, while the law officers watch to measure the Colosseum's strength and decide whether Su Chen is valuable enough to fight beside them. Below the stands, Yun apologizes for being too weak to protect anyone. She blames herself for drawing the group into danger and fears they will all die in the arena. Su cuts through her despair and reaches toward her. In the pit, Duanya starts the fight with a direct charge. The Ripper mocks her for arriving without a weapon, but she reveals something more useful, a compact enhancement serum refined through many iterations for greater stability and double the power. Duanya injects the serum. Stable red power surges through her body, and raw strength tears apart General Li's restriction. The watching officers realize she used external force to break it. Yun asks how that is possible. Su explains that he can do the same with energy from the crystals he stored at the mine. Through direct contact, he channels that energy into Yun's body, giving her a path to weaken the restriction while Duanya prepares to attack again. The Ripper stops holding back. He reveals that the steel armor over his head is actually a seal containing demonic power. The seal tears open, black tentacles erupt, and his body expands into a many-eyed monster. The spectators remember a cage riot in which the Ripper was the only creature left alive. The arena air cheers the transformation. Certain Duanya will be destroyed. Away from the pit, Su keeps feeding energy into Yun as the restriction yields, though the intensity makes it nearly impossible for her to remain composed. Duanya ends the Berserk Ripper's transformation with one decisive punch. The monster that terrified the arena collapses before it can use its new form. The law officers immediately understand what the refined serum accomplished. It strengthened Duanya's entire body enough to break General Li's restriction. While they study the result, Su continues feeding stored crystal energy into Yun. Across the pit, the arena air cannot accept that his champion was defeated, and his humiliation turns into another reckless challenge. A pink-haired fighter steps into the arena against the arrogant air. He knows she has reached level 4, but believes the Colosseum's restriction has made her weak enough to dominate. His confidence survives only until the first kick lands. She attacks from every angle, drives him across the floor, and dismantles his defenses without giving him room to recover. Each blow exposes the truth. His authority came from cages and commands, not strength, and the fighter he expected to own is completely beyond him. Unable to win, the air abandons combat and reaches for her. That mistake triggers a conceal counter. Black brainworms swarm into his face and burrow toward his brain, reducing his lust and arrogance to panic. The observers recognize that the insects can be carried and directed without displaying an obvious superpower. Hidden among hair and gathered from the grass of Mount Mangxing, they are made for devouring men exactly like him. Desperate to survive, the air offers the secrets of the Colosseum in exchange for mercy. His confession reveals that the entire Colosseum is a live laboratory. A hidden medicine department records every fight, testing restrictions, forced evolution, and human enhancement on prisoners and combatants. The air was never untouchable. Once the researchers secure a naturally evolved level 4 specimen, even their so-called young master becomes disposable. A prepared dose activates the next experiment. Purple force tears through the pit. Duanya throws up an air wall, and Su catches the unconscious fighter behind it. Beyond the barrier, the discarded air mutates into a skinless specimen as black corruption erupts across the arena. Black corruption erupts across the Colosseum and sends spectators running. The medicine department reports that the young master's overloaded superpower source has broken through its containment, but the unstable body soon begins to decay. The opposing general accuses Li Taotian of secretly changing the match. Li answers that enhancement drugs are legal under the Colosseum's open rules. With both factions having lost one fighter, the score is tied. Su is told to save the wounded woman while the commanders prepare a deciding round. Duanya returns with a recovery potion and stabilizes the unconscious fighter. The green-haired attendant gives the discarded heir no such mercy. His usefulness ended with the experiment. Before the arena can pause, Yun volunteers for the next battle. Her opponent is a fused mass containing several mutant brothers, products of Liberty City's most advanced biotechnology. They boast that their strength has multiplied 100-fold and invite Yun to become part of their collective body. Yun answers with speed. One descending strike cuts through the monster, and a second attack crushes the mass into scattered flesh. Neither is enough. The pieces regenerate, faces reform, and fleshy tendrils coil back toward her. The arena realizes the creature is functionally immortal. Behind the scenes, the researchers explain their new mutation potion. It rewrites the subject's cells, raising the superpower limit while granting extreme regeneration and shape-shifting. The price is a drastically shortened lifespan, a cost the Colosseum is happy to ignore. The researchers intend to capture Yun Yun as their naturally evolved level 4 specimen. Tentacles seize her from every direction and lock her inside living restraints. Before the experiment can claim her, a spatial strike tears away the bindings and the supposedly immortal monster vanishes. On recognizes Sue's teleporting cloak. He has removed the test subject from the arena and now steps into view. Li Taotian demands the brothers back and condemns Su for interfering, but Su walks straight toward him. When the Colosseum master calls it cheating, Su throws the arena's own rules back in his face, forcing Li to leap into the pit and issue a personal challenge. Su refuses to let Li Taotian control the confrontation. He tears through the remaining defenders and dismisses the Colosseum master as unqualified to fight him. Instead, Su demands the opponent Li has kept hidden. A sealed cage opens, and the strongest warrior in the Colosseum walks out. His scarred body is covered with restraints and stimulant lines. Li names him Wang Song and presents the broken man as Su's real enemy. Green stimulant floods the restraints and turns Wang Song's eyes red. He attacks on command. Duan Yao wakes and recognizes him, while Li watches with satisfaction. The Colosseum has conditioned its strongest warrior into a battle puppet, promising him an eternity as a controlled level 4 specimen. Su remembers a different Wang Song from the previous apocalypse, a solitary blade master who crossed the ruined world alone. In this life, Li captured that same potential first and rewrote his fate into slavery. Wang Song charges with enough force to shatter the arena. Every impact tears apart the cage and breaks the floor beneath them. Su refuses to blame him. He vows to free Wang Song from the muddled puppet state, then turns the destruction into an opportunity. While Su keeps the controlled warrior occupied, he orders his allies to find the hidden laboratory and copy every piece of experimental data. Wang Song continues smashing through the Colosseum, but Su redirects the assault and holds his ground. The battle produces unmistakable spatial fluctuations. Su's power tears through the arena, and Li finally realizes that he is facing an extremely rare space ability user. The revelation is more dangerous than the fight itself. Liberty City's ruler once killed another space user, seized that victim's origin and treasures, and used them to rise above every rival. Su has now displayed the same coveted kind of power in public. As the Colosseum collapses around him, one conclusion spreads through the city. From this moment forward, Su Chen is Liberty City's most valuable hunting target. Li Taotian believes he has hit the jackpot. If he kills Su, he expects to seize the spatial origin, the storage treasures, and enough power to reach the peak of Liberty City. Su answers the entire city at once. Anyone who wants him can come and try. As the Colosseum crumbles, its prison cages are exposed. Beastmen call for beneath the rubble, and Yun Yun recognizes her own people. She moves to free them while the others split into a rescue team and a laboratory raid, determined to copy every record before the underground complex collapses. The fleeing researchers discover that Su's allies are not helpless. A red-clad fighter crushes their resistance with level 5 pressure. In the arena, Li opens the ability restriction to full load and unleashes his own potion-built level 5 strength. It makes no difference. Su withstands the confinement, closes the distance, and ends Li Taotian's attack with one punch. The officers can barely process what they saw. Li's power was cultivated through drugs and protected resources. Su's level 4 was forged through life-and-death combat in the Doomsday Wilderness. Li is dead, but Wang Song's conditioning remains. Su locks down both his arms and warns that he will break them if Wang keeps struggling. Duan Yao offers a more precise solution. She sends a brainworm into Wang Song's mind and forces his buried consciousness awake. The red light begins to clear, and Wang finally speaks Su's name. His first request is not for himself. He begs Su to save Elder Fu. With Liberty City falling into chaos after Li's death, the group takes Wang Song and withdraws from the ruined Colosseum. One ally does not return with empty hands. The red-clad woman slips into a moonlit forest and reveals a vial stolen from the laboratory. The researchers called it divine substance, a top-tier treasure refined from their strongest mutated test subjects. Across Liberty City, high-level awakeners rely on this external energy to break through level 6. The vial is tiny, dangerous, and far from enough to perfect her foundation, but it can still push her ahead. Keeping the find secret from Sue, she chooses an isolated place and begins absorbing it alone as dark energy gathers around her. The stolen divine substance floods through the woman and forces her body far beyond its limits. Horns rise from her head, her limbs swell, and the power that once crushed Sue Chen now feels impossible to control. For one breath, she believes she has reached a divine realm. Then the transformation drags her into the thin air above the city, where even that monstrous body begins to suffocate. A crushing pressure rolls across the sky. A vast divine eye opens above the city, followed by a radiant golden tree whose light drains the wild divine matter from her body. Her borrowed form collapses, and she falls powerless through the night. Sue Chen reaches her before the ground does, catches her, and carries her toward the source of the miracle while the entire city looks upward in awe. The trail leads to Liberty City's cathedral, where citizens kneel before the saintess and call the golden phenomenon a blessing. The gathering turns hostile when news spreads that General Lee is dead. A furious accuser demands justice, and Sue Chen calmly admits he killed him. Weapons rise, and the crowd recoils, but the saintess steps between both sides before grief can ignite another battle. Instead of condemning Sue Chen, the saintess reveals General Lee's hidden experiments and the innocent lives he destroyed. His execution removed a cancer from Liberty City, and the night's miracle only strengthens her public verdict. With Lee's command now vacant, she names Sue Chen as the new general. The crowd accepts her judgment, while Sue Chen studies the serene ruler and wonders what kind of person has just pulled him into her game. Not every general accepts the saintess's decision. One commander challenges Sue Chen before the appointment can settle, but the saintess ends the confrontation with a single order. She formally places the Beast Division under Sue Chen and leaves the hall with her authority unquestioned. The title is more than ceremony. It gives him a recognized foothold inside Liberty City and makes attacking him a political risk. Wang and Chen explain that Saintess Joan is Liberty City's true ruler, while the other governor has vanished from ordinary affairs. Sue Chen's exposed spatial ability now has official protection, but only if he builds a faction strong enough to keep the other departments from swallowing his territory. The golden tree has already absorbed the loose divine matter, so the group decides to leave it standing until they can seize and replant it safely. At a city forge, Sue Chen recognizes the unmistakable craft of Old Man Fu. New equipment and uniforms confirm that the old blacksmith passed through the department's hands, turning a shopping stop into a rescue lead. Sue Chen traces the weapons back toward the medicine department and finds Wang Song, an old acquaintance who delivers the worst answer. Old Man Fu was captured and used as an experimental subject. Before Sue Chen can force out every detail, a strange old thief snatches what he needs and escapes through an impossible route. Sue Chen pursues him through a spatial transition and emerges in a neglected district buried under scrap, sewage, and collapsing buildings. The old man knows this place too well. As the clean towers disappear behind them, the trail to Old Man Fu descends into Liberty City's forgotten Gutter Street. Gutter Street survives on whatever Liberty City throws away. The old thief risks his life for scraps, because a little girl named Nyo has no one else to feed her. Around them, families hide their young and speak in whispers. The district's misery is not accidental. Almost every healthy man and woman has already been taken to satisfy the medicine department's monthly demand for experimental bodies. A whip-wielding officer arrives with armed collectors and orders another sweep. The old man warns the remaining residents, so she binds him, beats him, and turns her attention to Nyo. To the department, the district is only a reservoir of test subjects. The officer even evaluates the frightened child and the people around her as material, certain that no one in this abandoned street can challenge her authority. Sue Chen arrives before the collectors can drag them away. The officer mistakes him for an unusually valuable specimen and orders her squad to surround him. Their ropes and weapons do not hold for a second. Sue Chen tears through the restraint, places himself between the enforcers and the family, and exposes the old thief's secret. He once possessed level 4 strength, but age and injury have reduced what he can use. The officer lashes out with her ability and invokes the medicine department, as if its name guarantees victory. Su-chun catches the attack, takes control of her own weapon, and dismantles the squad in front of the people they terrorized. Her confidence turns to panic as every advantage disappears. By the end, the captor is on the ground. Nyo and her grandfather are safe, and Su-chun has made the hidden department his next enemy. Su-chun finishes the grotesque threat in the alley and clears a path for Nyo and her grandfather. The old man admits he deliberately drew danger toward himself so the child would be ignored. Before leaving, he gives Su-chun a newly developed soft armor, light, flexible, and nearly impossible to tear, then warns him that the old order of Liberty City is gone and disappears into the ruins with the girl. Elsewhere, the violence in Sewer Street exposes the hand behind the abductions. General Avril reveals that she once brought the Glutton clan under her control and expected to stand at the peak of the apocalypse. Su-chun destroyed that future and nearly erased her clan. The Genesis Church found what remained, rebuilt her through blood and agony, and gave her a new purpose: raise Su-chun high enough that his eventual fall will hurt. Inside the medicine department, officers discover that the divine matter from the arena has vanished. They fear the City Lord's mansion will hold them responsible, then see an easy shield in Su-chun, the newly appointed general assigned to the arena. If the Saintess asks questions, they will blame him. Their relief lasts only until a vial of freshly refined divine matter appears and one of their own reaches for it. The apparent discovery is a trap. A hidden infiltrator seizes a guard from inside her body, takes the refined divine matter, and walks through the department's defenses without forcing the gates. The thieves celebrate the success of Delanya's control technique, but the escape is noticed before they can vanish. Alarms erupt, a defender crashes into their route, and the chapter ends with the stolen divine matter racing toward the shadows. The divine matter thieves barely clear the district before a sword-wielding pursuer drops into their path. She orders them to return what they stole and surrender, then launches herself through the city on a flying blade. Su-chun and the others are caught in the chase as streets split beneath the impact. The pursuer's speed turns the escape into an aerial duel, and ordinary evasive tricks stop working. The woman rises above the rooftops and calls down a storm of spectral swords. Her technique blankets the escape route, shredding obstacles and nearly catching everyone at once. Su-chun survives the barrage, studies the rhythm of her power, and springs a counter-trap. The fight swings from deadly to chaotic when the blade wind destroys her clothing and her fury becomes as dangerous as the technique itself. Humiliated and enraged, the pursuer expands into a towering form and tries to crush Su-chun outright, only to be forced back and shrink away. At the resource department, senior officers discuss the real danger. Su-chun is not merely a reckless new general. His rare spatial ability can empty any warehouse. Some suspect the Saintess promoted him because she wants access to whatever treasures his private space already hides. Su-chun arrives at Resource Department headquarters and announces that the territory taken from him now carries a price. The officials refuse compensation and invoke Liberty City as protection. Su-chun does not negotiate. He overwhelms the guards, leaves the department's leaders paralyzed across the floor, and treats every stored item as payment. Beyond the warehouse, he finds rows of cages, revealing that the department's wealth includes imprisoned people as well as supplies. Su-chun opens the resource department's cages and leaves the rescued civilians to his companions while he empties the remaining stores. The haul is smaller than expected, so he decides to collect his debt from the other generals one headquarters at a time. Reports race to the Saintess. Her new Beast Division general has looted a department and beaten General Lishan. She orders every commander to full alert and authorizes them to suppress him. Twin Generals Zhu Ge and Zhu Di try to bargain when Su-chun reaches them. They plead poverty, return what they stole, and finally offer captive women as compensation. Su-chun's answer is immediate. He rejects the trade, crushes both brothers, and exposes the weakness behind their titles. The surviving officers realize the rumors are true. A spatial ability user can erase their wealth before any conventional defense can respond. Panic spreads among the remaining generals. Su-chun has killed General Li, defeated 3 more commanders in a single night, and can loot a warehouse as easily as reaching into a bag. They move every resource into a fortress with walls built to survive a nuclear impact, seal the gates, and place a specialist at the entrance whose strange body should counter direct physical and ability attacks. The fortress defender dissolves into a corrosive poison mist and pours across the battlefield. He boasts that ordinary blows pass through him, and one breath of the gas can cripple any opponent. Chen lets the mist close in, then reveals the perfect counter. Space folds around the cloud, locks every drifting particle inside an invisible prison, and cuts off the general's escape. The supposedly untouchable defender can only stare as his entire mist body is sealed away. Inside the sealed fortress, the poison general's defeat has left soldiers and commanders collapsed across the floor. One conscious survivor begs Chen for help, but the scale of the gas makes clear how dangerous the defender truly was. Chen moves through the silent formation without slowing, finds the main supply vault, and transfers its enormous stockpile into his spatial storage before anyone outside can recover. The warehouse is only the surface. Chen discovers a concealed room and a passage descending beneath the fortress. He and his companion investigate the darkness while a strange, shadow-like ability moves ahead of them. Every remaining cache disappears into his space, but the hidden route suggests the generals were protecting something beyond food and weapons. By the time the outer gates open, the fortress has been stripped clean. Law enforcement officers arrive, expecting a disturbance, and instead find high-ranking generals lying beside ordinary troops. Chen walks out as if the fortress belongs to him. When they demand answers, he refuses to confess and turns the accusation around, insisting that the departments owe him compensation. The officers hesitate between arresting a general and surviving the attempt, while reports of the disaster reach the medicine department. At medicine department headquarters, General Avril waits for a team that never returns. Convinced something has gone wrong, she heads toward the fortress herself. Chen follows the underground route into a private chamber and discovers a woman bathing on the other side. The intrusion freezes both of them. Outside, another violent impact shakes the building, and the chapter closes on the woman's alarmed eye as she recognizes that the night has reached her door. The hidden passage deposits Chen in the worst possible place, a private room where two women are already caught in a compromising misunderstanding. Shock turns to accusation, and both sides struggle to explain why he appeared without warning. Chen tries to keep the situation from becoming a fight, but the emotional pressure around him awakens something darker than embarrassment. Red-black energy spreads through the chamber and forms a predatory domain around Chen. The women are pulled into its influence as the power enters a new stage, feeding on fear, conflict, and confused desire. Chen remains in control, but the others cannot tell where the room ends and his ability begins. Far away, the generals poisoned inside the fortress finally start to wake. The surviving generals stagger to their feet and discover that every supply cache is gone. Food, weapons, medicine, and even prisoners have vanished into Chen's spatial storage. Humiliation unites rivals who normally distrust one another. Their commanders order an immediate hunt, and a massive ability users rushes toward the disturbance, determined to recover the city's resources and tear apart the general who stole them. The counterattack reaches the building while Chen's domain is still active. Fighters dive through windows and unleash overlapping abilities, only to collide with a power they do not understand. The chamber erupts in crossing blades and shockwaves. A furious woman breaks free of the confusion and launches her own strike through the melee, ending the chapter on a violent collision that threatens allies and enemies alike. With concealment no longer useful, the blonde woman explains why her ability feels different. She and her sister do not possess ordinary awakened powers. Each carries a small fragment severed from a greater rule. Other people can sense the authority hidden inside them, but few understand it. Chen realizes that the sisters' strange effects are not techniques in the normal sense. They are incomplete laws imposed on reality. Chen tests the gold thread soft armor and prepares to leave the shattered room. A heavy death aura rolls across the ruins before he can move. The newcomer is the Death Knight, a commander dangerous enough that the blonde woman stops Chen from provoking him. Their priority is no longer winning another public fight. It is escaping before the senior generals connect them to the stolen supplies. Across the fortress, The oldest generals awaken with purple light burning in their eyes and begin searching for the thief. Their combined perception threatens even stealth abilities. Su-chan has already withdrawn toward the city lord's manor, where the saintess has requested his presence. The pursuing commanders notice movement and follow, unaware that every step is carrying them closer to the ruler, whose judgment they hope to avoid. Su-chan and the blonde woman reach the sacred tree, whose golden halo quiets pain and seems to offer greater power. The pursuing generals slow beneath its light, treating the phenomenon as holy protection. Hidden nearby, the saintess watches them enter. Her gentle promise that the tree will soothe suffering conceals a far colder calculation, and the chapter ends with every faction gathered inside the reach of the same golden trap. The saintess watches citizens kneel beneath the sacred tree and privately mocks their faith. The falling halo is not a blessing. She exhausted Liberty City's resources to raise people into a realm they never belonged in, cultivating them as sacrifices for a larger plan. Su-chan has already killed too many of those offerings, forcing her to reconsider how quickly the harvest must begin. Even that disruption has value. Su-chan's strength makes him the purest high-tier nourishment for the coming doomsday god. The saintess tells her agent that she does not care about his schemes or his false divinity. She only expects him to keep his promise. When the time comes, he must open a tunnel through time and send her back into the past. Beneath the golden canopy, Su-chan and the blonde woman sense that they are being watched. Spirit wolves with burning red eyes emerge from the shadows and lock onto their trail. The pair try to withdraw without drawing the general's attention, but the beasts close the distance and expose them. Su-chan orders a run, pulling his companion through the ruins as claws and divine light tear at their escape route. The chase leaves the blonde woman's clothes ruined, and both fugitives temporarily separated from the larger battle. Su-chan opens his spatial storage and produces fresh clothing, proving again how much he can carry outside ordinary space. She accepts the help, but refuses to treat it as a free gift. Before they return, she names a condition of her own, turning a moment of relief into another uncertain bargain. Su-chan and his companion reach a sealed chamber where a woman in red is trapped behind a cage designed to resist awakened abilities. She demands their identities, but Su-chan offers only a practical answer. They're the people who can open the cage, help her escape, and remove Zhou Guang from her path. She distrusts him immediately, especially when his companion appears in a revealing bunny disguise. The impossible cage opens, restoring the prisoner's freedom and confidence. She turns her charm ability on Su-chan, expecting the same control it has given her over countless men. Instead, a monstrous aura rises behind him and swallows the technique. The attack rebounds into her mind with crushing force. Her head burns, her body stops obeying her, and she realizes she has targeted someone her ability cannot dominate. The backlash does not end with the woman in red. Su-chan's companion is caught in the spreading effect, and both women fall into an enchanted, disoriented state. The room dissolves into confused pursuit as neither can separate genuine desire from imposed power. Su-chan avoids the grasping hands, breaks furniture in the scramble, and searches for a way to end the ability without hurting either woman. The charm finally loses its hold, leaving the chamber wrecked and the women struggling to understand what happened. No one receives a satisfying explanation. Su-chan cuts off the questions, gathers the group, and heads back through the damaged district before another faction arrives. The newest available chapter ends with their departure into Liberty City, while the sacred tree, the saintess, and the stolen resources remain unresolved threats.